Chapter 37. In Sanshue County, on the north side of the street, near the east gate of the city, there was a shop with the words Mind House written on it. It was a little remote, so there were not many people coming in and out of the shop. The shopkeeper had gone somewhere to rest, so he was left alone at the counter, looking at the passers-by in boredom. When it was noon, the waiter could hear his stomach growling, but no one came to ask him to take his place. He could only continue to endure. From time to time, he would think about the wine and dishes in the restaurant. He felt even hungrier. Even the movement of the shadows of the trees outside slowed down. He put his 2 arms on the counter and rested his chin on it. He looked at the small soup and pancake restaurant across the street and muttered, "It's good to eat a bowl of soup and pancakes. I don't see 2 people in this shabby shop every day." Just as he was muttering to himself, 2 people came in from the door. The shop assistant immediately took off his arm and glanced at them. He concluded that these 2 were rich people. They were wearing silk robes, and there was a piece of jade hanging from a rope hanging from their waists. As they walked, they kept moving up and down. "Sirs, what are you looking for? I can give you some pointers." The shop assistant put on a smile and asked respectfully according to his judgment, "Go do your work. We'll just look around." One of them said, and threw a small piece of silver to the shop assistant. The shop assistant hurriedly caught it. After weighing it in his hand, he estimated its weight. It was definitely 3 taels of silver. He felt that his spirit had returned, and he wasn't hungry anymore. With 3 taels of silver, when he got off work in the evening, he would go to the Apricot Spring Brothel to have a good meal, find a beautiful sister, and come straight back tomorrow morning. The 2 people just looked and did not talk. They walked around and suddenly stared at a painting. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The one who gave the money said, "What is this painting?" "Oh, sir, your eyes are so sharp. You can see the beauty of this painting at a glance. This painting was painted by a predecessor. It's a lotus flower in early spring. Look at the tip of the brush. It's hard but not broken, soft but not evil. With just a few strokes, it's already... Okay, how much is this painting?" Without waiting for the waiter to finish, the man waved his hand impatiently, interrupted the introduction, and directly asked for the price. The shop assistant was sensible. Since the other party didn't want him to say anything, he didn't say anything. He looked at the painting and calculated how much it would cost. If the painting wasn't damaged at all, it would be possible to ask for 20 taels of silver. The problem was that there was a spot on the painting that was damaged by fire. In the upper right corner of the painting, there was a hole the size of a fingernail. It had been patched up by the craftsman with a special technique, but it could still be seen. For a moment, he didn't know how to ask for money. If he asked for more, he was afraid that the other party would leave. If he asked for less, he felt that the reward he could get was too little. The more he sold, the more he would get. Just as he was hesitating, a voice sounded from behind him. "Lu Wang, are you slacking off again? Didn't you see that we have an important guest? Why aren't you serving him?" Hearing the voice, Lu Wang was relieved. When the shopkeeper came out, he quickly turned around and said to the shopkeeper, "Uncle Zhao, these 2 people took a fancy to the painting on the wall and asked for the price. I forgot." While the shop assistant was speaking, he blinked his eyes. In fact, shopkeeper Zhao didn't need the shop assistant to hint at him. He could tell that the 2 people were rich from their clothes. He looked at the painting and said with a smile, "How should I address you?" "Li." The person who spoke first replied with 1 word and didn't say anything else. "So it's young Master Li. You really have good taste to take a fancy to this painting. By right this, how much?" Young Master Li didn't wait for shopkeeper Zhao to finish his sentence and directly asked for the price. 200 taels of silver. This painting was painted by a famous artist in the West Jin dynasty. After a long time, it was not well maintained and there are some flaws on the painting. Therefore, it only costs 150 taels of silver. Shopkeeper Zhao didn't know how much he should ask for. He wanted to ask for a sky-high price and wait for the other party to bargain. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't buy it if he asked for too much, but he was afraid that the other party wouldn't like it if he asked for too little. There were always people like that. 150 taels of silver? Okay, I'll take it. Young Master Li didn't bargain at all and directly agreed. Shopkeeper Zhao was stunned and felt a little regretful for Wei Wei. If he had known that these two people were so easy to talk to, he would have asked for more. But now he couldn't back out. When he was about to take the painting and wrap it up, young Master Li spoke again. Don't be in a hurry. We didn't bring enough money today. We only have 50 taels of silver. Let's settle the payment first and come back in a few days. Is that okay? Shopkeeper Zhao heard this and quickly nodded. It made sense. Who would carry so much money when they went out? It was so heavy. He wouldn't be afraid if he had 50 taels of silver. I heard that some shops will secretly replace the goods after people pay the deposit. I wonder if... Young Master Li asked again. Shopkeeper Zhao knew that he was worried, so he immediately said, Don't worry, young Master Li. Our shop will never do such a thing. If you are still worried, you can find someone from Jiahui to vouch for you. But it will cost more to find someone to vouch for you. It's okay. Go find someone. Young Master Li spoke. Shopkeeper Zhao was even more relieved. He was really worried that in a few days, the two people would find someone who knew the business and ask for the money back. Even if they didn't get the money back, there would be some dispute. He urged Lu Wang to find someone from Jiahui and prepared tea and snacks. After a while, Lu Wang came back with Jiahui's guarantor. The guarantor asked for the price and asked for 150 taels of silver. Young Master Li paid without hesitation. He took the painting down and wrote down some of the unique features on it as proof. Young Master Li deliberately wrote down the burned part of the painting with thin paper and added some description of the surrounding burn marks. He said that he would come back in half a month. If it wasn't this painting, the shop would pay 10 taels of silver. If he didn't come back in half a month, young Master Li would pay an extra 100 taels of silver every night. If he didn't come back in a month, he would give the shop a deposit. Shopkeeper Zhao thought for a while and saw that Jiahui's guarantor was there. He nodded and agreed. Both parties signed the contract, and the deal was done. Seeing the two people walking away, not only was Shopkeeper Zhao happy, but Lu Wang also received 5 taels of silver. The sun was setting, and the red clouds filled the sky. Birds flew past, their white feathers fluttering in the wind. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked hand in hand beside the small river in front of the door. The sun shone on their shadows. Xiao Hong watched nervously, afraid that the two little ancestors would jump down in joy. This kind of thing could happen. After all, her little master was different from others. Xiaobao, do you think we can raise some ducks and geese if we draw the water into a duck pond? Salted goose eggs and duck eggs are more delicious than salted eggs. Wang Wan stood beside the river, looking at the clear water and the fish that occasionally flashed under the water. She asked with longing. Yes, I also want to do that, but now we are short of manpower. The most important thing is that I don't have enough money. I have to start running the recent business. If I want to eat, I have to go to Zhuangzi first. After a few days, I will have money after I deal with Liar Song. Zhang Xiaobao had this plan a few days ago. He wanted to ask his mother for money. After hesitating for a while, he decided to earn it himself. He didn't mind waiting for a few days. Little master, little miss, it's better to move back a little. Don't fall. Xiao Hong felt that this place was dangerous. She tried to persuade them. The water was not deep, and it was easy to drown 2 children. Don't be afraid. Cuckoo and I both know how to swim. We just look at the water and feel good. The sky is beautiful. After we finish the business here, you will be in charge of raising ducks and geese. You can also raise lotus flowers and a few more dishes. It's always expensive. If you can solve it yourself, solve it yourself. Every meal is not easy to come by. Zhang Xiaobao said as he took a step back. He didn't want Xiao Hong to worry. Xiao Hong nodded blankly. She felt that the words of the little master seemed to be more acceptable coming from the mouth of the madam. When the three of them were admiring the sunset, the flying birds, and the flowing water, a person rushed over. As soon as he saw Wang Wan, he said, "Little miss, I already know where the lyre song is." "Little girl, this little one already knows where that thing is." According to that swindler song's description, we found a few boats on the Luo Shui River, and from the places where they occasionally exposed themselves, we saw that red and green thing. As he spoke, the person took out a piece of paper from his arms. There was something drawn on it. He was delayed because he was looking for someone to draw it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the drawing and said at the same time, "Carrots. Good stuff. Now there's a new dish. I haven't seen this thing here." Zhang Xiaobao was happy. Wang Wan also nodded fiercely. Yes, this thing shouldn't be locally produced. It seems that they really got it from a foreign gang. I don't know what lyre song was thinking. It seems that all the boats are full of carrots. Then, can the ones in the middle continue to be planted? When we have the seeds, we can plant them ourselves. I like to eat fried carrots. What about you? I like to eat them raw. I also like to eat cucumbers, eggplants, and cabbage. I like to eat them raw and treat them as fruits. Zhang Xiaobao replied, "Who would treat these things as fruits? It's not good to eat raw carrots." Wang Wan said with a smile, "Then what should we do? Who would send fruits to the orphanage for no reason? It's not easy for that group of people to send some here. They clearly bought it for 100 yuan, but they insisted that it was 1,000 yuan. The reporters from all over the place brought a lot. They were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were sending things." Zhang Xiaobao said with a twitch of his mouth, "So that's the case. Then you did suffer a lot when you were young. People all want a good reputation." Wang Wan sighed. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao was really too pitiful when he was young. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head indifferently. "Actually, I'm very grateful to those people. No matter what their purpose is, as long as they send things, it's fine. If people send things every day, I'd rather be their witness. It's also fine to say that 100 yuan is 10,000 yuan. It's better than nothing. The happiest thing for me is that I completed the last wish of the dean's grandfather. Before I die, I can exchange a child. It's worth it. Now, I have carrots to eat in the future. Xiaobao, please allow me to use solemn words to evaluate you. You are a good liar." Wang Wan blinked her big eyes and said, Chapter 38. Seeing the carrots, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. Otherwise, he would earn less money. 2,000 don of carrots, even if they were slightly overpriced, should be 200,000 caddies. Zhang Xiaobao admired Song Jinggong a little. Where did he get 200,000 caddies of carrots? What was his purpose? What was he thinking when he got the carrots? Did he really want to do normal business? That couldn't be right. If that was the case, then he should find someone to mortgage his shop. A shop worth 300 taels of silver. It shouldn't be a problem to pay 200 taels of silver. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were puzzled, the messenger gave them an answer. Zhang family's young master, young lady, can this thing be eaten? It's not even as big as our carrots, and it's so expensive. It won't kill people, right? When he said this, Zhang Xiaobao understood. After all, carrots were something that people here had never seen before. Song Jinggong should have gotten them at a cheaper price from outside. It was just that the cost of the boat was a little higher. In the end, he found that no one wanted to buy them, so he prepared to sell them or swindle some money. Usually, people didn't have much spare money in their hands. Most people would try to settle accounts by exchanging as much as possible. Who would be willing to spend 2 copper coins to buy a caddy of small carrots? A big carrot weighed 2 caddies, so people would rush to sell it for 1 copper coin. He's preparing to make a big profit. His ambition is not small. Wang Wan also thought of this point and said, he only wants to swindle people and doesn't know how to operate. Wait until we get these 2,000 don of carrots. I'll sell them for 3 copper coins per caddy. You don't even need to swindle people. Zhang Xiaobao smiled, revealing 2 dimples. Even without you, I can sell them. There are only a few methods. If we use them one by one, there will be one that will succeed. The next step is to see if he will fall for it. Wang Wan also had a plan at this time and happily raised her head. Stop for a moment. I'll arrange the eggs and light the brazier. It will be cold soon. On the road from Tuqiao village to Xinping city, Cherries ordered the driver to stop first. When the carriage stopped, she slightly changed the position of the 200 eggs in front of her. Then she heated up the mattress in a brazier and covered it with it. Following her call, the car began to move forward slowly again. After 30 years of driving, the handlebar driver had used all his skills in the past 2 days. With the faint light from the lantern hanging in front of the car, the handlebar driver could avoid any small potholes. Only when the horse could no longer walk did he stop. He unloaded the horse and tied it to a nearby tree, allowing the horse to rest and eat by itself. Uncle Wang, you're really good at driving. The eggs weren't shaken too much. Cherries put her hand under the quilt to feel the warmth and coldness. She breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up the water and drank a few mouthfuls, praising the carriage driver who was leaning against the tree. It's nothing. After 30 years of driving, I'm already used to it. It's not that I want to lie to you. Even without this lantern, I know where the potholes are. As the carriage driver spoke, he opened the water bag and took out a small bag from his body. Inside was some fried rice. He was ready to eat. When Cherries saw this, she quickly took the things from the 2 people who had been following the carriage. She put it in front of the carriage driver and said, Uncle Wang, eat this. It's already prepared when we came. Under the light of the lantern, the carriage driver saw some sliced pig head meat in front of him. There were also 2 pancakes. He grinned and didn't hold back. He took the meat and rolled it in the pancake. He took a big bite, narrowed his eyes, and slowly swallowed. He then drank some water. His face filled with vicissitudes of life squeezed together, and said, Fragrant, very fragrant. Your zhuangzi is still the best. The Wang family's zhuangzi has to pay a lot of taxes every year. It's not as rich as yours. Uncle Wang, don't say that. Cuckoo is right there. Just wait. In less than 2 years, we 2 people on zhuangzi can eat meat for every meal. I don't dare to say anything about other meat, but we can eat as much chicken as we want. Cherries looked at the carriage and thought about the chicks that were about to come out. Her mood was much more relaxed. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll wait for 2 years. I'll eat chicken every meal. Can the eggs on your carriage hatch chicks? The carriage driver said hopefully. He pointed at the eggs on the carriage and asked with some disbelief. Of course they can. I saw the chicks inside. In a few days, zhuangzi will be full of chicks running. Cherries said confidently. At night, the dark clouds did not disperse and covered the brilliance of the moon and stars. Song Jinggong was lying on the bed and thinking about something. Suddenly, he laughed and began to talk to himself. What's the use of looking at me? Do you think I'll go get the things in 2 days? You want to meddle in our affairs? I'm not in a hurry. After a few days, I'll borrow the money and let you know what's on the ship. You dare to raise my price. Sleep and eat? You want me to pay 50 copper coins a day? Fine, I'll pay. Let's see who cries when the time comes. Those things are clearly edible. Why can't I sell them? Young Master Song, are you awake? The wine and dishes you wanted are here. Just as Song Jinggong was thinking about the process of swindling money, there was a knock on the door and a question. Song Jinggong got up, lit the oil lamp, and opened the door. When he saw the old man standing outside, he felt a little uncomfortable. He was eating fried eggs with chives, and radish strips for every meal. He was a little unable to bear it. Today he had asked someone to prepare some good wine and dishes for him, but in the end he was asked for 6 maces of silver. In such a small place, it was enough to order a table full of dishes. Looking at the 3 small plates on the dustpan and the pot of wine that the old man was holding, no matter how he calculated. It was not worth 6 maces of silver. "Sorry to trouble you, old man. Bring it in." Song Jingong warned himself not to be angry. He would take revenge in the future. Only then did he try to smile and greet the old man. "It's no trouble. Young Master Song, you can pay for it. This old man will buy it. What trouble is there? I can't sleep at night." The old man carried the dustpan into the room and placed the 3 dishes and the pot of wine on the small table. He gave Song Jingong a friendly smile and turned to leave. Song Jingong was indeed hungry. Seeing that there were 3 dishes, he did not find any scrambled eggs. He heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he could eat meat. He picked up his chopsticks and found the biggest piece of meat. He picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing twice, his expression changed. It was meat, but it was not the mutton he had imagined. It was fish, and there were even bones. The meat was not small. This meant that the fish was big, but the fish was so cheap. How could it cost him 6 copper coins? Song Jingong, who was bitter, stretched his chopsticks to another plate. The meat here was smaller. When he ate it, Song Jingong was no longer angry. Instead, he nodded and muttered, "Amazing. Just now it was the meat of a big fish. Now it is the meat of a small fish. Zhang Jie Zhuangzi, I will remember." After muttering, Song Jingong turned his gaze to the medium-sized meat. He did not need to taste it to know that it was the meat of a medium-sized fish. There were less than 3 fish. Added together, it did not cost more than 10 copper coins. Including the work, 20 copper coins was enough. Song Jingong accepted his fate. He picked up the pot of wine and gulped it down without caring about the taste. He threw away the chopsticks and lay on the bed to sleep. After a few days, when Song Jingong thought that he still needed 2 more days, Manager Zhang personally came to find him. "Young Master Song, the money has been prepared. Does young master still need it?" Manager Zhang seemed to be in a hurry. He had not even caught his breath when he opened his mouth to ask. "Really? That's great. Manager Zhang, you have helped me a lot. Don't worry, after the matter is done, I, Song Jingong, will definitely not forget you." Once he heard that the matter of the money was settled, Song Jingong's gloomy mood immediately dissipated. Without waiting for Manager Zhang to speak, he said, "If that's the case, then I will give you the deed of my shop." "There is no hurry. Young Master Song's shop still has some things that I need to take a closer look at. I will ask someone to bring the money. Why don't we leave today?" Manager Zhang obviously knew that he had to say everything that needed to be said. Otherwise, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Song Jingong smiled and nodded. He had already thought about this matter. Immediately, he walked with Manager Zhang and the person who brought the money to Sanshui County. In the afternoon, they finally arrived outside the shop. When he looked inside, he saw that the person who usually looked at the shop was standing behind the counter. Song Jingong's face immediately darkened. He walked forward and asked, "Where is Manager Zhao and Lu Wang?" Replying to boss this afternoon, someone came to our shop and took a fancy to a jug. He actually spent 30 taels of silver to buy it. He even said that it was cheap and insisted on inviting shopkeeper Zhao and Lu Wang to have a drink. They went. "Do you want me to call them back?" "They just left." The person replied, "There is no need. You can go back. I will take care of the shop. Manager Zhang, this business is busy. I will close the shop after I borrow the money. You can send someone to take care of it. We will talk again when I have the money. Later, deduct the price of that pot and I will pay for it directly. Don't look at how expensive it was just now. In fact, that pot was only worth 160 taels. Do you want to hand it over?" Song Jingong glanced at the place where the pot was placed and found that there was one less than 100 taels missing. He did not care at all. "Okay, then ask the person from Jiahui to come over. I have already prepared the money." Manager Zhang readily agreed. The person behind him put down the money and turned to look for Jiahui's guarantor. After a while, he came back. This time there were 4 people. After all, there were many things. According to Jiahui's account book, Everything was verified. Just as Song Jingong was about to sign the contract with Manager Zhang, Manager Zhang suddenly pointed to a painting and said, "It is better to remember it carefully. There are flaws in that painting. If there is a mistake, it will be easier to verify. Young Master Song, let's first be a villain and then a gentleman. If there is a mistake, you will have to pay 3 times the amount. We have already agreed." After saying this, without waiting for Song Jingong to say anything, he ordered someone to draw the flaws in the painting. He also specifically wrote down the burned area and asked Jiahui's person to vouch for it. Song Jingong did not think much of it. It was just a painting. When the time came, he would just leave it to them. He stood at the side and watched with a smile. When the person came and carefully verified the other worthless things, he would hand over the money and take over the shop. After Manager Zhang left, Song Jingong curled his lips and turned to walk towards the Luoshui River. He knew that someone would definitely follow him. Chapter 39. Both sides of the river are green, and the grass is green with dragonflies. The sky is blue with few clouds, and the water is blue with dew. Swallows gather and make a sound when the wind comes. Wild flowers move with the waves, a little sparkling. Early the next morning, Song Jingong came to the Luoshui River. Looking at the scenery in front of him, he should be in a good mood, but he felt that something was wrong. From Sanshui County to here, it was already late yesterday. In addition, he wanted to see if there was anyone following behind him. Therefore, on the way, he randomly found an inn to stay. As a result, he saw the person with the silver beside Steward Zhang. After he confirmed that there was someone following him, he wondered if this person was stupid. Did he not know how to follow? Others would try to keep a certain distance from the person being followed, but this person was good. He was following about 20 steps behind. Every time he stopped and turned around to look, he would normally try to hide, but this person was different. He just kept looking straight ahead and acted like he didn't know him. Did he think he was a fool? How could he not remember people after such a short time? This was not the most annoying thing. He had already found an inn, and there was another inn next to this one. If he was following him, he should have stayed in that inn. In the end, he stayed in the same inn. He ate in the hall, and there were 2 tables by the window. He actually sat on one of them, facing each other. He did not even spit at the person in front of him. There were not many people, so there were many empty tables. Otherwise, why would they not sit and eat together? How was this following? This was clearly surveillance. He did not know what Manager Zhang was planning. Did he want to shed all pretense of cordiality? Song Jingong stood on the shore not far from the pier and thought. What was going on? Why did he feel uneasy? Was it because of the person following him? Was it because of Manager Zhang's attitude? Was it because he was wronged by the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi? It did not seem to be the case. After thinking for a while, Song Jingong attributed his emotions to his actions this time. He thought that it was because his actions this time were too big and he was too good at tricking people. He turned his head and looked at the person who was squatting about 10 steps away from him. At this time, the person was fiddling with the grass on the ground. From this distance, he could see that there was a black mass of ants under the person's feet. The person was using the grass to fight the ants. Song Jingong let out a long sigh. He really wanted to go over and ask that person, "How old are you?" How could such a person be sent out? Shaking his head, Song Jingong didn't want to waste his time on this idiot. It was better to look at the unsellable goods that were shipped back from the French lands. Thinking of this, Song Jingong walked towards the dock. The boat he had hired was still docked there. Of course, this boat didn't come with any money. As a swindler, he wouldn't pay for the boat. Instead, he had an agreement with the fan gang. He would split the profits 50-50 with the fan gang. When Song Jingong arrived at the dock, someone on the boat had already recognized him. He hurriedly ran over and respectfully greeted, "Hello, great scholar Song. Have you found someone to buy Gonsen? That's great. We've spent a lot of money on food and drinks these days. If we can't sell it, we'll lose a lot of money." His attitude was respectful, but his words carried a hint of complaint. Song Jingong also knew that if it were anyone else, they would be unhappy. Yes, soon. Where's Sunny? Get him here. I have something important to discuss with him. The person Song Jingong was talking about was a small, noble leader of the Fan Gang. After interacting with this side for a long time, he had picked up some of the habits here. When the person who greeted Song Jingong heard Song Jingong ask about the leader, his face unconsciously showed a trace of happiness. He still respectfully replied, "Great scholar Song, my king has found a way to make money. He has already left this place and will probably return in 2 days. Make a fortune. He can make a fortune? Good. How can he make a fortune if he doesn't know? Where is the fortune?" Song Jingong laughed. This fan gang came here to make a fortune? Dream on. Hearing Song Jingong's disdainful tone, the person was slightly dissatisfied. However, he still maintained a smile and continued, "My king really did find a way to make a fortune. He also said that when you arrive, he will let you go and take a look." Seeing how confident he was, Song Jingong was also puzzled. Could it be that Sunny Gon really got lucky and found something? He felt that it was impossible, so he asked, "How did Sunny Gon find it? Where did he want me to go?" Someone came over and asked if we wanted to buy a chicken. He said that he could buy a chicken for 2 copper coins. "The kind that can lay eggs when it grows up," the person replied. This time, Song Jingong was no longer confused but dumbfounded. A chicken cost about 30 copper coins, which was not too expensive, but a hen was different. It could lay eggs, and no matter how cheap the eggs were, they were still worth 1 copper coin. When a chick grew up and laid eggs, it would not take too long. Half a year would be enough. 2 copper coins to buy a chicken and feed it some food for half a year would only cost a few copper coins. It would be even more economical to let it find its own food. Half a year later, the money would come in continuously. This price was too cheap. Hens could not lay eggs when they were hugging their nests. After a few days of delay, the eggs that they laid would be worth a few copper coins. How could it be so cheap? Liar. I never thought that I, Song Jingong, would meet a liar. This was the most intuitive thought in Song Jingong's mind. However, he did not know how the other party cheated him. Since the other party was selling chickens and not eggs, he could tell the difference at a glance. "Okay, I'll go over now. Find someone to lead the way." Song Jingong really did not understand. He wanted to see it for himself. He called out and glanced at the foolish stalker. He was led away from the dock and rushed to the place where the chickens were sold. Birds chirped and butterflies chased each other. In the distance, the green mountains were surrounded by fog. Beside them, the oblique light stirred up dust. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just woken up in the morning. After drinking milk, they did not continue to sleep. Together, they went to the vegetable garden in the courtyard and prepared to continue cooking for the adults. The 2 of them just needed to drink some soup and swallow some crumbs. "There are no kidney beans. I wanted to stew some." Wang Wan looked around and did not find any kidney beans. Instead, there were cowpeas. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was like a thief. He struggled to pull out a small eggplant about 2 inches in diameter from the eggplant field. He used his thumb to dig out a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He nodded his head in satisfaction. "Xiaobao, what are you doing? It's not suitable for you to eat eggplant right now. Why are you sneaking around?" Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao secretly eating and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm afraid others will find out. The eggplant is too small. It's a pity to eat it like this. But this is the time when the eggplant is the sweetest. Try it." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he dug out another piece and gave it to Wang Wan. Wang Wan really did not know what to say. Such a big person actually did this kind of thing that only a child would do. She reached out and patted away the small piece. "Can you do something more serious?" "Then forget it. Xiao Hong, eat it. It's very sweet. After you finish eating, help us pick the eggplant. We'll eat this for lunch today." Zhang Xiaobao readily accepted and gave the small eggplant to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong took it and really ate it. She didn't have anything to eat in the morning. She only had 2 meals a day. It was good to eat some eggplant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned when they saw Xiao Hong eat the eggplant in a few mouthfuls. After a while, Wang Wan said, Xiao Hong, don't worry. After Xiao Bao and I earn the money in the next few days, we'll definitely let the person who works the most in Zhuangzi eat 4 meals a day. Morning, noon, and night, as well as supper. Thank you, Cuckoo. Actually, we're already used to it. Not to mention 4 meals. Even 3 meals would cost a lot more. Xiao Hong's eyes lit up. She felt that this was impossible. Which Zhuangzi would give their servants 4 meals a day. Wang Wan also knew that Xiao Hong wouldn't believe it if she didn't eat 4 meals a day. She didn't say anything more. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao to look at other dishes while Xiao Hong picked the eggplants. Actually, just 4 meals is not enough. These people are always working hard all day, and they have to be on call in the middle of the night. In the future, we have to prepare more fruits for them to replenish their nutrients. Wool comes from sheep. The better their health, the more things they can do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to a small field of green onions and squatted there. It was enough for a normal person to eat 3 meals a day. Those servants were too tired. Moreover, they lived in Zhuangzi as a family. Without children, parents would be sad. Without parents, children would be sad. Stability and unity were the most important. With enough nutrition, people's lives would be longer. When he and Wang Wan grew up, the next generation of Zhuangzi would also be born. Zhuangzi also needed to have the culture of Zhuangzi. Well, don't worry. I'll arrange it when the time comes. You're in charge of planning, and I'll be in charge of organizing. In the future, if there are more servants and guards, I'll be in charge of training. While I'm still young, I'm going to find some military combat information of this era and combine theory with practice to make tactics. Wang Wan also supported this point. She also wanted to apply what she had learned. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's nervous gaze, she smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't rebel. I won't implicate the Zhang family. What are you going to cook for lunch? Eggplant, roasted with fish, steamed with green onions and sauce. Garlic eggplant, mincemeat eggplant, and dry fried eggplant. For this dish, you need to use the water of the chili seedlings, shredded eggplant, braised pork ribs with eggplant, and braised eggplant with rapeseed with peas. 8, that's enough. Add an eggplant with seaweed and shrimp soup. Zhang Xiaobao counted on his little fingers and said one by one to Wang Wan. After listening, Wang Wan nodded seriously and said, Okay, I think this is a good idea. I'm going to eat tofu tonight. I'll rely on you. It must be a tofu feast. No problem. I'll definitely complete the task. The only thing I'm worried about is whether the shredded eggplant made with brown sugar will taste bad. Later, I'll get some charcoal and filter out the brown sugar residue. It'll be more convenient to cook in the future. Zhang Xiaobao dared to agree as soon as Wang Wan said so. He looked eager to try, which made Wang Wan speechless. Well, anything is fine. Do you think that Swindler Song won't do what you want? Wang Wan brought the topic back to the main topic. Don't worry. I know people like him. His mentality is the same as mine when I first started to cheat. Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently, If you have space on your bookshelf, please add it to your bookshelf. If you have votes, please vote. It's not easy. Please understand me. I'm happy to write and you're happy to read. Chapter 40. The distance from Luoshui River to Xiaoniu village, outside Xinping City, was not close at all. In order to find out the reason as soon as possible, Song Jinggong had no choice but to take the carriage. The journey was bumpy, and he only climbed out of the carriage when it was almost noon. With a pale face, he looked back and found that the fool stalker had also gotten a carriage. Song Jinggong finally understood. They were not following him, but monitoring him. They were afraid that he would run away. Song Jinggong didn't have time to pay any more attention to him. He and the person who led the way quickened their pace and walked into the village. After turning left and right for about a quarter of an hour, the person stopped in front of a very small courtyard. There was a small wooden door in the middle of the fence, which was half the height of a person. It wasn't locked, and when the wind blew, it swung from inside to outside. There was another person standing in the courtyard. Song Jingong had seen him before. He used to stay by Songrignigan's side. Since he was here, Songrignigan must be in the house. If there really are chicks in the eggs, when I go back, I will buy 10,000 of them. Before Song Jingong could step into the house, he heard the familiar voice of Sonri Nigan. From his words, it was clear that the chick had not yet hatched, which further proved that the chick was a hoax. With a plan in mind, Song Jingong straightened his clothes and walked in with a smile. As soon as he entered, he said, "Who sells chicks for 2 coins? I will buy as many as you have." When he stood still, he saw an old man, 2 young men, and a woman facing Sonri Nigan. The woman's face was half covered with a cloth. From the part that was slightly exposed, he could see a green birthmark. No wonder she had to cover it. The 2 young men were standing. The old man was sitting on something that he did not know what to call. That thing took up part of the whole room. The other end was connected to the wall. "Great scholar Song, you are also here. Look, this is called a Kong. It is a place that they use to replace the hen's nest. This woman said that in 2 or 3 days, chicks will come out of the eggs. I am going to stay here and wait for the chicks to come out. When the time comes, I will buy 10,000 of them and raise them at home." A sturdy man in the room said stiffly when he saw the people coming in. This man was Sonrinigan, a Japanese. Song Jingong replied with a smile. "Sonri did it. Why would you believe such a thing? If this thing called a Kong can help a hen build a nest, doesn't that mean that in the future only hens can lay eggs? Let's go back and sort out our goods." When Sonri Nigan heard Song Jingong's words, he shook his head and insisted, "No, I have to see if they can really make chicks. There are 200 chicks on the bed. I have already paid the deposit. If there are no chicks, they will have to compensate me tenfold. We will know in 2 days." Song Jingong looked at the Kong bed. It was covered with a mattress. He guessed that the egg was underneath it. Could it really hatch? When Song Jingong entered the courtyard just now, he had already looked around. There were no chickens in the courtyard. If he could really use this method to hatch chicks, then wouldn't he just need to get more of these Kong beds and go elsewhere to buy eggs? A chicken for 2 copper coins was indeed too cheap. Even if it was sold for 3 copper coins, people would rush to buy it. He would really make a fortune. After thinking for a while, Song Jingong said to the old man, "Sir, can you let me take a look at these eggs?" The old man looked at Song Jingong and then at the woman. He said, "You have to ask my daughter-in-law about this. She is the one who is making these eggs." Song Jingong followed the old man's gaze and looked at the woman again. The woman was easy to talk to. She nodded and walked to the Kong bed. She gently lifted the mattress. There were indeed many eggs inside. "Sonrinigan, since you want to take a look, I will accompany you for 2 days." A thought flashed through Song Jingong's mind. He also wanted to stay and accompany them. As for the place to live, it was also simple. Now that the weather was hot, they could just find a place to stay. They could eat in this house and give some money for food. He thought that this family would not refuse. Song Jingong had been used to the hardships these past few days, so he did not mind persevering for another 2 days. He wanted to see if this family could make chickens. The old man didn't refuse. Not only did he promise to cook for Song Jingong and the others, he also promised to leave a room for them to live in. He didn't ask for much money, 6 copper coins per person per day. He only asked for some vegetables. If they wanted to eat meat, they could buy it themselves and the old man would cook for them. Immediately, the 3 of them prepared to stay. Song Jingong thought of the person who was watching him. He went to the door and looked outside. As expected, that person didn't leave. He was standing outside the courtyard, staring at the door. Song Jingong saw this and didn't get angry. If they wanted to stay, then so be it. He took out some money and gave it to the old man. He asked him to buy some wine and food. They would eat here for lunch. Don't cut the skin together. First, remove the skin, cut the strips, oil, and continue. Tuqiao village, Zhangjia Zhuangzi's kitchen. Zhang Xiaobao was instructing two people who specialized in cooking. If it wasn't because Zhang Xiaobao felt that he couldn't pick up the kitchen knife, he didn't need others to do it. He believed that his skills were better. Good job, Xiaobao. You're good at talking on paper. You're so logical. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was so busy that she sincerely praised him. I don't think these words should come out of your mouth, General Wang. Do all the people who learn to command in the military academy hold a gun and rush to the front to arrange the formation? I'm a little worried now. If I really find some people to let you teach tactics, the biggest possibility is that the general won't be at the back. Instead, he will be riding a horse and charging while calling for the messengers. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. When he was instructing others on how to cook, he still had time to talk back with his lips. You're right. Now that you mention it, I just remembered that there's no on-site information display system here. I don't even have a map. The firepower distribution is also different. I have to think about it again. In that case, the most important thing now is to study individual or group combat. We need to have a strong long-range attack ability to effectively intersperse and surround the enemy. Comrade Xiaobao, do you know how to draw a map? Unexpectedly, Wang Wan didn't refute. She nodded and admitted that she was lacking. No, I don't know. When did I learn this? Zhang Xiaobao felt that something was wrong with this situation based on his years of experience in swindling people. You really don't know? Did you forget to learn? Maybe you'll know after a few more times. It's okay if you don't know. I'll teach you. I know. Wang Wan put her face in front of Zhang Xiaobao and threatened him. Okay, don't wait for the oil to boil before adding the sugar. It will burn. Put the eggplant. Okay, the last dish is done. Prepare the cold water and leave. Zhang Xiaobao chose to forget Wang Wan's existence. After giving the last order, he turned around and left. When he passed by the threshold, he tripped and almost fell. Fortunately, Wang Wan supported him. Look, this is the result of not being familiar with the terrain. Wang Wan smiled and pulled Zhang Xiaobao. Lunch could be said to be extremely sumptuous. There were 8 dishes, a soup and a main dish. When all the dishes were served, except for Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, the 4 adults were dumbfounded. They weren't dumbfounded because all the dishes had eggplant, but because they didn't know how Xiaobao could make so many patterns of eggplant. Mom, you eat. Wang Wan and I can eat by ourselves. Except for the fried eggplant and the dry fried eggplant, everything else is fine. Zhang Xiaobao directly picked up an eggplant and put it on his mother's plate. Jiang Wang Clan looked at the eggplants on the table and nodded. She praised, "My son is amazing. Which child can make such a dazzling array of eggplants?" Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather and grandmother also smiled and agreed with Jiang Wang Clan's words. In the end, the 4 adults and 2 children ate more than half of the dishes on the table. Zhang Xiaobao saw that there were still leftovers and immediately regretted. He didn't want to waste things. After all, he was afraid of starvation during those years of wandering. Let's stew them together tonight. We'll eat together. Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiaobao very well. Forget it. I'll be more careful in the future and try not to waste things. Let's do it like we did before. Zhang Xiaobao replied helplessly. According to the previous method, they would throw away these dishes and feed them to the pigs. Some of them would be eaten by the servants. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to see. The servants were also people. We can eat this kind of food. It's better than the previous training. Wang Wan continued to persuade. I know. I used to hide from the wanted people and ran deep into the mountains. I also ate grass roots and tree barks to satisfy my hunger. But who would let us eat like that? Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to think more. He stood up, said goodbye to his relatives, and walked out. 2 days were neither too long nor too short. When the first chick broke its eggshell on the Kong in the room in Xianyu village and came out wet, it was acceptable no matter how long the wait was. Song Jinggong could hardly believe his eyes. Could this thing called Kong really replace the hen's nest? For a moment, the chick became a golden chick in his eyes. He didn't care how much the chick was worth. What he cared about was the method to hatch the chick. He understood that this process was not as simple as what he saw. There must be some tricks. Imagining the days when he would have a lot of money in the future, Song Jingong looked at the woman with the birthmark on her face and felt that this woman had a special kind of beauty. Song Grignigan also stared blankly at the chick's body drying bit by bit. He would be happy even if there were only 200 of them. There were 10,000 of them. It seemed that there was hope. Just when they were all looking at the chick, someone's voice suddenly came from outside. Is this the place? We can use this thing called Kong to replace the hen's nest? Boss, you're right. This is the place. A voice that seemed to be a servant's sounded. Song Jingong was stunned and immediately reacted. He said to the old man who was still sitting there with a serene look, "Sir, please don't tell anyone about this. I'll give you money." "That's not good. Great talent, Song. Everyone who enters is a guest." Oh, the second chick also came out. The old man narrowed his eyes and just replied to Song Jingong. Then another chick's head came out from the eggs on the Kong. Chapter 41. There really are chicks coming out. Following this voice, 6 people stood in front of the door. One of them was a man with a bulging belly who always had a smile on his face. Another one had his head lowered and waist bent. The other 4 were blocked behind him and could be seen a little. They were probably servants or guards. Song Jingong had already lost his composure. Seeing that there were people coming over to look at the chicks, his smile was no longer as natural as before. He stood in front of the door and said, "It's just for fun. Actually, we use a hen to carry a nest and then bring it to the Kong bed." "You are?" Without waiting for the man with the bulging belly to speak, the person beside him who was still smiling suddenly straightened his back and squinted his eyes as he asked Song Jingong, "No, I'm just a high scholar. My surname is Song, and my name is Jingong." Song Jingong knew that this was not the time to show his fear. He raised his head and said, "Oh, it's just a high scholar. I thought that the top scorer had arrived. Boss, let's go in and take a look." The man laughed and turned his face around. Once again, he had a respectful look on his face, which made people gasp in amazement. The boss walked in and casually made a sound of acknowledgement. He didn't even look at Song Jingong. The 4 people behind him followed suit, squeezing in until there was no more space in the house. When they got closer, it just so happened that a chick had broken out of its shell and was trying to squeeze out. The boss's eyes lit up. He wasn't a fool and knew that this was the most important method. The chick didn't seem to care at all. "Old man, didn't we agree on this? Leave this matter to me." Song Jingong turned around and faced the old man. He winked at him and gestured with his hand. The old man didn't seem to notice Song Jingong's actions and didn't reply to him. Instead, he looked at the newcomer and said, "Master, look. This is what my daughter-in-law made. As long as the egg is placed on the Kong bed, after a few days, the chick will come out." "Oh, it can't be that simple?" The boss smiled at the old man and asked. His words carried a hint of threat. "I don't know. It was my daughter-in-law who took care of the servants." "What did young Master Song say just now?" The old man pretended to be unafraid and turned to ask Song Jingong. Song Jingong was very angry. He knew that this old man was not stupid at all. Maybe this family was the one who spread the news. The more people who saw it, the more money this family could earn. Now he no longer thought that this was a scam. The chicken really came out. Seeing that the old man had pushed him out, he wanted to refuse but was reluctant to give up. So he had to be the bad guy. He wanted to make his expression more natural, but found that he couldn't, so he simply put on a straight face and said, "Sir, I just said that I will take care of this matter. When the time comes, I will help you sell chicks. I wonder if you will agree?" After Song Jingong finished speaking, he looked back at the 6 people who were looking at him and turned his head away. He didn't even want to look at them. So this is the place where chicks can be hatched on the Kong bed. Just when the 2 groups of people were practicing their eyesight, a voice came from outside again. Young master, that's right. I have found out. Please come in. This should be another servant. Basically, all servants spoke like this. Sure enough, a few people appeared at the door. One of them was about 20 years old. He had just turned 20. His white clothes were fluttering in the wind. He looked very handsome. Seeing that there was no place to walk in the room, Wei Wei frowned. The person next to him said, "Come out. Don't you see that our young master is here?" Xiao, what are you saying? Have you forgotten what I have taught you? This young master didn't say anything when Xiao was talking. He waited for Xiao to finish speaking before he pretended to be a good person with a calm smile. In the room, other than Cherries and another person, the others were a little scared. This young master was not ordinary. Even Song Jinggong felt that he couldn't pretend to be like this. Ying Tao, who was wearing a face scarf, and the other person did not feel anything at all. Just by looking at Feng Shui and her family's young master, one could tell that he was beautiful. He had a fair and plump appearance, pure and big eyes, and 2 round dimples when he smiled. His words were irresistible, and he could strategize and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. When he grew a little older, which young master could compare to him? This was great. The 3 groups of people gathered together and didn't see eye to eye with each other. In order to let the young master who came later enter the room to watch, the old man even drove out the second servant of the owner who came later. After all, this was his house. Now, 5 chicks had already come out from the Kong. The first one that came out had dry feathers and was chirping nonstop. Cherries quickly brought the rice soup that she had already cooked to feed it. Seeing this situation, the 3 groups of people began to discuss with the old man. One group said that they were willing to take out 10 taels of silver. Another group said that they could exchange it for 100 bolts of silk. In short, they all wanted to get the method of hatching chicks on the Kong. The old man looked at one and then looked at another. He didn't say anything and just waited with a smile. The 3 groups of people kept increasing the price. When the price reached 200 taels of silver, only Song Jinggong dared to shout. The others didn't say anything. The other 2 groups of people thought that it was not worth it to spend so much money. How many chickens would they need to raise to earn back the money? Just as Song Jinggong was feeling complacent, people began to come in from outside. In the end, a total of more than 10 groups of people arrived. After seeing that the Kong really could be used to hatch chicks, one of the more generous people opened his mouth and said 500 taels of silver. No one knew what he was thinking. When Song Jinggong heard this, he also became listless. He really couldn't take out that much money. At the same time, he was a bit jealous of the old man's family. With so much money, how many lifetimes would it take to spend it? Other people like this would use things to exchange for daily necessities. When the old man's family had so much money, they might be in danger. Seeing that no one raised the price again, the old man said, "Everyone, I say everyone, you are all rich people. This old man is not. What do I need so much money for? I'm afraid that it will bring a fatal disaster. How about this? Those who are willing to pay can continue to pay. Those who are not willing to pay can also exchange things. Silk, wheat, rice, millet, and even things like soybeans, radishes, horses, cows, and sheep. This old man can take them all. When the time comes, I'll just convert them into silver. Who gives me more? This old man will let his daughter-in-law sell the recipe to that family. How about it?" When the crowd heard this, most of them shrank back. After all, there was too much money. If the 500 taels were not enough, how much more did he want? Song Jinggong was happy. He had goods that were worth 400 taels of silver. Adding the 200 taels he borrowed and the 200 taels he saved before, he could take out 800 taels. Others might think that it was not worth it to buy this thing, but he didn't think so. He was ready. As long as he hatched chicks, he could continue to cheat people. In a few days, he would be able to borrow another sum of money. Just as the crowd was about to continue to raise the price, a person suddenly said, Wait, I want to ask, if I buy this recipe and you sell it to someone else, what should I do? Everyone can rest assured. This old man has already thought about it. When the time comes, I will find a sharp-tongued person to be a guarantor. Of course, if this recipe is spread out by yourself, then don't blame me. I will only do it in my own house. Without power and influence, I can't make a big scene. The old man spoke again at this time. This time, the crowd was finally relieved. They thought that an old man would not dare to cheat people. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death. The crowd was ready to raise the price again. At this time, the old man spoke again. Everyone, don't be anxious. This old man has a method that can let you not have a falling out with each other. Everyone stopped and listened to him. Son, bring the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Everyone, this old man's method is. Everyone, write down the price or things that you want to take out on paper. Don't let others see it. When the time comes, give it to me together. I will see which family has the highest price and give it to that family. How about it? The old man called out. One of the two people on the other side came out and took out the 4 treasures of the study that had been prepared long ago. He let these people write on it. At first, everyone thought that this method was good, who knew that when they thought about how much money or things to pay, they would find that they could not guess other people's price. If the price was too low, the recipe would be gone. If the price was too high, wouldn't they lose money? Everyone could not help but secretly curse this old man in their hearts. He actually came up with such a bad idea. Clearly knowing that this was not good for them, they had to write. After one person finished writing, the next person took away the piece of paper under the pad, afraid that others would see the traces. Fortunately, everyone knew a few words and knew how to write a few words, so they didn't need to find someone else to write for them. After a quarter of an hour, everyone stopped writing and handed the paper to the old man. The old man persuaded them to wait outside. On the other side, the other man on the Zhuangzi began to open the paper and found someone who was willing to pay 700 taels of silver. This was the highest price. Then he took out Song Jingong's piece of paper. At first glance, he found that Song Jingong wanted to pay less. He counted the 2,000 don of carats as 400 taels of silver. He added 250 taels of silver. The man nodded and handed the paper to the old man. He whispered a few words, and the old man wrote them down one by one. Outside, Song Jingong was also talking to Sanrigan. After all, the goods on the ship belonged to 2 families. Sanrigan, wait for me to get the recipe. After the chickens are hatched, we will pay with the chickens. What do you think? Song Jingong asked. Why don't you give me a copy of the recipe? Sanrigan was not stupid. He wanted the recipe. You don't understand. In the future, you can come to me to get the chickens. I will give you a discount. But if you take them back, can you keep the recipe? Many people are jealous. You don't have the protection of the government. Song Jingong analyzed the pros and cons and persuaded him. Sanrigan thought about it. It was true, so he nodded and agreed. After a while, the old man came out with 2 pieces of paper in his hand. He said, Everyone, the result is out. Mr. Li from Xinping City. This time it is 700 taels of silver. As soon as he said this, the others gasped. Song Jingong's heart sank. If he had known this, he would have added more money. Those carats were not worth much. At this time the old man said, Unfortunately, Mr. Li is a little bit worse. Young Master Song bought the recipe with 2,000 don of carats, which is 400 taels of silver, plus 350 taels of silver. The total is 750 taels of silver. As soon as he finished, Mr. Li said with an ugly face, I will pay 800 taels of silver. Mr. Li, you are too late. If you wrote down 800 taels of silver, we will give it to you. But maybe you want to. The old man didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. That's right, if they wanted less money. How could they return the prescription to you? Boss Li also knew that his words were not spoken at the right time, so he said goodbye and left in a hurry. Chapter 42. Song Jingong stood there, feeling a bit dizzy. He felt that he did not remember wrongly. He wrote 2,000 stones of goods and 250 taels of silver. When did it become 350 taels of silver? Did the old man misread 2 and 3? He wanted to take a look at what he wrote, but he was afraid that the old man would take a closer look and call Li Dongjia back. He could only nod and say, "Yes, this young master wants this prescription. When can I hand it over?" "Right away. Someone has already gone to find the people from Jiahui. When they come, the recipe will be written for you." The old man was relieved. He was afraid that he had messed up the young master's task. After a while, the people from Jiahui arrived. Both parties signed the contract. The recipe was already written and was given to Song Jingong by Cherries. Song Jingong could not wait to open it. It was written on how to make a Kong. It was very simple. Song Jingong glanced at it and knew what was going on. When he waited for the latter part, how to make eggs, it was even simpler. He saw that it said, "Look for a few hens to hold a nest. When they hold the nest, put your hand under their belly and feel the temperature. Then light a fire on the Kong and put the eggs on it. When the temperature is about the same as the temperature under the chicken's belly, you can do it. Also, be careful of being bitten when touching the chicken." After reading this paragraph, Song Jingong understood after a little thought. It was that simple. He regretted it. He had spent so much money and goods in exchange for a prescription that he could understand so easily. How could he do that? "This recipe is fake. You have to pay me." Song Jingong held the recipe and shouted. The people from Jiahui also looked at the 4 people. Their meaning was that the recipe was fake and they had to pay. If they could not pay, they would have to go to jail. If young Master Song thinks that the recipe is fake, then please give it to the people from Jiahui. When they go back, do according to the recipe. If there is a chicken, young Master Song, what will you do?" Cherries said coldly. Song Jingong did not dare to give the recipe to the people from Jiahui. If he did, not only would the people from Jiahui know the recipe, he would also be arrested. Seeing the people from Jiahui look over, he smiled awkwardly and said, "It's just a joke. It's a real recipe. How can it be fake?" "Since that's the case, young Master Song, please pay for the goods." The sharp-toothed man didn't give Song Jingong any face. He was a regular in this business, so how could he not know what Song Jingong was thinking? He glanced at Song Jingong contemptuously and said, Okay, let's go and get the money to receive the goods." Song Jingong carefully put away the prescription and followed Sanri, Negan, the old man's family of 4, the person who brought him here, the person who followed him like a ghost, and the person who followed him like a ghost, as well as Jiahui's guarantor. Together, they went to the Luoshui River to get the money. He left in the morning and only arrived in the afternoon. He was much slower than when he arrived. Lunch was eaten in the car. After all, everyone was in a hurry and did not want to delay. When they arrived at the dock, Song Grignigan and Song Jingong were surprised to find that there were countless cars parked there. There were even people who looked like they were here to load the cars. There were also people waiting there with sacks of things. "Young Master Song, let's unload the goods." "I've already found someone to take the goods," Cherry said. Song Jingong nodded and began to order people to unload the goods. It took a while to unload the goods. They were unloaded here and there. Once they were loaded, they would leave. There were even people who specially selected the goods. When they felt that they were suitable, they took out soil from the sacks and wrapped it around the carrots. They carefully stacked it on the carrots instead of piling it into a big pile. When it was evening, the goods were finally unloaded. They all loaded the carrots and left. There was not a single bit left. Song Jingong was puzzled. How did an old man's family of 4 get so many carrots? So he asked, "How did you hire so many carrots?" "It's not easy to hire so many." Cherries took off the cloth covering her face and took out a wet handkerchief to wipe her face. She said with a smile, "Young Master Song, you don't have to think too much. With the financial resources of Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi, it's not difficult to get some carrots. No matter how many carrots there are, it's still possible. You're the servant girl of that child in Tuqiao village, Zhangjiazhuangzi? Song Jingong felt as if a large piece of ice was suddenly stuffed into his stomach. His entire body was cold. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that he would be tricked. There must be something wrong with that recipe, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. That's right. If that's the case, there will be chicks hatching. But why? But he couldn't help but think that he was tricked. Otherwise, why would all of this happen at the same time? Could it be that something went wrong? At this moment, a person ran over from afar. As he ran, he shouted, "Young Master Song, it's not good. It's not good." Song Jingong raised his head to look. It was actually shopkeeper Zhao from his antique calligraphy and painting shop. Why did he come? When shopkeeper Zhao ran over, he took 2 deep breaths and said, "Young Master Song, it's not good. The caretaker residence is finished." What's finished? How is it finished? You tell me clearly. When Song Jingong heard this, he was confused for a moment. He could only force himself to ask. "It's my fault. Speaking of which, it's all my fault. I didn't know that you had already taken the caretaker residence out. Otherwise, I would have found out earlier." Shopkeeper Zhao said with a sobbing tone. "Tell me what happened." Song Jingong's heart was getting more and more irritated. "Okay, I'll tell you. These 2 days, I've been with Lu Wang in the restaurant and that brothel. Originally, we wanted to go back, but the person who was looking after the house came and said that young master had something to discuss with someone in the shop. These few days, I didn't need to rush back. Otherwise, if I offended the noble, even if I had several lives, it wouldn't be enough. I believed it and stayed with Lu Wang until today. In the end, there was no one in the shop. A few people who said that they were from Zhangjiazhuangzi were guarding there. They told me that the shop had been taken out." Shopkeeper Zhao finally said the matter. After Song Jingong heard this, his brows furrowed. He felt that this shopkeeper Zhao was really not presentable. He was so easily believed by others. Didn't he want to continue enjoying himself in that kind of place? That was why he found such an excuse. Okay. I'm the one who took out the mortgage. After a few days, it will be back. You're still a shopkeeper there. I won't chase you away. Do what you need to do. Don't stay here." Song Jingong still decided not to care about this matter. The shop wasn't important. At most, he would return the money. Now he had a new way to earn money. Selling the things on the ship could also be considered as cheating the Zhang family. "No, young master. It's not that simple. A few days before you took out the Zhuangzi, someone came to buy something. He wanted that painting. I gave him a high price of 150 taels of silver. That person didn't take it away immediately. Instead, he left a deposit of 50 taels of silver. After half a month, if he still didn't come to collect it, then young Master Li would pay an extra 100 taels of silver every night. If he didn't collect it in a month, then the deposit would be given to the shop. If it wasn't this painting, then the shop would have to compensate 10 taels of silver. But you took out the shop, so how are you going to collect the painting?" Shopkeeper Zhao was about to cry. He told Song Jingong the whole story. "Ah, painting? What painting? Is it the one with the burn marks on it?" Song Jingong asked as cold sweat dripped down his face. "Yes, young master. How did you know?" "I haven't told you yet." Shopkeeper Zhao continued to ask. "It's over. It's all over. What a ruthless Zhangjiazhuangzi. Why did I have to cross that bridge? How much money do I have left?" 50 taels of silver. "Yes, I still have 50 taels of silver. I can't pay it back. What should I do? What should I do?" Song Jingong's eyes were wide open. He kept muttering, scaring shopkeeper Zhao. Without thinking, he went up and slapped Song Jingong. With a slap, Song Jingong finally recovered. However, his face was as white as a sheet. It was as scary as it could be. "Young Master Song, have you thought of what to do? At that time, everyone said that you were a swindler. My family's young master, and Miss Cuckoo said that you were a good person. At that time I didn't believe them, but today it seems that they were right. Young Master Song, you are a good person. At this time, Cherries didn't forget to attack Song Jingong. She felt very satisfied. No wonder Miss Cuckoo and her young master said that Song Jingong wasn't a swindler. As the saying goes, when the virtue rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10 feet. Monster, as expected of a monster. Sigh, young Master Song was actually quite pitiful. How did he meet someone like her young master? No wonder her young master said to give him a chance. After a while, Song Jingong finally caught his breath. He looked at Cherries, who was smiling like a flower, and thought about what happened this time. He nodded and said, "Okay, you Zhangje Zhuangzi are amazing. Don't you still have time? I'll go raise the money now and return the money to Zhuangzi. I don't believe that you can force me to my death. Come on, can you stop everyone from lending me money? I have this recipe in my hand. What am I afraid of?" Ha! Cherries looked at Song Jingong with pity. Wei Wei shook her head and said, "Young Master Song, do you really want to use that recipe to get money? My young master wants you to go to his place and meet him to talk to him face to face." Meet your little baby who hasn't even stopped drinking milk? Are you kidding me? Does he want to eat candy? Ah, ha ha ha, I admit it. You, Zhangje Zhuangzi, have won this time. Song Jingong heard Cherries' words and laughed mockingly. Cherries shook her head and said, "It's not like that. My young master doesn't like candy. He wants to save your life." Cherries was actually even angrier. She didn't allow others to compare her young master. Who was her young master? But she still suppressed her anger and said, "Save my life? Dream on. Just wait. Wait until I turn the tables. I'll make you pay back 1,000 times." Song Jingong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. A little baby dared to say that she wanted to save his life. Okay, since young Master Song has made his decision, then don't blame my young master for not giving you face. In a while, there will be a new recipe to sell. It will be very cheap. It can be said that this is a new recipe that I just thought of. It's better than young master's recipe. This can't be counted as selling more than one recipe, right? Cherry sighed and said slowly. Then she turned and left. Song Jingong was dumbfounded. He waited until Cherries had walked more than 20 steps and was about to enter the carriage before he suddenly reacted. He shouted and chased after her. Wait, I'll go. I don't want to die." Cherry stopped and didn't turn around. Her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. She said to herself, "Young Master's plan is flawless." As expected. Chapter 43. Dark clouds rolled and strong winds blew. One could see the horizon. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, creating rain and mist as if covering the distant mountains. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood on a small bench and looked out of the window. The heavy rain was pouring down, hitting the ground bit by bit. Bubbles appeared and disappeared one after another. It looked foggy. Countless small streams of water gathered together and undulated towards the low-lying areas. I originally wanted to give some carrots to the people in Zhuangzi today, but it seems that I can only wait until the weather clears up. Wang Wan said vaguely while biting a carrot stick in her mouth. Yes, I heard people say that carrots need to be cooked with oil so that people can better absorb the nutrients. How can the farmers have so much oil? Carrot seeds can produce oil by themselves, right? Zhang Xiaobao frowned when talking about the farmers. He appeared to be worried. Yes, and it's very expensive. I bought it before. Do you know how to make it? Wang Wan wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said, "Drooling was a natural phenomenon. No, but I know how to make soybean oil. It's very simple. Just make a barrel-shaped thing and put the beans in it. Then keep adding wedges and rely on physical pressure to get the oil out. What's left is the bean cake. Some wicked people use the bean cake to make tofu. It's not delicious at all." Wow, you know a lot of things. Wang Wan had never seen such a method of making soybean oil and was a little skeptical. Zhang Xiaobao didn't argue. He just said leisurely, "This is nothing. There are some old people who know a lot of things that can scare you to death. Some simple herbal prescriptions, acupuncture, cupping, scraping, the work of masons, raising livestock and looking after livestock, growing all kinds of grains, carpentry, burning charcoal, baking bricks, weaving baskets, and so on. While some people show off these as knowledge, those simple people pass it down from generation to generation. It has already become a way to survive. It's an instinct. Apart from what I just said, my Grandpa Dean also knows how to draw, write calligraphy, carve, measure feng shui, heat the vats, wash the basins, wash the bowls, sharpen the scissors, and other things in the courtyard. He is also the one who does everything." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he seemed to be immersed in his memories. The expression on his face kept changing. In the end, he let out a long sigh and smiled at Wang Wan, telling her not to worry. "It can't be. I'm not saying that no one knows these things. I'm saying that your orphanage can't even afford a bowl, right? Who still knows how to make bowls? I used to hear my parents say that when they were young, they would be beaten if they made a bowl. Later on, no one cared at all." Wang Wan was a little surprised. "Let's not talk about this anymore. When there is light, there is always darkness on the other side. A good environment is nothing more than a shadowless lamp. It just makes the darkness more hidden and not easy to find. Above the shadowless lamp, there is also darkness. This time, I got a lot of money from Swindler Song. Tomorrow, I'll get someone to harvest the soybeans. I want to squeeze the oil." Zhang Xiaobao wiped away a drop of rain that blew on his face and returned to the expression of a child. He said in a relaxed manner. The two people's voices were relatively soft. Xiaohong, who was sitting at the door, only knew what the little ancestor was talking about. She didn't know the details. Right now, she wasn't worried that the little master and his wife would be in any danger. What she needed to do was to help by the side. Today it was raining heavily outside, so she could sit here and learn how to read. This was the little master's request. Everyone in the courtyard had to be able to read and write and be able to do simple accounts. In addition to these, Cuckoo also said that in the future, the two children in Zhuangzi would have to hire someone to teach them. All the expenses would be paid by the Zhang family and Wang family. The only requirement was that regardless of whether they succeeded in learning or not, they had to respect Zhuangzi's honor and disgrace. Xiao Hong couldn't understand how the two little ancestors thought. The things they did were always so imaginative. And these were the words of the accountants in Zhuangzi. Knowledgeable people were indeed different. When the three of them split into two groups to do their own things, Manager Zhang's voice came from the rain outside. "Young Master Song, it's raining today. Look, it's so heavy. The little master can't come out to play, so he's in the room. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform him. Then I'll have to trouble you, Manager Zhang." Song Jinggong's voice sounding a little weak. Manager Zhang entered the room outside. When he walked in again, he saw Xiao Hong sitting there thinking about something. According to his usual habit, he was about to scold her. Just as he was about to speak, he looked up and saw the two little ancestors standing close to the window. He swallowed his words. He knew that the little master wasn't someone who was easy to fool. If Xiao Hong didn't have the little master's permission, Xiao Hong definitely wouldn't dare to do this. If he really scolded the little master's servant girl, then the consequences, just thinking about it scared him. Song Jinggong was such a smart person. Look at how he was bullied by the little master. "Steward Zhang, what's the matter?" The little master and Cuckoo usually don't allow others to disturb them. Xiao Hong also saw Manager Zhang and was a little scared. She put the book in her hand behind her back and said, "There's something important. Song Jinggong, young Master Song, is here. He came to Zhuangzi last night and didn't dare to disturb the little master's rest. Today he came here in the rain. And go and tell him to read well. The people around the little master can't be worse than those of other families." Manager Zhang saw that Xiao Hong had a book to read, so it must be the little master's arrangement. This little ancestor really didn't know how to comment. Song Jinggong was such a powerful person, but he was so scared that he didn't sleep well last night. There were still dark circles under his eyes. "And you're here? Please come in. Make the tea according to the method I taught you. This way I can be less busy." In fact, Zhang Xiaobao had already heard Song Jinggong's voice outside, but he still waited for Xiao Hong to finish before opening his mouth. Song Jinggong held an umbrella and stood in the rain, letting the rainwater wet his shoes. He didn't move at all. Even when the wind blew and the rain soaked the lower half of his body, he still didn't feel anything. He kept thinking about what Cherries said when he came over yesterday. He asked Cherries which expert schemed against him. Cherries pursed her lips and said, "Why would we need an expert to scheme against you? My little master is enough. That day when you stepped on the bridge, there was no turning back." That was scary. Those who knew clearly that the bridge connected Gejia village and Zhangwang to the two Zhuangzi. Those who didn't know would think that it was the bridge of helplessness. Of course, Song Jinggong didn't believe it. In the end, Cherries reminded him, "Did you forget how you gave the money and the jade pendant that day? I, Zhangjie Zhuangzi, can deal with you. Sending a 1-year-old child is enough." This was the reason why Song Jinggong was conflicted. He wanted to see if that child was as powerful as Cherry said. "Master Song, my little master invites you in." Just when Song Jinggong was still thinking, Manager Zhang came out to greet him. "Okay, thank you, Manager Zhang." "Manager Zhang, wait a moment. I have some doubts in my heart and would like to ask Manager Zhang for help." Song Jinggong was just about to enter when he pulled Manager Zhang back. "Master Song, there's no harm in asking. I would like to know if what Manager Zhang and Madame Zhuang said that day outside my window was meaningful. What does it have to do with your little master?" Song Jinggong thought of some details. "Master Song, we will work together in the future. Please take care of me." Manager Zhang didn't answer the question. He gestured with his hand and turned to leave. Song Jinggong walked in with doubts. He walked around the outer room and saw that there was a cushion in the inner room. There was a small table between the cushion and the cushion. Song Jinggong naturally knew that the cushion was for him to sit on. He didn't stand on ceremony and walked in and sat down. When he looked at the cushion, there was no one. At this time, his eyes adjusted to the light in the room. He looked again and saw that the two children were standing by the window and looking at the rain outside. "Xiao Bao, don't you think it's better to go out than to stay at home?" Song Jinggong heard the girl's voice. "No, it's raining heavily outside. Besides, it's tiring to hold an umbrella." Song Jinggong heard the boy's voice again. "Why hold an umbrella? Just wear a straw raincoat. Look at the mountains and watch the rain." "What's that saying again?" "Oh, it's called Ren Ping Sheng in the misty rain." The girl's voice was heard. "No, I'll get sick. When that happens, I'll be blown away by the wind and rain." The boy's voice was heard. When Song Jinggong heard this, he felt that he had come to the wrong place. This was not Zhangjie Zhuangzi. This was the Imperial Academy. In front of the window were not children, but 2 elementary scholars. "Ah, young Master Song is here. Sorry for the lack of manners. Xiao Hong, serve tea." Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have just realized that there were other people in the room. He pulled Wang Wan and jumped down from the stool. The two of them walked over to the cushion and sat down to greet the guests. "Well said, well said. Young Master Zhang is too engrossed. May I ask who the young lady beside young Master Zhang is?" Song Jinggong unknowingly treated the 2 children in front of him as adults. After speaking, he realized that they were obviously 2 children. "Oh, this is Zhang's childhood sweetheart, Wang family's cuckoo from Zhuangzi." Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hand and introduced. "Childhood sweetheart." Song Jinggong was confused again. What did that mean? Wang Wan opened her mouth at this time. "It means that the 2 of you rode a bamboo horse and circled the bed to play with the plum blossoms." "You're so stupid. How can you be a high scholar? You don't have any knowledge. If you want to cheat someone, you won't be able to do so." Wang Wan had lowered her voice towards the end of the sentence, but Song Jingong still heard it clearly. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely argue. Today, facing these two children, he could only feel a sense of helplessness. Where were the ancestral graves of the Zhang family and Wang family buried? At this time, Xiao Hong had already served tea. In front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was hot tea. In front of Song Jingong were two types of tea, one hot and one cold. Regardless of whether it was hot or cold, they were all green and were different from the tea that Song Jingong had drunk before. Young Master Zhang, this is... Song Jingong pointed at the herbal tea and asked, "Iced tea." Zhang Xiaobao explained, "Oh, then why am I the only one who has it?" Song Jingong asked again, "Why would a person of status drink iced tea? It's just a joke. Cuckoo and I are too young to drink cold things." Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 44. In front of me are two children who haven't been weaned off milk. I'm not afraid. I shouldn't be afraid. They're all pretending. The adults taught them to say that. As Song Jingong listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's conversation, he could feel the tone of the two children's voices. There was something inside him that kept comforting himself, telling him to clear up the situation in front of him and clear up the fog. "Young Master Song, please." Zhang Xiaobao didn't give Song Jingong a chance to adjust. Seeing that Song Jingong was stunned, he picked up the tea and drank it. "Xiaobao, the tea is a bit old. Before Ming Dynasty is the best." Wang Wan finished the tea and commented. Song Jingong was curious and picked up the hot tea to drink. He didn't dare to pick up the herbal tea for fear of being tricked. When the tea entered his mouth, he only felt that it was bland. It didn't have any taste of salt or sugar, and it didn't have ginger or scallions to complement it. It was a bit unpleasant, but after a while he realized that the faint bitterness of the tea was addictive. The way this tea is brewed seems to be different from others. Song Jingong raised his head and asked after finishing the tea. "Exactly. This method of drinking tea is for elegance. It's not for ordinary life. It's used for culture and not for hardship. Those with money and status can use this method. If it's just to regulate the stomach, it's better to add salt and ginger. Today, I treat it elegantly, but tomorrow I might not use it," Zhang Xiaobao said lightly. "I'm telling you, this is to pretend to be someone's identity. Decent people drink tea because they don't feel well after eating. Salt is to ensure that the body doesn't lack salt. Ginger is to stop vomiting and get rid of the cold. For people with no power or money, life is the most important. Of course, when it's time to pretend, you still have to pretend. Pretending is also a part of life." Seeing that Song Jingong was in a daze, Wang Wan translated for him. Song Jingong nodded. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but he didn't expect that there would be people who used tea to show their identity. If he had known, he would have one more trick up his sleeve. But this child in front of him didn't use it. Could it be that she had reached the point where she didn't want to use this method? Hearing this girl's words, what shocked him the most was the last sentence. Pretending is also a part of life. How could this be said by a 1-year-old girl? "I've learned. I wonder if young Master Zhang is willing to tell me how to make this tea? I will repay you 1,000 times over." The more Song Jingong thought about it, the more he felt that he had found a new way to deceive people. Without waiting for Xiaobao to speak, Wang Wan said, "What else do you want to repay? You owe us a lot of money now. A few 100 taels of silver. How are you going to pay us back?" Song's words, "Nonsense to success. TT of. I agree with everything you've done in the past. Only when you hatched the chicken did I let you down. Have you forgotten what you did in the past?" Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Song Jingong shivered. It was just as this child said. At that moment he had evil thoughts. It was different from what he had decided. "Thank you, young Master Zhang. But the tea's recipe?" Song Jingong still wanted to trick him. "Song Jingong, Why do you disappoint me so much? Other than this kind of low-level trick, you don't know anything else? Harming others to benefit yourself and making money is a low-level path. Helping others to benefit yourself is a low-level path. Helping the country and the people to make money is the true path. Are you going to hang around in the low-level path? Zhang Xiaobao saw that Song Jinggong still wanted to make money by cheating. He was really disappointed. If he could cheat, why would he use Song Jinggong? Song Jinggong put down the teacup and looked at the child in front of him. He suddenly felt awkward, especially when he saw the disdainful and disappointed look on the child's face. He then looked at the girl next to him. It was as if she had expected better from him. Song Jinggong felt that when he faced the two children, he was facing his examiner. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. I wonder what kind of person young Master Zhang is. Song Jinggong didn't give up and asked again. Xiao Bao doesn't need to tell you this. I'll tell you. Neither left, right, nor middle. It is the middle. When Wang Wan said this, she turned her head away and didn't want to look at Song Jinggong. At this moment, Song Jinggong was really convinced. He understood that these two children could trick him without any effort. They were not children. They could clearly be his teachers. Young Master Zhang, I am stupid. I hope you can enlighten me in the future. Song Jinggong lowered his attitude. Enlighten what? The more you listen, the more you see, the more you do, the more you think, and the more you ask, that is knowledge. I don't have an advisor by my side, so there will always be something wrong when I do things. I wonder if Master Song... There is no end to learning. The one who has reached the top is the teacher. From now on, I am at your service. Song Jinggong already understood that if the first few sentences could be taught, then the following questions couldn't be taught by anyone. Even if Zhuge Liang was alive, he couldn't. Everything was from the heart of these two children. These two children were not ordinary people. Moreover, he was in debt. His life and death depended on them. If he didn't rely on them now, when would he? Was he really going to disappoint them and use ruthless methods? Thinking of this, Song Jinggong understood that they didn't want him to die. They just wanted one more person to do things for them. Song Jinggong felt that it was not shameful to work for someone who had won. Literature was easy to come by, but if he lied, he would go bankrupt. Really? Having young Master Song is as good as having a pipe. I will have to trouble young Master Song in the future. Zhang Xiaobao still had to do what he had to do. Young Master, you can call me Zijin in the future. Song Jinggong said. Wang Wan turned her head and said, so young Master Song's name is Zijin. Since you have the heart to sacrifice for the common people, then you have to do it well in the future. Xiao Bao, leave the matter of the soybean oil to Zijin. Song Jinggong was really speechless. He just said a word, and a 1-year-old child immediately recited the book of songs. He looked at the two children again. No matter how he looked at them, they were so compatible. If they could be like this at the age of 1, how would they be when they grew up? All right, Brother Zijin. In that case, I will have to trouble you. I want to use the beans to make some oil and exchange it for the farmers to eat the carrots you brought, which are ganchuan. You are selling them at a higher price. They are not worth 1 copper coin per caddy. 1 copper coin per caddy is more like 2 caddies. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao also spoke. He wanted to sell the carrots at half the price. Song Jinggong felt like a fool. He shook his head and said, impossible. I bought them for 1 copper coin per caddy. No one eats them here. In front of us, it's only about whether we want to do it or not. There's nothing impossible. Wang Wan said with certainty. All right, then how do we make the oil? Beans have oil too? Light a lamp? Song Jinggong had to admit that she was better than him. Don't light a lamp. Eat it. It's the same as meat oil. Let's harvest the beans first. We can talk about the rest later. Wang Wan interrupted. Song Jinggong naturally did not refute. He just had to do as she said. He was thinking about the matter of harvesting the beans and left. 5 days later, The sun was shining brightly. Ernie came back with a basket in his hand to look for Zhang Xiaobao. "Little master, the sauce is out. This is what you want. Take a look. What do you think?" Ernie took out a dozen small jars from the basket and placed them in front of Zhang Xiaobao. "Brother Zijin, do you know what this is?" After Zhang Xiaobao saw the things, he smiled and said to Song Jingong, who was next to him. Song Jingong looked at it and said, "Yes, I know." "Bring the pancakes over," Zhang Xiaobao said to Cherries next to him. Cherries had already prepared the pancakes. These days, she had been preparing pancakes every day. When she heard the sound, she immediately went to get it and placed it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. "Brother Zijin, please spread the sauce on the pancakes." Zhang Xiaobao handed over a pair of chopsticks and said. Song Jingong was puzzled and did as Zhang Xiaobao said. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing the little boy make an eating gesture, Song Jingong did not hesitate at all and directly put it in his mouth and took a big bite. "Delicious! How did you make this thing? Little Gongzi, did you make it?" After Song Jingong took a bite, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and then ate the whole pancake. As soon as he finished eating, Xiao Hong sent a bowl of egg and spinach soup. Scallions were fried in oil and floated on top of it. After drinking a mouthful, the fragrance lingered in his mouth. "Little Gongzi, did you make this thing?" Song Jingong smacked his lips twice and asked in disbelief. "It's not me, it's Ernie. Have you harvested enough soybeans? In the future, you will sell this sauce. I will give you a few recipes to use this sauce to cook. You will sell it for at least 50 copper coins per caddy." Zhang Xiaobao also dipped his finger in the sauce and tasted it and said to Song Jingong, No, it's Little Gongzi. Little Gongzi told me how to make it. It's not me, it's really not me." Ernie really hadn't tasted the sauce properly. After it was done, he brought it over. Seeing the little Gongzi taking the credit for it, he shook his head vigorously to deny it. Song Jingong saw the expressions of the two people and recalled the taste in his mouth. He said, "Little Gongzi, I, Song Jingong, am convinced today. You don't want to take the credit and can even make such delicious things. Don't worry, I will sell it for 100 copper coins per caddy." "Don't! If you really sell it that expensive, you will be cheating me. You can only sell it for 50 copper coins per caddy. Wait until I get the soybean oil and fry it in oil, then you can sell it for 100 copper coins. We're doing business, don't cheat me." Zhang Xiaobao saw Song Jingong's expression and knew what he was thinking. He immediately rejected the suggestion and looked at Ernie and said, "Now I will give you a new task. Put the bean paste into the sauce as well and split it into 2 different types. Remember to keep it a secret. Little Gongzi, don't worry. I, Ernie, will definitely do it well. I will leave now," Ernie said and turned to leave. Song Jingong used his hand to scoop out some meat from the sauce and put it on his tongue. He asked, "Why does it have a special taste? It seems to be spicy." "It's the same as the chicken hatching recipe you bought. You always have to have something better to sell to something worse," Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 45. Song Jingong carefully sized up Zhang Xiaobao, then rolled up another piece of pancake and slowly ate it. He seemed to be savoring it, but it wasn't just the pancake and chili sauce. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't disturb him. They tore off a thin piece of cake, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it carefully. "The taste is still not good enough." Wang Wan licked her fingers and smacked her lips. "Yes, I think so too. Don't fry it. Count it as raw sauce. It'll be good after it's fried." Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. "We'll fry it later and eat it at noon. Send some to my family too. Last night, my mother came to give us peaches," Wang Wan said after eating the pancake. Zhang Xiaobao just finished eating and nodded. "Yes, definitely send it. But there's no soybean oil, so the taste is much worse. Last time when I went to the kitchen, I saw there was still some butter. Let's use that. Think of a way to make sauce with a cow when it dies. We need to keep it for farming. The cows on Zhuangzi are not allowed to fall. It's cheaper to buy an old cow to fall," Wang Wan added. At this moment, Song Jinggong had mixed feelings in his heart. From the words of the manservant who just left, he already knew that the sauce was made by the little boy in front of him. He was really ridiculous at that time. He even wanted to swindle money. Look at him. He could come up with one idea after another when doing business. He didn't lose unjustly at all. They weren't at the same level at all. He was only 1 year old. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a saint? Listening to the words of the two children, they were obviously adults. How were they children who hadn't been weaned yet? No wonder Ying Tao was so proud when she talked about the little master and Miss Cuckoo. If she had such a master, she would be the same. All right, I won't fight in the future. I'll just be an advisor to this little brat. Perhaps I'll be able to see more interesting things by following him. Just when Song Jinggong was thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao asked Xiao Hong to go to the kitchen to get something. She just came back at this time. After thinking about this, Song Jinggong watched Zhang Xiaobao put some shredded onion and cucumber on the cake and spread the sauce. He said to him, "Taste this. Brother Zijin, try this. In the future, I'm going to sell this to various restaurants and snack bars, and I'll only sell the sauce. Even if it's slightly more expensive, people will still be able to accept it. After all, once the soybean oil is squeezed out, only our family will have it. Me and Kaiwan are still young, so we can't eat so much." The cake was small. Song Jinggong didn't feel full after eating 2 pieces. Besides, he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday afternoon. He was hungry. He didn't stand on ceremony. He took the cake and ate it in a few mouthfuls. He sighed happily. He rolled 2 more pieces and said while eating, "Little master, in the future, Zijin will go wherever you say. Please don't close the restaurant. It's small, but it can support 3 families. Zijin, what are you talking about? Naturally, Zijin is in charge of the restaurant. I'm so young. How can I manage so many things? This cake is delicious. In the future, I'll let people set up a small stall to sell it. It's like the spring plate, but I'll add some dishes that haven't been cooked yet." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Song Jinggong. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he said more. He wasn't afraid that someone would lie to him. He didn't lack the ability to control his subordinates. Song Jinggong was still eating. This kind of food was too delicious. It was refreshing and spicy. The more he ate, the more he wanted to eat. He didn't stop until he couldn't eat anymore. He looked at the 2 children in front of him and said, "Okay, I'm full. I'll go and harvest the soybeans." After saying that, Song Jinggong stood up and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Wait, it's raining and cold outside. Zijin, take care of yourself. Xiao Hong, have you warmed the wine with ginger? Bring it to Zijin to drive away the cold. Sorry to trouble Zijin. Cuckoo and I are still too young. There are many things that we can't do. It's all up to Zijin to take care of things outside. Thank you for your hard work. Cuckoo and I thank you." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bowed and thanked Song Jinggong together. They used their small hands to tremble as they brought the wine in front of Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words and looked at her weak little hand. He took the warm wine. Before he even drank, he felt a warmth in his heart. He tilted his head back and drank the wine. He cupped his hands and said, "You treat me like a national hero. I will repay you like a national hero. Goodbye." After saying that, Song Jinggong turned and left. He didn't even open an umbrella. He rushed into the pouring rain. His legs were steady and powerful. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed him to the door. They watched as Song Jinggong's figure disappeared. Only then did they turn back. Suddenly they saw Xiao Hong there. Her eyes were red. They asked in surprise, "Xiao Hong, what happened to you? Did the ginger sting you? Quickly wash it with water." "No, I'm fine. I just feel comfortable in my heart. Young master treats people so well. Whether it's cherries, pomegranate, me, or that young master song, young master treats them all with sincerity. For Xiao Hong to be arranged to be by young master's side is Xiao Hong's fortune. Xiao Hong shook her head. Before she finished speaking, tears flowed down. Although she was young, she knew the fickleness of human nature. The little young master was not only smart, but he also treated people well. Following such a master, she must have accumulated good karma in her previous life. Don't cry, don't cry. The good days are still ahead. There's still some biscuits. Eat it while it's hot. Help me taste what it's missing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and sighed inwardly. The people here were so good. And it's delicious. Young master's food is delicious. I knew it when I smelled it. Xiao Hong rubbed her eyes and nodded fiercely. She helped the two children back to the couch and praised before eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything. Seeing Xiao Hong eat 3 biscuits, they said, Xiao Hong, when the rain stops, you have other things to do. Find someone to dig the low-lying area near the Zhuangzi River. Make a hole in the river and let the water in. Raise more ducks and geese on Zhuangzi. Plant some lotus flowers. When winter comes, there will be a lot of vegetables. And Xiao Hong understands. Little young master, don't worry. There are many people on the farm. As long as we provide them with a meal, they will come to work. We'll start digging tomorrow. Xiao Hong promised. Wang Wan shook her head. Not only do we have to provide them with food, but we also have to pay them. Set a number and go back to get it. In the future, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will open a grocery store in Zhuangzi. It will make it convenient for the people on the farm to buy and exchange goods. It's not for making money, but it will make it easier for the people on Zhuangzi to walk. Xiao Hong thanks you on behalf of my parents, on behalf of Zhuangzi, for your benevolence and righteousness. Xiao Hong was full of energy. Thinking about the future, she felt that the rain outside was so pleasant. The next day, white clouds, bright sun, clear river, and children were playing happily. All the laborers on Zhuangzi were called over by Xiao Hong. They took their tools and started working without caring about the mud after the rain. It was as if they didn't know what fatigue was. At this time, the big pot on the side was set up by Xiao Hong. Fragrant big bones were cooking in it. Some people were kneading the dough and preparing pancakes. The sauce was also put aside. The shredded pork was also fried in oil. They were just waiting to reheat the pot when it was time to eat. Shredded onions were added to the pancakes to make it taste even better. This was what Wang Wan told her. She loved shredded pork with sauce. Brothers and uncles, do your job well. You have to be worthy of little young masters. 3 copper coins a day. When noon comes, the pancakes and rolls will be enough to eat. Xiao Hong stood at the side and shouted. She even knew how to boost morale. The people working had already smelled the fragrance in the pot. They swallowed their saliva and dug with all their might. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also stood not far away and watched. This was also a way to rally people's hearts. The future days will be better. Xiaobao, I want to make Zhang family and Wang families Zhuangzi into a paradise. The old will be taken care of, the young will be educated, and every family will build a new house. Everyone will be able to eat and wear warm clothes. It won't be difficult, right? Wang Wan had a yearning look on her face. It's not difficult for only 2 Zhuangzi, but I plan to make the place bigger in the future. There will be more things to take care of. I need to train some people. What we need to do is to give them hope and confidence. When the time comes, you can train the family servants. Zhang Xiaobao was also calculating. He also wanted to let the people on Zhuangzi live a good life. Little young master, do you still eat toads? Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about the future, a child in the river mustered up the courage to ask. Zhang Xiaobao knew that these children still wanted to exchange for some benefits. He nodded and then shook his head. I want to eat, but not toads. You guys get me some river snails. When it's time to eat, you can also eat with me. You can also take a portion back. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, the children cheered. One by one, they dove into the water and began to feel for river snails. They all knew what was cooking in the pot. There was also the stir-fried, shredded meat. They could eat one portion and take another portion back home. It was too easy to just get some river snails. Xiao Bao, there are parasites in river snails. I heard that some people ate them so much that they grew worms in their brains. Wang Wan was a little disgusted by this thing. Don't be afraid. When we go back, put some salt in clear water and blanch it twice. Then mix it with coriander, onion, and garlic. Let's eat with my father's wine. I'll also send a portion to your family. We'll drink some soup. That thing is too hot to chew. Zhang Xiaobao had already thought of what to do. Then we'll eat it tomorrow. We'll keep it today and let the river snails expel the things in their stomach. Hurry up and make the cake. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat anything. Wang Wan was depressed when she thought of her age. The children moved quickly. In half an hour, they had found a large basin of river snails. They asked someone to put them in a wooden basin and send them back. They found Xiao Hong and asked her to prepare food for the children at noon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back to train. Niu woke up early in the morning and ate some porridge. He and his brother, Dinyo, took the small jar of hot sauce and found a car. They went to Sanshui County. Because it was next to a river that was not small, there were many people coming and going. There were also many hotels. Today, Niu was going to sell hot sauce. In order to sell it at a good price, Niu obeyed the little child's instructions and baked some cakes and shredded onions. They hurried all the way and finally arrived at Sanshui County when it was almost noon. Brother, how do you sell it? Do we need to shout? Niu was not as clever as Niu. He was more honest and didn't know what to do when he arrived. No need. The little child has already arranged it. Let's go to the Waterview restaurant over there. His restaurant and the Byway Pavilion beside it are the two biggest restaurants in the county. Both are competing for customers. We're not afraid that they won't buy it. Niu thought of the little child's words. He wanted to find two competing restaurants to sell his chili sauce, so he set his eyes on the two famous restaurants in Sanshui County. When the car stopped in front of the Waterview restaurant, Niu and Niu jumped off the car with their things and walked inside. There was already a waiter at the door who arranged the parking position of the car. He led the two people who he thought were going to eat inside and talked while walking. Two guests. Do you want a drink or stay? I heard from the shopkeeper that the head chef of our restaurant learned from the imperial chef. Well, it's good to learn from the imperial chef. Is your boss here? Please find a single room on the second floor. We have something important to discuss with your boss. Niu wore a suit of good clothes today. He was confident and straightened his chest. He talked to the waiter in the most dignified tone, he thought. Yes, yes. Please go upstairs. I'll ask the shopkeeper to come here. The waiter didn't know what the two were doing. Seeing that they ordered a single room on the second floor, he respectfully invited them upstairs. When the two entered, he asked another waiter to come and serve them. He then ran to find the shopkeeper. The new waiter served tea and waited at the side. Niu and Niu were afraid of spending money, so they didn't order anything. They just sat there and waited. After about 30 minutes, the owner of the Waterview restaurant hurried over. He was not surprised to see the two people waiting for nothing. He politely greeted them. I'm the owner of the Waterview restaurant. May I know what brings you here? Have some tea, have some tea. Niu was a little nervous. After all, this was the first time he met the owner of a big restaurant. He followed the method taught by the little child. He slowly took 2 deep breaths and silently said, I can do it. Only then did he feel better. He put the things on the table with his brother, opened the thin cloth wrapped in it, and took out the jar of sauce. Today, I'm here to ask the shopkeeper to try this. While speaking, Niu put the hot pancake on the table, smeared a layer of chili sauce on it, and put the spring onions inside. He used the chopsticks to roll it up little by little. After finishing this, he made 2 more pancakes. He gave one to his brother and took one for himself. Shopkeeper, please. After saying that, Erniu and Dainiu ate directly, indicating that the shopkeeper didn't have any poison. Besides, they were really hungry. They only had a little porridge since the morning. The shopkeeper looked at the two people in front of him eating, and then the pancake in front of him. He already knew what they were here for. However, he could make the pancake just by looking at it. There was no need to share the benefits with others. After thinking about it, he took a bite of the pancake. The moment the pancake entered his mouth, the shopkeeper was immediately surprised. What kind of sauce was this? It was delicious and had a fresh, spicy taste. No wonder the two dared to come here to sell things. So that's why. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper put down the pancake in his hand. It's okay. It's edible. Leave the recipe of this sauce. I can give you 200 coins. Erniu and Dainiu were stunned. Thinking of what the little child said when they came out, they admired the little child even more. He could even calculate this. At the moment, Erniu and Dainiu stood up at the same time, put away the unrolled pancake and sauce, and turned around to leave. Erniu said while walking, the shopkeeper really knows the goods. In that case, we'll go to the byway pavilion to eat first. When we come back, we'll tell you the recipe in detail. Wait a minute. Since you two are here, how can you eat elsewhere? Liu Zi quickly asked the chef behind to make the signature dishes and send them here. I'll accompany the two distinguished guests to eat. When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately understood. He was not stupid. Seeing that the two were about to leave, he quickly stepped forward to stop them and invited them back. Today, there is only one chapter with 4,000 words. Tomorrow, there will be another chapter with 3,000 words. That means there will be 3 chapters tomorrow. I need to recommend and collect them. Thank you. Chapter 46. Erniu's negotiation in Waterview Restaurant was very successful. Not only did he sell the chili sauce, but he also made another deal with Waterview Restaurant. That was, some new dishes that required chili sauce would appear in Zhuangzi from time to time. Every time a new dish appeared, Waterview Restaurant would have to spend a sum of money, and they had to find someone to guarantee it. When the manager invited them to eat the first dish, braised carrots, was decided on the spot. Not only did they have to pay to cook this dish, but they also had to buy the carrots and chili sauce from Zhuangzi, which were not sold anywhere else. The price of the carrots was relatively cheap, 5 copper coins per kilogram. The price of the sauce was slightly more expensive. After all, there was meat in it, 12 copper coins per kilogram. After the negotiation in Waterview Restaurant, Erniu and Dainiu went to Byway Pavilion next door. This time they didn't even see the manager and were directly sent out by the manager in the lobby. They were not in a hurry, which was in line with the young master's calculation. When the dishes in Waterview Restaurant were sold, well, Byway Pavilion would ask for it, and then the price would be different. After the two sold the sauce, they found a small restaurant in Sanshui County that was not well run and directly bought it with money. They didn't drive away the original owner and invited him to take care of the restaurant. When the restaurant was settled, several carts of carrots that were not shipped away that day were sent to the restaurant. The previous dishes were unchanged, but 8 new dishes made of carrots were added. After that, Dainiu and Erniu could finally have some free time. They stayed in the room behind the restaurant and went back in 2 days. This time, dozens of kilograms of chili sauce were shipped, which was enough for Waterview Restaurant to sell for a few days. When they went back, there were new things for them to do. At Tuqiao Village, the construction site of Zhangzhi was in full swing at the moment. The villagers were working hard to dig. After the meal, they rested for less than a quarter of an hour under Zhang Xiaobao's repeated request. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that they would get sick if they ate too much. He rolled up the pancakes with shredded pork in chili sauce and shredded green onions in 2 bites. He scooped out the cooked bones and dipped them in the garlic sauce. It was delicious. He sprinkled some chopped green onions and coriander on the oily soup. He gulped down half a bowl of soup in 1 gulp. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both tempted. In the end, they couldn't help but ask for a big bowl of soup. They broke the pancakes into pieces and soaked them in the soup. The pieces were smaller than their fingernails, and so were the coriander and spring onions. After the soup cooled down, they each drank a mouthful. Because there was soup to drink, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't so worried that the workers couldn't hold on. When the time came, the soup would be directly discharged. Xiao Hong also ate at the side. She was responsible for getting the bone marrow for the two young masters. She poked out a soft bone marrow with chopsticks and dipped it in a little salt. It was just right for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to eat. It had a little oily taste, a little bone fragrance, and a little fishy taste. It was very comfortable to eat. The most important thing was that they didn't have to worry about their teeth falling out. It's delicious. When there are many people eating, it's more delicious. These bones are also good. Xiao Hong, remember, don't throw away the bones that have been eaten. Zhang Xiaobao ate 2 bones and stopped eating. He was afraid that he would be disgusted if he ate too much, so he called Xiao Hong again. I know, young master. Let's keep the bones that have been eaten. We can cook them at night. It's impossible to finish digging the pond in one day. Tomorrow at noon, put in some new bones and continue eating. Xiao Hong seemed to have experience. When the other people who were eating heard this, they all nodded. Not to mention working on Zhuangzi, it was the same for their own families. They were already satisfied to be able to eat with the young master and cuckoo. That's not what he meant. Wang Wan also stopped eating and said, Xiao Bao is saying that we should keep the bones and grind them into powder. They can be used for many things such as feeding the chickens, fertilizing the ground, raising earthworms, and so on. My Zhuangzi doesn't lack a meal for them, so I'll cook new ones at night. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the villagers on Zhuangzi changed. They didn't expect this young lady and young master to be so kind and righteous. The villagers were all honest and didn't know how to say anything nice. They could only remember the 2 children's words and do well in the future. Xiao Hong naturally wouldn't persuade them anymore. The money for the meal came from the young master's own storage. The young master wasn't afraid of spending too much. She was willing to let the villagers eat well. The children who were fishing for river snails also ate with them. The children's stomachs were small, so they couldn't eat as much as the adults. They ate until their stomachs were round and they wanted to eat more, but they couldn't eat any more. They could only look at the food anxiously. If you can't eat, then don't eat. You'll be stuffed. Xiao Hong gave the children oiled paper to pack according to their appetite. She thought that the children couldn't eat it at home and gave it to their families. One of the children, called Ertzi, nodded helplessly. I just want to eat more. It's best to eat tomorrow's lunch too. I won't eat tonight. I'll bring it back for my sister. It's okay. Life will be better in the future. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said lightly. Only Wang Wan knew how much determination he had when he said this. The villagers continued to work. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home and started to exercise. The children had soft bones and weren't fully grown yet. They couldn't do vigorous running and jumping movements and could only adapt bit by bit. The only good thing was that the children recovered quickly. If they were so tired that they couldn't speak that day, they would be just as lively the next day. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to exercise rolling. They asked Xiao Hong to bring a blanket and spread it on the ground. The 2 of them rolled back and forth on it. This could also help them exercise a lot. It was still too wet outside, so they couldn't go out and walk on the sand. Xiao Bao, let's rest for a while. Let's talk about something. We're all in a daze from rolling. Wang Wan turned over and leaned on Zhang Xiaobao's body. What do you want to talk about? Zhang Xiaobao was also sweating. I think the road leading to Zhuangzi is not easy to walk on. Should we take out some money to repair the road? Change always starts from the people around you. Let the people in Zhuangzi feel this and cultivate cohesion. Wang Wan reached out and took a sip of water from Xiao Hong. I don't have money. I still need to buy rice and noodles with the little money I earned. There's still a month to go before the wheat harvest. I have to buy more. Whether or not we can keep our family's land and by whose title depends on this. Zhang Xiaobao refused without thinking. The road could be repaired at any time. It wasn't impossible to buy grain. He had a big operation to exchange for his family's position. When he collected grain, he still needed the cooperation of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Forget it. Tomorrow, I'll ask Cherries to collect some duck and goose eggs. Since we're going to raise them, we have to get some. Wang Wan bypassed this matter and started to plan. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, we have to raise them all, especially the ducks. By next spring, it would be best if we have a few thousand ducks. Let's see who dares to buy our land. Take a bath and sleep. This was the end of the topic for the time being. Little Red had already prepared hot water. She placed the two children in the hot water to wash off the sweat on their bodies. Then she carried them to the couch and covered their navels with a blanket. She could sit at the door and read again. At night, Song Jingong finally came back with a lot of soybeans. As soon as he entered the vicinity of Zhuangzi, he saw people transporting carts of carts. He didn't know where they were going. Curious, he stopped one of them and asked, "Where are you transporting them?" "Xian Ping City. Store them there. After a few days, there will be people coming here to buy them. We can sell them directly." The driver knew Song Jingong. After being tricked by the young master, he was willing to work for Zhuangzi. "Oh, how much are you selling them for?" Song Jingong was not surprised. He just wanted to know the price. 5 coins per caddy. Erniu has already gone to San Shui County to sell them. It seems like he sold them. Otherwise, Erniu would be in a hurry to come back. How much? 5 coins per caddy? Does that mean I sold them cheaply? Song Jingong was a little dumbfounded. He thought that he had sold them at such a high price to cheat others. He didn't expect that the young master would sell them at such a high price. He actually sold them at such a high price. This was too miraculous. How did he manage to sell them? Before he could figure it out, the driver continued to talk. The young master said that these are not easy to preserve. Keep the slightly better ones and put them in a cellar. In winter, they will be sold for 10 coins per caddy. In winter, there are fewer vegetables. Everyone can eat fresh. Song Jingong didn't know how he walked back to the courtyard. His heart was filled with piles of copper coins. If he couldn't fit them all, he would exchange them for silk and shiny silver. After all, he had plenty of money. Before he entered, he saw the young master and the young master eating and drinking with a group of villagers. As the villagers had a lot of work, Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that they would suddenly tire themselves out and feel uncomfortable the next day, especially when they stepped on the muddy ground. Some of the puddles were even higher than their feet. It was easy to fall sick if they went back. He specially asked Xiaohong to prepare some wine. Everyone drank 2 bowls during the meal. The wine had been warmed with ginger. It was good to get rid of the cold and increase blood circulation. This treatment was too good. There was wine and meat. The villagers felt warm in their hearts. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not allowing them to continue working at night, they would have lit the torches and continued digging. How much did this meal cost? All of them didn't want to be paid. "Young master, how did you sell those carrots?" "At first, I thought it was a scam for 1 copper coin per caddy. Could it be that you found someone easy to cheat?" Song Jingong didn't care whether the others drank or not. He ran over to find out. "Why should I cheat? Carrots are not bad. When you sell them, you just have to teach them how to cook. When everyone knows how to eat them, the food will naturally be more expensive. Besides, carrots are good for the body and taste good." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to change Song Jingong's mindset of deceiving people whenever they encountered something. Seeing that Song Jingong had returned, he knew that he must have not eaten dinner yet, so he greeted him again. "Zijin must be tired these 2 days. Quick, eat while it's hot. Xiao Hong, get some meat for Zijin. Dip it in the garlic sauce. It'll go well with the wine." As he spoke, he and Wang Wan moved to the side to make room for Song Jingong. As for whether Song Jingong was willing or not, there was no need to consider. If he could eat with the villagers, What could he do? Chapter 47. Summer slowly passed and autumn came, and it gradually cooled down. The pond on Zhuangzi had been dug, and the water from the river was channeled into it. Cherries collected a lot of duck eggs and goose eggs, and they were all placed on the Kong to hatch. A group of chicks chased and played back and forth in the yard. These days, they didn't need to be fed porridge, and they could eat something hard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the chicks enviously. They couldn't eat things that were too hard now. They had to hold the pancakes in their mouths for a while before they could swallow them. The meat could only be stewed into pieces, but they could eat some fish. Chicks grow faster than people. They can eat sand after a few days out of the shell. Pomegranates things also need to be ground quickly. I thought of something good. Zhang Xiaobao pinched a bug in the flowers next to the yard in his hand and put it on the ground. The chicks immediately came to eat it. The bug was bigger. It was a kind of green insect that was about to form a cocoon. There were many things like eyes on it. After eating for a summer, it had already become fat. The chicks held it in their mouths and shook their heads vigorously. There were also chicks coming over to fight for food. Several chicks eliminated the bug in 2 or 3 seconds. What idea! Wang Wan was not like other girls who were afraid of bugs. She didn't care at all. Instead, she was interested in Zhang Xiaobao's idea. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to get something for my grandparents and your grandparents to eat. Last night, your family came to my house and kissed me with saliva all over my face. I want to get some bone marrow and grind the bones into powder to make oilty noodles. I want to put in some walnuts or something. Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's grandparents yesterday. Both of them were not in good health. They stayed there and kept rubbing their legs. It seemed that they were lacking calcium. What's the use of it? Can it be absorbed? Wang Wan was a little grateful to Zhang Xiaobao. After all, it was good to have a predecessor in this life. The elders of both families were still around. This was the greatest happiness. I think so. If it's calcium supplements, it's just calcium and vitamin AD. Pure calcium can't be extracted, but there are still other edible things. For example, the oil from fish liver, or the layer on top of milk and goat's milk after it has been boiled. You can just add it in. All right, let's do that. When our 2 families are done eating, we'll take it out and sell it. There are so many things in there. Who knows what the formula is? It can even treat night blindness. Eat it first. When I'm free, we'll sell in bulk. Zhang Xiaobao planned. He squatted down and touched Chick. Chick was not afraid. It tilted its head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao curiously. Let's also drink it. The formula needs to be adjusted. If there's too much calcium, something bad will happen. Remove the walnuts temporarily for adults. It's too oily and easy to cause cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Let them drink more tea at ordinary times. I heard that ginkgo is good. Good things should be used by our own people first. Wang Wan agreed. She and Zhang Xiaobao recently increased the amount of exercise to continue to supplement nutrition, especially high-calorie things. Xiao Hong listened on the side. She didn't understand some of the things that the little child and his wife said every day. She only knew that as long as they talked seriously and helped each other to correct each other, the final thing was definitely something powerful. Chick was full and ran away in the blink of an eye. Ernie hurried back at this time. As soon as he entered the yard, he said excitedly, "Little child, it's good news." Little child, good news. The owner of the Byway Pavilion went to my brother and me yesterday and said that he wanted to buy the chili sauce. I sold it to him for 2 more coins, as you told me, and the carrot was the same. When he went back, he drove the steward away and said that he had to pay a lot of money. Little child, the boss of the Byway Pavilion, wants to buy 500 don of carrots from us at the price of 7 coins per kilogram. Do you want to sell it? It's a lot of money all of a sudden. It's much more valuable than when we exchanged it. 500 don? His appetite is not small, and he is also shrewd. When you go back and tell him that there are not many carrots left, We can sell him 20 dawn of carrots at most, which is more than 2,000 kilograms. It's enough for him to sell until winter. After a few days, the price will increase." At this time, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to speak. Wang Wan made the decision. She still knew such a simple thing. The boss just wanted to wait for the price to increase in the future. "Well, that's it. If you want it, you can help me to transport it. It's too late to go back and forth. Erniu, let Dania do it first. It's the same to sell the sauce. You can prepare in these 2 days. After the autumn harvest, you can collect more food for me. I will give you money, the more the better." In a few days, the grain harvest would begin. Zhang Xiaobao really had no one around him. What's more, he couldn't collect in one place. It was easy to attract the attention of the government. He should have a share, his mother should have a share, and Wang Wan should have a share. Song Jinggong could be sent to a farther place to collect. "I understand. Little Gongzi, you can rest assured. I will do whatever you ask me to do." Ernie had changed his original clever appearance and pretended to be simple and honest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both laughed. If Ernie was simple and honest, how many clever people would be left? After another 2 days, Pomegranate turned all the things she picked up and the things she bought at a low price into powder. At this time, she couldn't feed them. It was a bit wasteful. She had to wait for the grain to be finished and mix in the coarse bran and wheat bran. Cherries made a connected Kong bed by herself. The Kong bed was full of eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. A batch of chicks had hatched and were taken away by Sangrini. She also sold him some special feed to feed the chickens on the road. On the other side of the earthworm farm, Pomegranate also arranged people to buy rotten firewood and feces from various families and put them there. Below were the earthworms dug by the children. There would be a lot more earthworms next year. Only Little Red had nothing to do. She listened to Zhang Xiaobao and caught some fish that could withstand the cold. She threw them into the pond and left them alone. The ducks and geese were not in position yet. Even though she was envious of others, she knew that she still had to wait. Song Jinggong's matter was easy. After all, he used to take care of a lot of things. It was very simple to buy some soybeans and find a reliable person in Zhuangzi to extract the oil. The oil yield was relatively low. It was not 15% as Zhang Xiaobao expected. It would reach 10%, but it was a problem of craftsmanship. After squeezing the oil, the remaining bean cakes were not wasted. They were sent directly to Ernio's family and asked them to keep them to make chili sauce. Everything was waiting for the next year to play a role. At present, only the chili sauce and carrots could be profitable. The 2 shops in Sanshui County did not have much income in comparison. Autumn is coming. When the first leaf fell, Zhang Xiaobao stood by the river outside. He looked at the withered yellow in front of him and sighed. Yes, they will harvest tomorrow. Fortunately, it didn't rain. When the golden yellow filled the eyes, I found that not only were the clouds in the sky gone, but also some memories that I was afraid of but didn't want to forget. Wang Wan's eyes stared at the flowing water. Looking at the clouds in the sky, she was a little homesick. At this time, she felt the existence of Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that she would not be so lonely if she had a person to accompany her. She was grateful, or rather, they were together. It should snow in winter. We will make a big snowman then. Even if it melts in spring, there will be snowmen every year. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to comfort Wang Wan. He had no regrets. If it were in that world, he would not have lived until now. Well, let's go back. Set up the swing and exercise the adaptability to the height. Why can't you study science and engineering? There are such talents in prison, right? I also want an electric light. It's too dark at night. Wang Wan pulled on her clothes, turned around, and walked back. Some things needed to be adapted to, but still needed to be adapted to. Don't be afraid. We have money this year. Prepare more candles. When the time comes, we will light this. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was not afraid of the dark, but afraid of dreams. Why don't you know how to comfort me more? I am a child now. Wang Wan deliberately said to liven up the atmosphere. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. I have been doing it, just like the song I eavesdropped on. It was by the window of a small school. When I went back last year, you had just put on new cotton gowns. When I come to see you today, you have become fat and taller. Do you remember the lotus in the pond changed into a lotus pod? There are not many flowers, but there is no need to worry about color. I dyed the leaves red. What song? It's so nice. How come I don't remember? Wang Wan asked in surprise. The words of West Wind belong to the elementary school appreciation class. You may not have appreciated it at that time. There are always music teachers who cut corners. When you heard it, you felt it was nice. Later on, when you grew up, you realized that it contained philosophy and hope. Zhang Xiaobao kicked a small stone, scaring the chicken that had grown up a lot and ran away. What's the point of bullying a chicken? Wang Wan's mood improved a lot. I want to bully the old yellow dog, but I am afraid that he will bite me. Zhang Xiaobao said cooperatively. Xiao Hong had been standing beside the little young master and little Miss Cuckoo. When she heard their conversation by the river, she seemed to feel that the little young master and little Miss Cuckoo were very far away from her. Only now did she realize that the two people were back. That feeling was really uncomfortable. The swing had been prepared for a long time, but it had not been set up. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the courtyard, she immediately arranged for people to set up the swing. At this time, the sky was high and the clouds were light, so it was most comfortable to swing. In order to not accidentally fall, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also specially designed something that can be stuck in front, behind, left, and right, just like the up and down octopus that they used to play. At the beginning, as long as there was a little force, the two people could swing very high by themselves. They let out a child's laughter in the sky, scaring Xiao Hong to the point that she was very anxious. When the swing finally stopped, Xiao Hong hurriedly asked the little young master and little miss to think about other things. She asked, Little young master, what are we eating tonight? What are we eating? Among the chicks that Cherry hatches, it's impossible that all of them are hens. She keeps the roosters somewhere else. There are only two here. Go and get one. Tonight we'll eat virgin chicken. Zhang Xiaobao jumped off the swing and pulled Wang Wan into the house to read a book. Chapter 48. The next day it was a crisp autumn day. The people from the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi started to harvest the grain in the fields. The adults tied the grain in bundles at the front and transported them to the grain sunning field. The children held a basket and carefully picked up the ears of rice or wheat that were left behind. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families also went over to act as a demonstration. In fact, they didn't need to do it. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. The only difference was that this year's harvesting method was different. In the past, each family collected their own grain and handed it over to Zhuangzi. This year, both Zhuangzi's families provided the meals together. Everyone started from the same field and collected the grain. They piled it up at the place where they received it and made a mark. The advantage of this was that everyone had a competition when they were working, and no one was slacking off. Everyone was watching how much they did. If they really wanted to slack off, they would be too embarrassed to even open their mouths when they were eating. At this time, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also watched from the side. Pieces of rice and wheat were harvested and transported away. Everyone was full of hope. Zhang Zhuangzi had a reward of 100 households, so they could pay 100 households less to the higher-ups. Although it was said to be 100 households, it was actually 100 people. Otherwise, if everyone combined into one household, it would be possible to produce 10,000 people. Wang Wan's family didn't have this privilege. They still had to pay what they were supposed to. When the grain is collected, give some of yours to my family. My family has to pay a lot more. Wang Wan felt that it was unfair when she thought of this. Zhang Zhuangzi's 100 households were better off than the Wang family Zhuangzi, because they didn't have to pay. It was said that the Zhang family received less every year and kept more. Why? The two Zhuangzis don't have accounts together. I have my own accounts. If you want to give, take both of ours. You can't use my family's. Zhang Xiaobao immediately objected. This kind of thing could not be confused. His family did not touch his money. It was all his own. Then I'll take 200 bolts of silk from our storehouse and send them home, Wang Wan said in a fit of pique. Take it. How much is 200? 1 bolt for 200 copper coins, 2 bolts for 40,000 copper coins. 40 taels of silver. Here you go. Zhang Xiaobao had an indifferent expression on his face. Stingy. What are we going to eat today? Do you want to eat virgin chicken? Wang Wan said a few words. She didn't want to be entangled in this kind of thing. No, there's something even better today. Look at that field. What else is there besides food? There are others, Wang Wan replied. Other than humans. Look, they're still flying over there. One is chasing the other, and the other is jumping. Grasshoppers, we'll eat this today. Later, I'll get the children to help me catch them. I'll trade them with soybean oil. When we get back, I'll fry them in oil. It's fragrant and crispy. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the grasshoppers flying back and forth in the field. He swallowed his saliva and said, Well, when we're done cutting, let them catch them. We'll also release the chicks. Cherries hatched so many chicks. They'll be able to gain a lot of meat this time. Wang didn't reject this kind of thing. In the past, when she was training, she ate a lot of them. Not to mention cooked ones, even raw ones would be stuffed into her mouth. When she bit down, a stream of green water would come out of her mouth. When it was time for lunch, there were even more people. It could be said that men and women, old and young, all went to work together. The lunch was relatively simple. There were oil cakes, fried radish slices with meat, and egg and cucumber soup. There was enough to drink. In this way, they were busy for 3 days in a row before they finished harvesting the grain on the 2 Zhuangzi fields. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also continued to eat fried grasshoppers for 3 days. When the chicks were released, there weren't many grasshoppers left in the field before they could harvest the grains. Little young master, it's all thanks to the chicks on the Zhuangzi fields. Otherwise, these grasshoppers would have eaten a lot this year. Don't look down on them because they're small. They can't handle a lot of them. While harvesting the grains, they have to feed the grasshoppers at the same time. Xiao Hong also ate 2 meals and felt that the taste was really good. Now, she picked up one and stuffed it into her mouth. She even sighed with emotion. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Wang Wan opened her mouth. Xiao Hong, go and call Steward Zhang over. Xiao Hong didn't know what the 2 little ancestors were going to do. She ran to the back and called Steward Zhang over. She began to eat again. Little young master, little miss, you 2 are looking for me? The steward was also puzzled. Yes, after crossing the bridge over there, we'll reach Gujia village, right? Their grain hasn't been finished yet, right? Wang Wan pointed in that direction. Yes, they don't have little young master and little miss like us. They don't arrange for people to harvest together. They harvest separately. They're more than a day behind us. Steward Zhang replied. Then I'll give you a task. You drive our chicks on the Zhuangzi fields over there to help. It's not easy for everyone. Let the chicks eat and help them eat some grasshoppers. It's considered good karma. We don't want any benefits and help for free. Go. Zhang Xiaobao continued to speak and put on a compassionate expression. Those who didn't know would really think that he was very kind. Of course, Steward Zhang didn't think so. What kind of people were little young master and little miss? They wouldn't do things that didn't benefit them. As soon as he heard this, he understood. The chicks on the Zhuangzi fields had obviously grown in these 2 days because they ate the grasshoppers. Without hesitation, he called a few people and got 2 old hens to lead the way. A group of chicks rushed over there. Sure enough, when they arrived, they wanted to thank him. They watched the chicks eat the grasshoppers in their fields and kept talking about the kindness and righteousness of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. They weren't worried that the chicks would eat the grains. There were grasshoppers who would eat grain. It would be strenuous to use people to catch them. The chicks chased after them as if they didn't know tiredness. Their two little legs kept moving, eating, and pooping at the same time. They even fattened the ground. The ones who benefited the most were the farmers. The grasshoppers ate the grains, but their masters didn't care. They still had to pay the required amount. Each and every one of them took advantage of the break to thank Steward Zhang and let him have his fill. When Guzhuang's grasshoppers were almost finished, he drove the chicks to other Zhuangzi fields. Even if the harvest was good, there were still grasshoppers in the fields. The chicks ate like this for half a month. One by one, they ate until they were fat. Their heads were almost shrunk into their necks. They walked there like small balls. Just as the little chickens were feasting on the food, both the Zhang and Wang families began to move. They went everywhere to collect grain. It was the autumn harvest, and this year's weather was not bad. The price of grain was low. The two farms were divided into 4 groups of people. Some were far away, some were near. They bought with money, some with silk and some with other items. Because of the trust in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two Zhuangzi put in their savings. In the end, even if they didn't make much money, they wouldn't lose money. This kind of trust made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sigh with emotion. Tell me, the grains are almost collected. There are warehouses everywhere in Zhuangzi. What are you going to do with the grains? Wang Wan had been thinking about this for a long time. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm going to give some of them away for free. I'm going to sell some of them at a high price elsewhere. I think there will be some left in the end. Zhang Xiaobao finally said, Where are you going to sell them and where are you going to give them away? East of Taihang Mountain and Henan area. There are still chickens. When the time comes, I'll send some over to raise them. I'll sell the eggs there. With the money from selling the eggs, I'll buy a large amount of dried sea goods from Linhai in Shandong. Then I'll ship them back. That's another sum of money. Zhang Xiaobao squeezed his way in. You give them something that they will want. You sell it at a high price, and they will buy it? The chickens will be big next year. What are they going to eat? Wang Wan also played along with Zhang Xiaobao and asked one question after another. According to the historical records, there was a drought in the 3rd year of the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty. There was a plague of locusts. This year's harvest should be relatively the same as before, but since there was a drought, there were more locusts. It will show up next year. I'm going to use the grains to exchange for the official reward. Driving the chickens to eat the locusts is considered a merit, right? We have to sell the grains secretly. We can't just give them away for free. Zhang Xiaobao finally explained his plan. Wang Wan nodded. Good calculation. No wonder you're thinking of ways to make money like crazy. It's all for the sake of collecting grains. In the end, it's all for the sake of your family's 100 households reward. I'm impressed. But Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, what's in it for my family? This. Listen to me. This needs to be done. When the time comes, your family will benefit a lot. Come with me. I'll teach you what to say and what to do. Of course, this is not a lie. There should be a reward for doing good deeds. What's the saying? It's not asking for anything in return for doing good deeds. If that's the case, there will be fewer people doing good deeds. If someone really does ask for something in return, others will criticize him. So, we have to leave a way out for others. Zhang Xiaobao spoke eloquently. Wang Wan curled her lips. Isn't it the story of Confucius? I don't know if there's such a thing. It's just an excuse for yourself to get benefits. I'll believe you this time. And don't tell anyone else, especially my father. If he knows that I'm selling grains at a high price, he might ask me to donate the grains. I don't want to lose money. Zhang Xiaobao looked around like a thief, even though he and Wang Wan were using lip language. Look at how scared you are. You really have a guilty conscience. You know that what you're doing is wrong. But I still support you. Why should we give our things to others for free? They're all obtained through hard work. Wang Wan leaned on Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao's actions just now were too interesting. The two of them discussed for a while and finally decided on this matter. Then they found Song Jinggong and started to arrange other things, like selling the soybean oil. Little young master, how much should we sell the soybean oil? I'm afraid that others won't buy it. Song Jinggong was a little uncertain when he heard this, especially since he didn't want to be cheated. Of course, no one will buy it if we sell it directly. Go to Sanshui County and set up a stall. Mix the dough and then fry it and sell it to others. When others have eaten it, the taste will be different. They will ask you, or you can find someone to ask deliberately. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao guided him a little, and Song Jinggong immediately understood. Got it. I'll say it's the oil. Chapter 49. The leaves had all fallen, and the fragrant grass was gone without a trace. The pine and cypress were as green as ever. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already put on new clothes. Xiao Hong had nothing to do, so she got up early to catch up with the ducks and geese hatched by cherries and headed to her own pond. The servant next to her was replaced by the less busy Pomegranate. Song Jinggong was addicted to selling soybean oil and only came back to report a few days ago. Denyo was still in charge of selling soy sauce and carrots. Wang Wan was carrying 2 small sandbags in her hands. She gently swung them as she chatted with Zhang Xiaobao. It looks like winter is coming. When it snows, what can we do to make money in winter? I don't know. Anyway, there's a Kong in the village, so we don't have to worry about the cold. Zhang Xiaobao was also carrying 2 sandbags. I'm actually worried about your families, Zhuangzi. This year, there's a lot of food everywhere during the autumn harvest, so there's bound to be people thinking about this place. Wang Wan threw the sandbags far away. She was distracted and almost tripped over. Zhang Xiaobao was careful. The sandbags he threw were farther away than Wang Wan's. He trotted over and picked them up. He hesitated and said, "Don't be afraid. There's a way to deal with the people coming this year." Because they were wearing a lot of clothes, the two of them only played for an hour before sweating profusely. Shirlu had already prepared hot water. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, she advised them, "Little master, little miss, it's windy outside. Why don't we play in the house?" The two responded and turned around to go back with Pomegranate. At this time, Song Jinggong, who had just returned yesterday, rushed into the courtyard. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, his calm face revealed a worried expression. "Zijin, you're in such a hurry. Did something good happen?" Zhang Xiaobao heard the footsteps and looked back. When he saw Song Jinggong, he asked with a smile, "My little ancestor, what good news? Something big has happened. Little young master, the business over there can't be done." Song Jinggong saw that the little young master was still in the mood to joke, and his expression became more bitter. Wang Wan chimed in, "Is there anything young Master Song can't do? Back then, you deceived many people. Why can't you deal with it today? My little ancestor, this time is different from the past. I can't lie to you. Someone in Sanshui County said that something happened after eating the soybean oil sold by Shuangzijang. They called a doctor to check on him and said that he was poisoned. It's not easy to do business anymore." Song Jinggong had a dejected look on his face as he recounted what had happened in detail. Yesterday, when Song Jinggong returned to Sanshui County, he sold both soybean oil and tofu. He could buy them with money or exchange them with other things, especially soybeans. 1 caddy of soybeans could be exchanged for 2 caddies of tofu. He did this so that no one would know that soybean oil was made from soybeans. That night, when Song Jinggong was about to ask someone to pack up the stall, a group of people came. Song Jinggong knew them. These people were idle and never did anything good. At first, he thought that they were here to force him to pay. When they came closer, he knew that they were here to buy soybean oil, a total of 20 caddies. At that time, Song Jinggong didn't think much about it and sold it to them, who knew that as soon as he came out of the mindful residence this morning, those people came to the door, followed by a doctor who testified. They said that they bought oil last night, and when they went back, one of them was sick. The few of them even carried the sick person in front of the stall as a witness. Song Jinggong knew that he was being blackmailed at that time. When he saw the people around him looking at him, he explained, who knew that the doctor insisted that the person lying there fell sick after eating the soybean oil sold by the stall. His words were so convincing that people had no choice but to believe it. Those people didn't say any threatening words. They just wanted Song Jinggong to take out 50 taels of silver. The people around didn't know who to believe. Listening to the words of those people, it seemed that they wanted more money. But since they fell sick from eating the soybean oil and there was a doctor as a witness, they hesitated for a moment. When Song Jinggong saw this, he knew that he couldn't do business anymore. He hastily packed up the stall and ordered people to send the items back to the mindful house. He told those people to come back the next day and then hurried back to Zhuangzi. "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded at the same time, but they didn't show any embarrassed expression. For the purpose of illegal sexual activity, the use of threats or blackmail against the victim to forcibly ask for public or private property. It's for extortion and blackmail. Xiaobao, it's up to you. Wang Wan opened her mouth and said a series of words. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, meaning that she wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would deal with it in the future. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips, as if he didn't want to deal with this matter. He sighed. "It seems that I have to spend money again." "Little master, are you going to give them money?" When Song Jinggong heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he thought that Zhang Xiaobao would choose to give them money. He advised, "Little master, you can't give them money. If you give them money today, they will come back tomorrow. Besides, there are other ruffians in Sanshui County. When they see that there is profit, they will take turns to go to the paralyzed people." "Who said that I'm going to give them money? It's not easy for me to earn money. If I want to spend it, I have to spend it on something useful. When you go back today, find out who is in those ruffians' families. Then use your high scholar status to see the county magistrate of Sanshui County. Bring along the 100 taels of silver, my Zhuangzi's chili sauce, and the soybean oil you sell." Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't give people money for free. He thought about how Tuqiao village was under Sanshui County's management and could still use it next year. It was better to give them money first than to use it now. Song Jinggong didn't know about this. When he heard the 100 taels of silver, he couldn't help but tremble. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Little master, those ruffians won't really ask for 50 taels. If they can extort 10 or 8 taels, they will be satisfied. 100 taels? Isn't that more? If you give me 20 taels, I can get the county magistrate to help me." Song Jinggong wasn't wrong. 100 taels of silver was too much. Usually, for small matters, they only need to give 10 or 5 taels of silver, and the county magistrate will be flexible. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to speak, Wang Wan opened her mouth and said, "Little master Song, do as Xiaobao says. Give them money to show their attitude. Let those ruffians know and give them a warning." "What's a warning?" Song Jinggong really didn't understand. Although he had cheated many people before, he didn't understand. Let him know that 100 taels of silver can be used to find him for a small matter. It can also be sent to his superior to find his fault. If it weren't for the fact that we don't have much money and have changed all of it into food, we can directly give him 200 taels of silver. It will be useful next year. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had a tacit understanding. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about and how to deal with people. Song Jinggong thought for a while and finally understood. He nodded and said, "Little master and little miss are still the best. I will do it now." After talking, Song Jinggong was anxious about the matter and left in a hurry. Pomegranate and the other two continued to walk into the house. "Little master." When little master Song came and said something, I was scared and didn't know what to do. I didn't expect you to solve it so easily. Little Master seems to be not afraid of this kind of thing at all. While Shirley bade the two of them, she exclaimed in admiration, Pomegranate, you have to remember that Xiao Bao is not afraid of this kind of thing. This kind of thing may not be easily solved. It's best that the county magistrate doesn't dare to do anything and takes our money. It will be easier to find him to do things in the future. Juan didn't care about this kind of thing. Such a small trick, if it was used on Zhang Xiaobao, he wouldn't even bother to do it. Zhang Xiaobao also echoed and said, Indeed, I still hope that those people have a higher status. At least there is a powerful person in their family. When they really want to do things, they're not afraid of spending money. They are only afraid that there is no place to send money. Little Master and Little Miss are talking about profound things. Pomegranate doesn't understand at all. Pomegranate listened to the two little masters and felt that she was very stupid. Pomegranate, don't be sad. Listen more and see more in the future, and you will know. You did very well in the things that I asked you to do. Wang was afraid that Pomegranate would lose confidence and quickly comforted her. Song Jinggong left the manor and hurried back. When it was evening, he finally returned to Sanshui County. He took out some silver from the caretaker's inn and bought some bean oil and chili sauce. Without any delay, he went straight to the county yamen. Song Jinggong had met the county magistrate twice. He gave the gatekeeper a few copper coins. After the gatekeeper reported, the gatekeeper said that the county magistrate was inviting him in and let him in. After walking through 2 doors, he came to the study. Song Jinggong directly bowed and said, Student Song Jinggong greets the county magistrate. You don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat. I heard that Song Jinggong has done a few good deeds for the people of Sanshui County. I have long wanted to meet Song Jinggong, but unfortunately, I have been busy with the county affairs and couldn't find the time. Today, Song Jinggong has fulfilled one of my wishes. The county magistrate Cheng Lingxiang was only able to meet Song Jinggong because of his scholarly achievements, so he also started to be polite. County magistrate, I am really flattered to be remembered by you. Student Zijin will definitely follow your instructions in the future and work for the people wholeheartedly. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything decent. I only have some vegetable oil and chili sauce. It's too shabby. Song Jinggong didn't pass the things to others and directly brought them to the study. He said respectfully as he slowly placed the big bag on the table. The oil and chili sauce were mostly packed in jars, and there was a slight sound coming from them. However, there were 10 ingots and 10 taels of silver. It wasn't easy to get such a large amount of silver. When County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang heard this, his eyes lit up and signaled for Song Jinggong to drink some tea. He seemed to feel that the bag was a bit of a hindrance and used his hand to push it to the side. As he was pushing, his hand grabbed the place where the money was. When he grabbed it, Cheng Lingxiang's expression changed. He roughly estimated how much money it was. So much money? What was Song Jinggong trying to do? Could it be that he killed someone and wanted him to change his sentence? This was difficult to handle. However, since the reason was so big, he could think of a solution. Good. I have heard about this chili sauce long ago. It's a good opportunity to taste it. Zijin is so thoughtful. What has Zijin been busy with recently? Cheng Lingxiang began to think about how to deal with this matter. Replying to Sir, I feel that I have no hope of taking the exam again. A few days ago, I found a good zhuangzi and worked as an assistant. This oil and chili sauce was made by that zhuangzi. Who knew? Sai, let's not talk about it. Today, I am here to visit Sir. As Song Jinggong spoke, he had a relaxed expression on his face. But as he sighed, his expression turned into one of dejection. Today, there are 2 more chapters. In the next week, there will be 3 chapters a day. I urgently need to collect and recommend. Thank you. Chapter 50. Of course. Cheng Lingxiang didn't think that Song Jinggong didn't want to say anything. He was just waiting for him to ask. Since he had the money, he would ask. Zijin, you are treating me like an outsider. Is there something you are unhappy about? Tell us so that we can discuss it together. It's better than you keeping it in your heart. Since Milord has asked, this student will naturally obey. It's all because this vegetable oil has been selling well these past few days, but in the end it attracted trouble. This morning a few hooligans actually came to my oil stall and said that someone had been poisoned by it. They even found a doctor to testify. I have never encountered such a situation. Those people wanted me to take out 50 taels of silver. I am their advisor. Where can I find 50 taels of silver? I am really helpless. If I don't give them the money tomorrow, those people might drag me to see the officials. I sold quite a lot of vegetable oil these few days. Also, the fried food in the morning was made with this oil. If it was really poisonous, why was it that only one person was poisoned and the others were fine? I am really speechless. Song Jinggong shook his head and sighed as he spoke. It really looked like that was the case. Chang Lingxiang looked at the money on the table. The money, there was more than what they asked for. No money? If you don't have money, why did you send it to me? Luckily, it wasn't a big matter. It was just a bunch of hooligans who wanted to extort some money. He didn't expect Song Jinggong to have such a bad temper. He would rather give me more money than those hooligans. Well, at least I got some benefits. It's just that the money was too much. Could it be that he wanted me to throw those people into jail, then sentence them to a serious crime? I still have to ask. How preposterous! Zijin, don't worry. I will make the decision for you. You will write a complaint today and send it up tomorrow morning. I will teach those people a lesson. You don't have to be so angry. The people of Sanshui County are peaceful under your rule. Only those who don't know their place would dare to do such a thing. There is no need to punish them. I hope you can help me persuade them. Under your rule, I don't think there will be such unreasonable people. Song Jinggong took a step back in order to advance. He praised and ridiculed the county magistrate. It was all up to the county magistrate. Zijin is right. In that case, I'll send someone to bring those people over tomorrow to correct Zijin's reputation. Zijin, you don't have to worry. Oh, it's already late. I think Zijin hasn't eaten yet. Why don't you have a bite here? The county magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, of course, understood that he had to do something about this matter. Fortunately, the other party did not push him too hard. It seemed that he would have to help the other party in the future. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to take so much money. Thank you, sir. Dinner has been prepared at home, and there are people waiting for this student to return. It is inconvenient for me to disturb you. Sir is busy, so please take care of your health. This student will take his leave now. When Song Jinggong saw that things were almost done, and that the other party was beginning to send him off, he stood up and bowed again before respectfully turning around to leave. Behind him, he heard a voice saying, "Send young Master Song off on my behalf." Early the next morning, the county magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, found someone to ask about this matter. In the end, his subordinates all knew about it and told him about it. Cheng Lingxiang suddenly felt a headache. Why did he have to meet this wastrel? If it was someone else, it would be easy to handle. He could only order someone to find Song Jinggong and have a good discussion. Song Jinggong heard the call and hurried over. When he saw the county magistrate, he knew that the matter was difficult to handle. Before he could say anything, Cheng Lingxiang spoke first. Zijin, yesterday I already knew that the leader was the state's minister of war, Zhou Qiong's nephew, Zhou Shihu. Today, I will look for him to ask. If there is really 50 taels of silver missing, I will give it to him. If not, Zijin, you have to make another plan. Cheng Lingxiang indeed did not have any other ideas. If there was really money, he could just give half of the money to the other party. However, he was afraid that the other party was after something else. If that was the case, it was not something that could be settled with 50 taels of silver. When Song Jinggong heard this, he also knew that he was in trouble. The provincial treasurer Tsong Consigliere was the provincial treasurer Tsong Consigliere. He was in charge of taxation and storage, and even the county magistrate didn't dare to offend him. It seemed that he really had to think of another way after asking clearly. Therefore he said, "Lord, for telling Zijin the truth. Zijin is very grateful. Zijin will go back and wait for news. If that Zhou Shihu is only asking for 50 taels of silver, Zijin will definitely give it to him. If Zijin will need to go back to Zhuangzi to discuss. I hope that Lord can help delay it for one day. At most one day, there will definitely be a result. Oh, there will be a solution in one day. Zijin, don't worry. There is no need to be anxious. It is still possible to entrust 3 to 5 people. After all, one day is too short. Zijin will only need time to go and come back." Chang Lingxiang thought that Song Jinggong had become muddle-headed. After taking the money, he naturally had to help more. "There is no need. There will be a way when Zijin returns to the village. You can come back directly. One day is enough," Song Jinggong said firmly. "Since that is the case, then Zijin should go back and wait. After I ask Zhou Shihu, I will have someone inform Zijin. I see that Zijin is so sure. Could it be that there is an expert in Zhuangzi?" Chang Lingxiang saw that Song Jinggong's eyes were clear and was curious. When Song Jinggong thought about how he had lost and how he had earned money, a trace of respect appeared on his face. He nodded. "That is correct. This matter is extremely difficult for a student. To that person, it is not worth thinking about. When that person does not move, he is like a gentle breeze. When he moves, he is like a violent storm. I was fortunate enough to experience it once. Thus, I went there to be an advisor." County Magistrate Chang Lingxiang knew that Song Jinggong had deceived many people before. He did not expect that there would be a time when he lost. This made him feel that it was even more interesting. He asked, "Could it be that Zijin is afraid of that person?" "Afraid, really afraid. Just once, I did not even have the chance to make a comeback. Later on, that person let me go. Otherwise, I would be in the county jail right now. There is also a person beside that person. When these two people are together, it is like a combination of a zither and a flute. There is no one else who can compare to them." Song Jinggong thought about the young master and Cuckoo on Zhuangzi. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. There was even a trace of pride. "If that is the case, then Zijin should go back first. I will do it as soon as possible." Chang Lingxiang saw that Song Jinggong had described the two people as if they were gods. He did not believe him at all. He could use this matter to ask. He already had a thought in his mind. Zhou Shihu would not lack that bit of money. He definitely had a bigger plan. He wanted to see what the person on Zhuangzi would do. Song Jinggong agreed and went back to wait. Chang Lingxiang quickly ordered someone to find Zhou Shihu and ask him face to face. Zhou Shihu did not evade and directly said what he wanted. He wanted to get the recipe for the vegetable oil. He had eaten that oil before. These days he had been eating vegetable oil every meal. The taste was better than other oils. Even if it was used to light a lamp, the smoke would be small. Seeing that this was his intention, Chang Lingxiang did not say much. He told someone to tell Song Jinggong about this matter. As for what to do, it would depend on the person's Song Jinggong mentioned. Once Song Jinggong received the news, he hired a carriage and rushed back. When he entered the courtyard, he did not even drink his saliva. He just looked at the young master and waited. Just as he thought, when the young master and young lady heard this news, they were not worried at all. Not only were they not worried, but they also smiled. "Young master, do you have a countermeasure?" Song Jinggong saw that the young master and young lady were not worried, so he also relaxed. "Xiao Bao, you guessed right again. This is good. We will eat candied haws during the New Year," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao also pretended to be reserved and nodded. "And let Pomegranate take out the thing and give it to Zijin. Zijin, I will tell you what to do. After letting Pomegranate take out the thing and give it to Song Jinggong," Zhang Xiaobao said to Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Young master, don't worry. I will definitely do it well. So it is like this. There is no time to lose. I will leave now. Song Jingong promised, and took the clear soup that Pomegranate prepared for him. He turned around and left. He let the carriage drive and rushed to Sanshui County. When Song Jingong arrived, it was already evening. This time, Song Jingong still did not rest and came to the yamen. When he saw the county magistrate, he asked, "Sir, I am back. Please help me be the middleman. It is dinner time, and I want to invite Zhou Shihu to have dinner at Waterview Restaurant." Cheng Lingxiang saw Song Jingong's happy expression and was shocked. Could it be that there was really a solution? According to the time that Song Jingong took to come and go, he had just returned and someone had already thought of a solution. How was this possible? Zijin, you have an idea? The expert over there heard your words and thought of a solution in a short time? Cheng Lingxiang asked expectantly. No, as soon as I entered the courtyard and finished explaining the matter, that person gave me the things that he had prepared beforehand and gave me a few instructions. I didn't dare to delay and came back immediately. They seemed to have known about it for a long time. Song Jingong was so excited that his whole body trembled when he thought of the situation when he returned. The young master was really too scary. Today, he finally saw what it meant to have a perfect plan. Zhuge Sheng was just like that. Cheng Lingxiang was also shocked. It seemed that there was really an expert in Zhuangzi. He did not hesitate and sent someone to invite Zhou Shihu while he brought Song Jingong to Waterview Restaurant. They did not even take the carriage and asked as they walked, "Zijin, can you tell me what idea that person came up with? I am very curious." Song Jingong did not say it directly this time. He smiled apologetically. "Sir, please forgive me for not being able to tell you now. When Zhou Shihu arrives, everything will naturally become clear." "Oh, in that case, let's wait for a while. I heard that the dishes in Waterview Restaurant were also prepared by your Zhuangzi. What does it have to do with that expert?" Seeing that Song Jingong did not say anything, Cheng Lingxiang did not force him. He would find out later anyway. Thinking of the new dishes in Waterview Restaurant, he casually asked, "Sir, your eyes are indeed as sharp as a torch. The vegetable oil, chili sauce, and those dishes were all made by that person." Song Jingong and the county magistrate arrived at Waterview Restaurant while talking. Zhou Shihu had already arrived and asked for a single room. When he saw Song Jingong, he said, "What? Young Master Song, have you thought it through?" Chapter 51. Song Jingong did not pay attention to Zhou Shihu at all. Instead, he respectfully said to County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang, "Sir, please take a seat." After waiting for Cheng Lingxiang to nod and sit down with a smile, Song Jingong then looked at Zhou Shihu, who was standing there with a face full of arrogance. "Young Master Zhou, this way please. Zijin is very honored to have the county magistrate accompany me today. Waiter, bring up your restaurant's signature dish." County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang felt very comfortable at this moment. Zhou Shihu's attitude just now was as if he did not see him, which made him feel ashamed. He thought to himself that this Zhou Shihu was really unreasonable. "So what if your uncle is a rank 6? If I really decide your case, do you think your uncle will dare to reverse the case?" Song Jingong was not bad. He knew who was the boss and gave money happily. He must take care of him in the future. Zhou Shihu also realized that he was too anxious just now and forgot to greet people. His uncle had told him more than once to be respectful in front of the county magistrate. It was all because of this oil seller Song Jingong. If it were not for him, how could he forget to talk to the county magistrate first? Thinking of this, he looked at Song Jingong more and more angrily. After pouring tea for the county magistrate, he impatiently asked Song Jingong, "Young Master Song, you know what I want, right?" "Zhou Shihu, if you still talk to me like this, I will not let you get anything." Song Jingong's face darkened at this time. You dare to call me by my name and talk to me like this? Don't forget that there is still a patient who ate your oil lying on the bed." Zhou Shihu suddenly stood up. In Sanshui County, He had never seen anyone who dared to talk to him like this. Song Jinggong smiled at Wei Wei. He calmly took out a piece of paper and casually threw it in front of Zhou Shihu. Zhou Shihu was dumbfounded. He did not recognize a single word written on the paper. He did not learn when he was young and did not even memorize the 1,000-character classic. Uncle Cheng, help me take a look. Zhou Shihu had no choice but to hand the paper to County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang. Cheng Lingxiang took the paper and slowly read, I am the person in charge of selling the oil. Because the person who pretended to be poisoned by the oil had a grudge against me. He pretended to be sick and framed me. I knew that things were not going well, and I was afraid of being retaliated against. So I had to leave Senshui County and find another place to survive. Look, Zhou Shihu, the worker I hired at the last minute, has a grudge with your person who pretended to be sick. Now he has been scared away. You said that your brother got sick from eating too much oil. So why didn't your brother's family report it to the authorities? Song Jinggong waited for the county magistrate to finish reading before he slowly spoke. Maybe your partner has a grudge against my brother, so he deliberately poisoned him. Zhou Shihu did not expect Song Jinggong to make such a false accusation, so he could only choose to reason. Well, it's possible. Then let your brother report it to the authorities, and let the authorities issue an arrest warrant. That worker was hired at the last minute, so I don't know his background. My oil has already been sold to half of the restaurants and inns in Sanshui County, as well as a few noble people's residences. Zhou Shihu, you continue to find people to pretend to be sick. I will take away all the oil tonight. If those restaurants ask, I will tell them the truth. Sanshui County's Zhou Shihu cannot be offended. I will sell the oil to other provinces. I don't know if your uncle, who assists the provincial governor, can still control me. Song Jinggong did not even look at Zhou Shihu. He looked at the autumn scenery outside the window and threatened him indirectly. Zhou Shihu was really scared. Not only was he scared, but County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang was also scared. He thought that when the time came, there would be so many restaurants in Sanshui County, plus those noble people who were used to eating oil. If they really questioned him, it would be quite troublesome. Zhou Shihu found that he could not use his strength. He could not report to the authorities and issue an arrest warrant. Even if he did, it would be useless. Song Jinggong had removed himself from the situation. At most, he could be considered to be a bad judge of character. If he really sold the oil to other places, how much tax would the county collect? How is it, Zhou Shihu? Have you thought about it? Song Jinggong asked. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang felt that the person behind Song Jinggong was indeed powerful. With this, Song Jinggong would be fine. He had taken the money, so no matter what, he had to help exonerate himself. From the ink on the paper, it seemed that it had been written long ago. But now was not the time to talk about this. He still had to be a mediator, so it was better to talk about something else. Shihu, it's not that I want to scold you as an uncle. You haven't even figured out whether or not you were poisoned, and you went to find trouble with Zijin. This is not good. If it was someone else, they might have reported you to the yamen. At that time, as an uncle, it would be difficult for me to say anything. Zhou Shihu was worried about the consequences if this matter was known by his uncle. Seeing that the county magistrate was willing to help, he did not dare to find trouble. He was afraid that the county magistrate, who had already retired, would find trouble with him if they could not eat the oil. If it was not because the oil was delicious, why would he come up with such a plan? At this time, the only thing he could do was to not let Song Jinggong sell the oil elsewhere. He forced a smile and said, Brother Zijin, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault that I was cheated. I was thinking, so many people eat oil together. Why was only one person sick? After Zijin explained it, I understood. Please forgive me, Brother Zijin. Well said, well said. From this matter, I can see that Brother Zhou is also a person who values loyalty. Let's forget about the past. I see that Brother Zhou has an imposing appearance. You are definitely not an ordinary person. I have a prescription that can change the color of the sugar. If Brother Zhou is interested, I am willing to work with Brother Zhou. Song Jinggong saw that the other party had given in. According to the young master's instructions, it was time to give benefits. As he spoke, he took out an oil paper bag from his sleeve, opened it gently, and put on the table. This is sugar? Zhou Shihu looked at the white thing in the paper. He looked at the county magistrate and asked with uncertainty. He stuck out a finger and put it in his mouth. He opened his eyes and said, "It's sweet. It's really sugar. How did you make it like this?" Brother Zhou is right. This is sugar. This kind of sugar has its own merits compared to the kind that I used to eat. In terms of taste, this kind of sugar is better. If you want to use it as medicine, you need to use the original kind. I wonder if Brother Zhou is willing to do this business? Song Jinggong asked with a smile on his face. I am willing. Of course I am willing. This is a good business. That prescription I did some. What is it? Brother Zijin is still willing to do business with me? Zhou Shihu obviously knew how much profit he could make by selling this thing. Just as he was about to agree, he remembered that he had to extort Song Jinggong. At this time, would Song Jinggong still do business with him? He regretted it in his heart. Brother Zhou is not right. Brother Zhou also did not know about that matter. You were deceived. I see that Brother Zhou is so righteous. In the future, you will definitely do great things. When that time comes, it will be too late for me to curry favor with you. How can I reject Brother Zhou's good intentions? Song Jinggong said according to the young master's instructions. Zhou Shihu was in a state of excitement. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang was sweating profusely. This was the true means of that person. The suppression at the beginning was just a part of it. He was able to directly attract the attention of a rank 6 official. Even a rank 7 county magistrate like him was used. What a good plan. The most frightening thing was not this. It was that that person already knew that it would be like this. Could it be that when he was selling vegetable oil, he already planned to do this? Otherwise, why didn't he set up a shop? Song Jinggong was in charge of 2 shops here. 100 taels of silver was given away so easily. Why would he lack the money to buy a shop? The smaller the shop, the easier it was to be bullied. What Cheng Lingxiang wanted the most was to see the person behind Song Jinggong. He finally saw with his own eyes what was called strategizing and winning a battle from 1,000 miles away. Moreover, so many things were thought of by that person. That person must be a reclusive old man. When he had nothing to do, he would sit under a tree and sip the tea in his hands. His eyes would look into the distance, unmoving like a mountain, but moving like thunder. Song Jinggong was also thinking about the young master's words. When the time came to show the last item, that person surnamed Zhou would look silly and the county magistrate would be restless. Unexpectedly, the young master had predicted all of this. Zhou Shihu was indeed heartless. He did not think so much. He thought about how he would use this candy to earn big money in the future and get his parents to praise him, especially his uncle's approval. He felt his whole body was full of energy. He grabbed some more candy and stuffed it into his mouth. Zijin, you tell me, how should we distribute the money? Brother Zhou, you can divide it however you want. Even if you want to monopolize it, I will also give the recipe to you. Zhou Shihu asked quickly, and Song Jinggong answered quickly too. Zhou Shihu took 2 deep breaths. Just as he was about to speak, the county magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, suddenly interrupted. Shihu, why are you not thanking Zijin? The money from this candy will definitely not be little. Why don't we split it 50-50? If you can't decide, then ask your uncle. Cheng Lingxiang understood Zhou Shihu. He really dared to take the recipe for free and earn all the money himself. If he really did that, he could imagine the consequences. The person behind Song Jinggong would be disappointed and give up on this business. Moreover, he, the county magistrate, was here. They might give up on him too. Yes, give up. Although he was the county magistrate, he was also afraid of being given up by that kind of person. With that kind of person, he could ask for help. If he gave up, who would he ask for help? Song Jingong laughed. He felt that the biggest decision in his life was to cross that bridge, even if he regretted it. He really did not know what words to use to evaluate the young master. The young master said that even if the person surnamed Zhou did not know the depth of the situation, the county magistrate would speak out to help him. What else could he ask for in life if he followed such a calculative person? Why is Zijin laughing? Cheng Lingxiang wondered. My family's young. That person said that you will definitely do so. At this moment, Song Jingong seemed to have changed from the inside out. His attitude was reserved and his body was straight. That kind of arrogance had penetrated from his appearance to his bones. Zhou Shihu had no time to think about what they were talking about. He was thinking about how he would become rich in the future. He said to the county magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, "Uncle is right. I will go back now and write to my uncle." After saying that, he turned his head and said, "Brother Zijin, I will go back first today. Tomorrow, I will invite you to the Byway Pavilion to drink." After Zhou Shihu left, the dishes were served one after another. Song Jingong picked up his chopsticks and said, "Sir, since the dishes are here, then eat. If you can't finish them, I will put them in a box and take them away. The person in Zhuangzi hates to order a bunch of dishes and not eat them." Chapter 52. If you want to try to get on the list, you are in urgent need of bookmarks and recommendations. Today there are 2 more chapters. If you are on the list, as long as you are on the list, you will get 1 more day. For chapters a day, 3,000 words a day. If you are in the top 10, you will get 5 chapters a day. Brothers and sisters, it is not easy for me either. Please understand me and help me. Thank you. At night it was drizzling. There was a charcoal stove in the room. Pomegranate and the servant girl of the Jiang Wang clan next door took turns to keep watch. They sat on a comfortable chair made by Wang Wan and fell asleep. "Xiao Bao, are you asleep? The charcoal is burning. You are in the room." Wang Wan touched Zhang Xiao Bao with her finger. "Even if I was asleep, you woke me up. I am always afraid of being caught, so I can't sleep well. Don't be afraid, the door is open. The possibility of carbon monoxide poisoning is very low. Go to sleep." Zhang Xiao Bao and Wei Wei turned around and glanced at the door. "But I am still cold. There is no air conditioning, no heating, and no geothermal heat in the room. I feel that it is difficult to breathe." Wang Wan said again, "It is normal. I feel the same. Children's bodies are very sensitive. Usually, children of our age will cry at this time. Only when we are in the arms of adults will we feel safe. The loss of body heat will cause the blood circulation to slow down and insufficient blood supply. The nerves in the brain will stimulate the heart, and the pressure will be too great. This happened when you were training before, but adults are stronger than children. I was the same when I was training in the mountains. Sometimes I felt like crying. Tomorrow I will ask them to come over and set up the Kong. Then it will be better." Zhang Xiaobao had learned a lot, so of course he knew what the current situation was. The main thing was that he and Wang Wan would not cry. Although he understood, he also felt uncomfortable. He used self-hypnosis to fall asleep, but he was woken up by Wang Wan again. "I don't care. I don't want to use self-hypnosis. My body will feel uncomfortable if I sleep. Hurry up and think of a solution. I feel empty and helpless now. The psychological pressure is too great. Even if I can bear it, it is not good for my body's growth." Naturally, Wang Wan had experienced this before, but what she needed now was physical relaxation of her body, not mental coercion. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and agreed. He and Wang Wan had tough nerves, but they couldn't guarantee that their bodies would rest properly. This kind of physical fatigue training was still too early. Actually, it's very simple. It's just sleeping beside your mother. That way you'll feel warm and at ease. It has nothing to do with your nervous system. It's your body's muscle control system that resonates with your mother's body. The most obvious manifestation is the pulse. I don't know if my mother has any effect on you. At least I didn't have a problem. As long as I fell asleep, my mother's heartbeat and metabolism would subconsciously synchronize with my heartbeat and metabolism. This was not to say that our heartbeats were the same, but it was some kind of natural adjustment during this process. Even if the child suddenly felt scared, they would take the initiative to seek the mother's embrace. And when the mother encountered danger in the dream, she could still maintain a posture of protecting the child. To give a simple example, when you were having a hard time holding in your pee while sleeping, you would find that the toilet in your dream was either particularly dirty, blocked, or accidentally interrupted when you wanted to go to the toilet until you woke up from your pee. When a mother hugs her child to sleep, there will be the same kind of non-subjective consciousness. Why don't you lie beside my mother for a while? It might have some effect. Zhang Xiaobao said a lot and finally suggested that Wang Wan go to another room. Wang Wan shook her head. I finally understand why some mothers are still so young after giving birth, while others age quickly. The young ones usually don't raise their children by their side and have other people take care of them. As for those who age faster, they usually keep their children by their side. They always protect their children under both subjective and non-subjective subconscious. Both their body and mind are stressed at the same time, resulting in long-term fatigue. I'm not going. Quickly think of a way. You're an international swindler. Don't ruin your reputation. You are too unreasonable. I can't tell whether you mean it in a positive or negative way. Fine, I'll say, don't kick me. Even if you kick me down, you won't be able to sleep. Put the mat against the wall. Lean against the wall of my mother's room. There are 2 doors here. You can lean against the wall, and I will be on your side. Zhang Xiaobao felt that his brain cells were dying faster than when he was swindling people. At least he didn't need to be kicked when he was swindling people. Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion and woke Pomegranate up. She helped to push the mat to the designated position and lay down again. Wang Wan smiled. Awesome, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao. No wonder you can deceive so many people. Not to mention other things. You have a good grasp of human nature. Tell me, how many ignorant girls have you deceived before? Push them to the corner. You feel that you can sleep well, right? There's a wall over there and there are people outside the wall. I am here. You feel safe, right? It's wrong to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Kill the donkey when it has outlived its usefulness. Cook the dog when it has outlived its usefulness and put away the bow when the birds are gone. Why would I deceive girls? I have been working hard to earn money. You only think about yourself. Look at Pomegranate. Don't you feel pity for her? Zhang Xiaobao regretted it. What the hell was this? A woman's theory was self-contained and had nothing to do with age. Wang Wan didn't continue to pester him. Looking at Pomegranate, who was sitting on the chair, she felt uncomfortable in her heart, even though Pomegranate had been eating 3 meals and 1 supper these days. I've decided we'll find a few more people from the farmstead. We'll work 3 shifts a day, and each person will work 8 hours. The money will come from our shared treasury. Exploitation is not the goal. What's fundamental is to generate more benefits. Wang Wan did as she said. The next morning, she asked people to find a few clever maids from Zhuangzi. These people's loyalty could be trusted. During the day, Pomegranate would still be the one to look after the children. At night, Pomegranate would lie down to sleep. 2 maids would be arranged in the room outside. These 2 maids could talk softly and light an oil lamp that would not go out for the whole night. They only needed to walk around the room with light footsteps every hour. There were also a few more people keeping watch at night in other parts of the courtyard. They received the same treatment, except that there were men in some places. They could drink as much tea as they wanted and eat snacks to make Zhuangzi lively at night. After Jiang Wang clan found out about her daughter-in-law's arrangement, she couldn't understand why she would do this. She would have to spend a lot of money, but since she was using her own money to pay for it, Jiang Wang clan didn't want to interfere. She just let the little girl do what she wanted. In the end, after sleeping for a day, when the people in Zhuangzi woke up in the morning, they found that they had slept very well last night. Everyone was more energetic than before. This surprised Jiang clan. She asked the housekeeper and found out the reason. The people in the courtyard didn't sleep like them. They didn't have someone to wait on them. Sometimes they had to worry about things happening at night. Usually, they didn't have a good sleep. Before they went to sleep last night, the servants knew about the new arrangement. They knew that there would always be people around them and they could be woken up if something happened. They didn't have to worry anymore. Madam, the young master and young lady are indeed extraordinary. My 6-year-old daughter, who used to have nightmares every day, didn't wake up last night. When she woke up this morning, she told me that she wasn't afraid. She knew that there was always someone protecting her. Housekeeper Zhang didn't expect that such a simple arrangement by Cuckoo would have such great benefits. He praised her from the side. Jiang clan was full of smiles. Yes, housekeeper, go to your work. I'll ask master to take a look at the children. Xiao Bao, think quickly. What should we do? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao sat together after waking up in the morning. In front of them was a piece of white sugar. The two of them were preparing to come up with a new type of sugar, but they couldn't think of a way. They could only stare at each other. I think that we should add water and boil it. When the sugar doesn't dissolve, we can just dry it up and make it into a piece. Zhang Xiaobao frowned. He couldn't think of a good idea. Even he himself wasn't sure of what to say. Wang Wan was about to speak when she and Zhang Xiaobao raised their heads at the same time. They saw Jiang clan and Zhang Xiaobao's father approaching together. The two of them were quite alert. When they saw that they were coming, they quickly stood up and greeted them. Their obedient and sensible appearance made people like them even more. My son, what are you doing? Rock sugar? Zhang Xiaobao's father came to the side of the white sugar and asked with a smile. Ah, father, there's rock sugar? Doesn't that mean that there's also white sugar? Oh no, my sugar won't be able to make money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were shocked at the same time. The two of them hadn't eaten any rock sugar and thought that there wasn't any. Zhang Xiaobao's father seemed to know what his son and future daughter-in-law were thinking. He nodded with a smile and then shook his head. My son, don't worry. It's not easy to make white sugar and rock sugar. The price is also high. Furthermore, it's not as delicate as my son's sugar. The sugar cane used to make 1 gene of white sugar can be used to make several times more brown sugar. You just need to put the sugar directly into the pot. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded vigorously. It seems that bookworms can be quite smart sometimes. Why didn't they think of such a simple method? Jiang clan and Zhang Xiaobao's father stayed with the child for an hour before leaving. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were no longer in the mood to make sugar. They planned to leave it to Mr. Zhou to figure out. The training started again. Another autumn rain fell, and the weather was colder than usual. In Zhang Zhezhuangzi's main hall, Confucius said that if one is rich, one can ask for it. Although I am the one who holds the whip, I am also the one who holds it. If I can't ask for it, I will follow what I like. Confucius said that poems, books, and ceremonies are all elegant. My son, stop first. Zhang Xiaobao was reciting the things he had learned these days when Zhang Xiaobao's father suddenly stopped him. My son, do you still remember the elegant words that I taught you? Poems, books, and ceremonies are all elegant. Zhang Xiaobao's father was not satisfied with his son only knowing how to recite. I know. Elegant words are the official language of the Zhou dynasty. Confucius usually uses the Ludi language. When he reads poems, books, and ceremonies, he uses the official language of the Zhou dynasty. Zhang Xiaobao had been studying very hard these days. What are poems, books, and ceremonies? Zhang Xiaobao's father jumped from one question to another. It was not the same topic as the Analects of Confucius just now. Poems, books, and ceremonies are contained in the 6 classics. The 6 classics, Book of Songs, Book of Ministers, Ritual, Music, Zhou-yi, spring and autumn. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not wait for his father to ask and directly said the 6 classics. The people sitting in the hall were the elders of the Zhang family and Wang family. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao could answer so quickly, they all nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Father Wang also became interested. He had not studied like Zhang Xiaobao's father, so he casually asked Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, do you know why so many people study the 6 classics?" This time, everyone was stunned, especially Father Zhang. He had not taught them yet. Wang Wan did not have time to blame her father for asking blindly. After thinking for a while, she answered, "Rich people don't need to buy fertile land. There are thousands of grains and books. There is no need to build a sorghum. There is a house of gold and books. If a man wants to live his life, he will diligently study the 6 classics in front of the window." Chapter 53. With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's answers, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families began to value the 2 children more and more, especially after Zhuangzi learned from Zhangje Zhuangzi and hired a few more people. He found that the money paid was not much, but the people under him worked harder than before. In the afternoon, the temperature rose. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took pomegranate to the field that had been harvested. At this time, the field was full of short stubble, whether it was rice, wheat, or corn. "Xiaobao, can we plant some vegetables in winter?" Wang Wan picked up a leaf that was blown by the wind and felt that it was a waste to leave the field empty for winter. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips and looked at the field. After a while, he shook his head and said helplessly, "We can't plant vegetables in these fields. I don't know how much a caddy of cucumbers in winter costs." "Pomegranate, how much are cucumbers in winter?" Wang Wan turned her head and asked Pomegranate, who was not far away. "Where are the cucumbers?" "In 2 days, the stored cucumbers need to be eaten, otherwise they will go bad. If you want to eat cucumbers, you can dry them in the shade and soak them in water to eat. You can do the same for other vegetables." Pomegranate did not know what the 2 little guys were thinking. They were expecting to buy cucumbers in winter. "If there are cucumbers that have just been picked, how much are you going to pay for them?" Zhang Xiaobao followed and asked. In reply to the little Gongzi, "I won't buy them. Even if there are, I can't afford them." Pomegranate had nothing to do, so she followed and said something impossible. Wang Wan did not think so. If Zhang Xiaobao did not have a solution, he would not ask. After thinking for a while, she found that she could not make a greenhouse. So she touched Zhang Xiaobao with her hand and asked, "How do you want to plant cucumbers?" "Erniu is free. Let him go to Guzhuang to collect firewood, which is rice, wheat, and corn stalks. These things should be very cheap. 1 copper coin can buy a few bundles. We can plant cucumbers. Let's do the preparation work today and do it tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao began to plant things. Wang Wan still did not understand how to plant cucumbers. Before she asked, Zhang Xiaobao explained to her, "In fact, this is a scam. My subordinates helped me think of it. I didn't think it would work, so I didn't use this method. This method can grow vegetables in winter in the north without any transparent materials. In theory, it is feasible, but in the actual process, it is not as good as transporting from other summer countries. The investment is big, the harvest is small, and the income will not make ends meet. Some of the materials here are cheap and the labor cost is not included. Plus, there are no cucumbers in winter, so we should be able to make money. Tomorrow, follow me." Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao still did not explain the matter clearly, so she was not in a hurry to ask. She just wanted to see how he was going to prepare for today. Since there was something to do, the 3 of them did not stay outside for long. They turned back and Zhang Xiaobao began to arrange. He chose a piece of land that was 40 meters by 40 meters in the back. He and Wang Wan measured the rough data together. Every 5 meters by 5 meters, they dug a square trench that was 5 meters deep outside. Then they built a wall that was more than 20 square meters above the trench. The wall was 2 meters high, and there were holes near the top of the wall. The holes were as thick as a child's arm, and they were spaced 1 meter apart. Zhuangzi was not busy now. There were many people, and they could save some of their own food. They all came to help. After the holes on the wall were finished, they made a hole under each of the outer walls, which was slightly bigger. At night, even if they were done, the holes were not dry. Ernie got some firewood and started to roast the wall at night. He connected a stove from the hole below and put the firewood in the stove. The heat moved along the space between the two walls to other places. That night, there were many people making the fire, so it was quite lively. The children in Zhuangzi were so excited that they did not go to sleep and wandered back and forth. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao ordered people to buy the mats. The cheapest ones could be made of straw or reeds. Bamboo was not necessary as it was a bit expensive. He bought countless bamboo poles that were as thick as a child's arm. They were at least 5 meters long, which was about 6 feet. Although they were not worth much, they bought everything and spent 100 bolts of silk, which was 20 taels of silver. Zhang Xiaobao, who was watching from the side, felt very distressed. Little young master has been busy these days. It is not easy for him to earn some money. Every time he works, he does not have 20 taels of silver. He only relies on chili sauce and vegetable oil. He even used the money he borrowed 2 days ago. He even used the money he earned from selling carrots. 2 zhuangzi and the money he earned. 3,900 taels of silver have been exchanged for food. This includes young Master Song's share. The chicks have grown a lot, but they are not allowed to be sold. They can only lay eggs next year. After handing in the food to the higher-ups, there is no money left in Zhuangzi. Now, the Zhuangzi's expenses are all supported by little young master's daily income from selling oil and chili sauce. Madam, why don't you persuade little young master? Steward Zhang muttered to Jiangwang clan, who was also watching the scene. 20 taels of silver. It was enough to cover the courtyard's expenses for a month. Steward Zhang, Xiao Bao wants to do it, and he is using his own money. Don't worry about other people. Xiao Bao has his own plans. Jiangwang clan did not care at all. She still had 100 strings of money at home. Looking at the small mountain of food, she was not worried at all. Moreover, the vegetable oil was coming in every day. After deducting the 2 zhuangzi's expenses, there was still money left. At night, a few people were left to light the fire to watch over the place. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also came to take a look. Xiao Bao, you want to plant cucumbers in the middle of the bamboo. When the weather is cold, you can light the fire. During the day, you can open the shed and open the bamboo to maintain the temperature inside. When the 2 bamboo poles are put together, it will be just right for the ends of the bamboo poles. At night, you can cover it with a mat. Wang Wan understood. No wonder Zhang Xiaobao said that it was a scammer. If it was in the past, these things would cost a lot of money. It was even more expensive than building a shed. Cucumbers could be found elsewhere and could not be sold for much. How much would it cost to transport them from the south to the north? It is easy to maintain the moisture. You can just cover the mat with water. The mat will consume more water. Fortunately, it is cheap. During winter, the most important thing to consider is the snow. If there is a heavy snowfall, someone will have to get up at night to sweep the ground. The ground is afraid of the cold, so you have to dig a trench. Every few days, you will use the fire to dry the cucumbers. Under this kind of sun, the cucumbers grow slowly. Now, according to the calculation here, in the middle of September, there will be 2.5 months of Chinese New Year. At that time, you can make a lot of money. When you have a good year, you have to keep it a secret during the artificial pollination. These words slowly came out of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. Wang Wan looked at his calm expression and felt that this was the demeanor that the international scammer should have. He was like a parent, leading his subordinates and defeating one enemy after another. His firm and deep appearance made his subordinates always full of confidence and hope. I didn't expect that something that was originally a scam would actually be able to make money here. When the time comes, Eating a cucumber would be more expensive than eating a piece of meat. Let's go. Tomorrow morning, young Master Song will be back to deliver the money he earned from collaborating with Shou Shihu to sell candy. The houses of both our villages need to be repaired, and we still need to get up. We are counting on this money. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand and turned to walk towards their residence. Under the light of the fire, the two small figures grew longer and longer. The next morning, Song Jinggong rushed back. He first took out the money from the oil sales yesterday. It was not much, only about 900 copper coins, which was less than 1 tael of silver. It was not light to carry, mainly because many people used other things to exchange for it. According to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, those things that could be preserved were to be sold together. Those that could not be preserved were basically food. For example, 3 caddies of watery spinach were exchanged for 1 caddy of tofu. The spinach was directly taken to the small restaurant where it was bought. At the end of the month, it would be accounted for separately. Little young master, this is the money that Shou Shihu gave me. I followed your instructions and asked for 30% of the money and 50% of the money. That Shou Shihu was overjoyed. This is 120 taels of silver. Carrying it on my back and adding the copper coins, it almost crushed me to death. Song Jinggong put the bag on his back in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He opened the knot, revealing the gray-white silver inside. There were 12 ingots, and each ingot was 10 taels of silver. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This money was enough. Song Jinggong saw that the little young master did not have a surprised expression, so he did not want to be so excited. He wanted the little young master to guess, so he asked, "Little young master, why don't you guess how you got 100 taels of silver in such a short time?" Is there a need to guess? Shou Shihu was spoiled since he was young. He is not even 20 years old and can be considered a child. Like me, he wanted to make his family happy. As a result, he used many methods to transport a large amount of brown sugar to make white sugar, and then used his connections to sell it. I reckon that any place that sells sugar in this province will have his white sugar. The money you sent is only the first, and the next money will come soon. Last night, I asked Erniu to go out of this province to buy brown sugar. Before the new year, there will be a big increase. The money that should be earned still needs to be earned. Zhang Xiaobao touched the silver with his hand. While feeling the coolness of the silver, he spoke. Little young master, I will go back first. I will come back tomorrow afternoon and send the second money here. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao's words, the last bit of excitement on Song Jinggong's face disappeared. He stood up, threw down a sentence, and left listlessly. He suddenly felt that it was meaningless for him to constantly lie to others. In front of the little young master, he was like a child who had just learned to walk. Whenever he asked a question that he thought was difficult, the little young master would always play it down. He always had a cute smile on his face, but after looking at him for a long time, he felt cold from the inside out. Xiao Bao, you scared him. Wang Wan, of course, knew how Song Jinggong felt. It was just like when she saw Zhang Xiaobao's information. When facing this kind of genius that you had to admit, you would feel powerless. I didn't scare him. I was giving him confidence. He is a conceited person. He thinks that he is smarter than others. If I firmly suppress him, he will think it through. He is already very powerful, and there is an even more powerful person behind him. Then, what is there to be afraid of when he does things? Then he will use all his skills and not think of a way out. This will give him confidence. This is the position that he should be in. Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan an analysis of the motivation theory of human nature and talents. Chapter 54. When the first heavy snow fell on the ground, the surrounding scenery changed. Whether it was the bare tree branches or the still green pine and cypress trees, they all stood there with strips or patches of white. The ducks and geese didn't go to the pond in the morning. It wasn't until noon that they ran to places with water. They left messy footprints on the snow. Xiao Hong followed behind them with a bamboo pole in her hand. The guys in front seemed to be her subordinates. Cherries led a male servant on Zhuangzi to carry chicken feed and called out to the chickens hiding in the nest. In an instant, more than 1,900 hens and 100 roosters flapped their wings and ran out one after another. Ernie checked the brown sugar that was piled up like sand in the storeroom. He turned around and locked the door. Then he helped Pomegranate take care of the earthworms. He lifted the things that were piled up messily on top of the earthworms to take a look. He didn't want these things to smoke. Then he piled the surrounding snow together. Once he was done, he could go find the young master. Pomegranate followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the back to see if any of the houses had been knocked down. The cucumbers in the ground had already started to grow. She would be distressed if one of them died. When they arrived at the place, what entered their eyes was a yellowish-brown color. There was no white snow at all. The villagers didn't need anyone to greet them. They took the initiative to help clean up the snow. The small houses were all standing there in good condition. The snow that fell from the curtains on the houses was also cleaned up. When the villagers saw that the young master and Cuckoo had arrived, they all came over to greet them with sincere and respectful smiles on their faces. This had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's identity. "Uncle Wang, is there snow leaking from your house? Is it still warm in the house?" Wang Wan asked softly when a person greeted her. "To answer your question, it's warm. It's really too warm. The house doesn't leak snow either. It's very sturdy. It's all thanks to Zhuangzi, who paid for the house and the Kong. Otherwise, we'd be tired again this year. This old man has never seen such a good master." When Uncle Wang talked about his family, his eyes narrowed so much that they almost couldn't be seen. As he spoke, he wanted to pull his son to kneel down and kowtow. Naturally, Pomegranate supported him. That's good. The new year is coming in less than a month. How's the preparation at home? This new year, everyone in Zhuangzi will be given 2 caddies of pork, 1 caddy of vegetable oil, and 6 feet of cloth, so that the villagers can have a good new year. Zhang Xiaobao liked the feeling of being a family and said with a smile, "Young master, we can't accept so many gifts." Uncle Wang didn't know what to say. "I'm buying people's hearts. In the future, there will be some things in Zhuangzi that outsiders can't know about. I'm buying people's hearts to help me keep it a secret." Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. "Little Gongzi, not to mention the human heart, this old man's life is yours. Whatever little Gongzi wants to do, this old man will guard it for you. If anyone wants to break it, this old man will fight with his life," Uncle Wang said excitedly, and the others around him also echoed. Everyone knew that people's hearts were bought. "If you were good to me, I'll be good to you." Except for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's families in Zhuangzi, no other master could buy people's hearts like this. Not only did they build houses and Kong beds, but they also gave people meat for every meal and warm wine to warm their bodies. Now that the new year was coming, they gave people gifts again. People's hearts were made of meat. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. The two of them felt the warmth together. Wang Wan's lips moved on Weiwei. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Wang Wan then said, "Everyone, there are still some chickens left this year. Next year, Cherries will hatch more chicks. If you want to raise them, you can come and get them. When the eggs are laid, we'll take them from Zhuangzi. That way, you'll have more money to spend." As soon as these words were spoken, all the villagers became happy. Some even cheered to express the joy in their hearts. The snow did not seem to be that cold anymore. Only a few children who came from Guzhuang didn't feel happy at all. They weren't people from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's families. They didn't know about other things, but they knew about the gifts given during the new year. Each person was given 2 caddies of meat. That meant that their family would get a lot of food. They wanted to make dumplings and pies. There was also vegetable oil. They could fry a lot of food. There was enough cloth to make a new set of clothes. When comparing the two, the children were a little resentful of their parents. Why didn't they come to Zhuangzi and Wang's families? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that there were no problems, they were relieved. They said a few words of encouragement and left under the respectful gazes of the crowd. Why are you always telling the truth? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao on the way back. I wanted to talk to them about theory. I also wanted to recite the Analects of Confucius or the 1,000-character classic. Would they understand? The villagers need very simple things. They need to eat well, wear warm clothes, and have a stable residence. They need to show off in front of other villagers. This is the greatest need of spiritual and material civilization. That's right. They are all kind people. If you treat them well, they will remember it for the rest of their lives. I've decided, when it's a little warmer, I'll build a school so that both of us children in Zhuangzi can study. Wang Wan sighed with emotion. Not only us two Zhuangzi, but also the children of other Zhuangzi nearby. They just need to bring some staple food. I'll pay for everything else. Zhang Xiaobao thought even further. Are you sick? Do you have medicine? I'm not going to joke with you. I'll let all the children in Zhuangzi come to study here. My reputation will spread. When there's a disaster next year, I'll send food over for free. Let's see who dares to take my family's land. I'll crush them with the hearts of the people. Even now, I still don't understand what kind of person you are. You're doing so much to earn some money, but in the end it's all for that piece of land and 100 families' food. Is it worth it? Wang Wan had been trying to figure out Zhang Xiaobao. She wanted to know what was on his mind, but to no avail. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan beside him and smiled. Don't try to guess what men think. Similarly, I've never thought about what women think. Sometimes we don't even understand ourselves, let alone understand others. To be honest, I really didn't care. Losing and gaining were nothing in front of me. I was talking about money, but I cared a lot. I knew that my parents and grandparents wanted to support this family business. The only thing I could do was to help them. Material gain is separate from spiritual gain. It's like giving money to a beggar on the street. Even if you don't admit it on the surface, you'll subconsciously think of yourself as a good person. The reason why those animals can't beat people is not only because people know how to use tools, but also because people will pity and sympathize with the weak at some point and then unite with the weak. Don't tell me this. I don't understand. I know that the world is a place where the strong preys on the weak. I'm learning so many things for my family. It's as simple as giving and receiving. Wang Wan felt that her thoughts were following Zhang Xiaobao, and she was very uncomfortable. All right, let's not talk about it. Since your family is gone, let's start a new one here. We don't have a powerful ancestor, so let's become the next generation's powerful ancestor. It's snowing. If a cow freezes to death on Zhuangzi, we'll have cow bone marrow to eat. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't want Wang Wan to obey him. Seeing that Wang Wan reacted quickly, he couldn't help but laugh. When did it freeze to death? Why haven't I heard about it? Wang Wan licked her lips with her tongue. She was indeed greedy. There's a cow in Chen Hao's house in Zhuangzi. It's too old to work. When it snows, it freezes to death. I'm going to give him 6 strings of cash. He went to report it, and then he can eat the cow. That's not right. I remember that his cow is still alive. It passed by the front of the yard in the morning. Besides, it's not that cold today. When it snows, the temperature rises. Wang Wan frowned and asked. She seemed to be thinking about what happened in the morning. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head sadly. Yeah, he was still fine in the morning. Who knew that he would freeze to death in such a short time? If he wasn't frozen to death, then he was scared to death. When the cow saw the heavy snow, she drank a mouthful of cold water and committed suicide. You're so greedy? Do you have to kill other people's cows to eat? Wang Wan finally understood. Of course. She wouldn't ask why the cow could die from drinking water. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao would definitely ask her. If people can die from drinking water, why can't the cow? This matter couldn't be explained clearly. The 6 strings of cash is enough to buy a calf. I'll give you the money you want to buy a half-grown cow. It can be used during the spring plowing. When we go back, I'll make beef tendons for you. It's tender and chewy. It won't spoil your teeth. Zhang Xiaobao chose to bribe. I want to eat tendons with a little spicy taste. Where does the wind blow and snow fall? White clothes decorate the green hills. The Chinese New Year was getting closer and closer. The price of brown sugar doubled. Erniu obeyed the little lord's order and immediately sold it. The 20 taels of silver became 60 taels of silver. Before the money was warmed up, he received the little lord's order to order a large number of flat bamboo baskets or small bamboo boxes. They had to be woven. When the first batch of bamboo baskets was delivered, the cucumbers in the courtyard of the Zhang family's manor were already 3 inches long. It would be best to eat them in 2 or 3 days. After 3 or 5 days, they would be considered big. Pomegranate, here are 3 cucumbers. The 3 of us will take 1 each. Help us peel the cucumbers. Wang Wan picked 3 relatively large cucumbers and handed them to Pomegranate. Pomegranate took them numbly and nodded. Cucumbers. Cucumbers in winter. They smell good. How much does one cost? A few days ago they were still seedlings. Now they are all grown up. Don't worry about the price. Just eat. Hurry up. Xiao Bao and I are waiting. Wang Wan hadn't eaten vegetables for more than a month. Seeing Pomegranate was still in a daze, she had to urge her. The pomegranate finally recovered and began to peel the skin. The 3 of them ate to their heart's content. 5 days later, Song Jinggong put the bamboo box with 6 cucumbers with thorns on it on the table in front of County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang. Chapter 55. This is a cucumber? It's a cucumber. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang looked at the 6 cucumbers in front of him and raised his head to ask Song Jinggong. He did not understand why Song Jinggong rushed over to give him cucumbers. Could it be related to the murder case? Evidence. Sir is indeed amazing. You can recognize that this is a cucumber at a glance. That's right. Sir, try it and see if it's delicious. Song Jinggong thought that the county magistrate was frightened and pointed at the cucumbers for him to taste. I have eaten a lot of this. Zijin, you should take it back and eat it yourself. Cheng Lingxiang carefully looked at the cucumbers and did not find anything special about them. This made him unhappy. Song Jinggong finally understood. It turned out that Cheng Lingxiang did not consider what season it was and was only waiting for him to give him benefits. Cucumbers had always been worthless. Thinking of this, Song Jinggong was not angry and smiled slightly. Sir is right. When this student goes back, I will make some chili sauce and warm some wine. While drinking the cucumbers, I will enjoy the scenery outside. It is really a great enjoyment in life. As she spoke, Song Jinggong prepared to get up. Cheng Lingxiang was also thinking about that scenery, but he kept feeling that there was something wrong with that place. It was only when Song Jinggong said goodbye that he reacted and hurriedly called out, "Hold on, Zijin. Where did you get fresh cucumbers in the middle of winter?" After asking this, Cheng Lingxiang looked at the cucumbers in a different light. The thorns on the cucumbers looked better, and the flowers were more beautiful. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. He even put his head on the cucumbers and gently smelled them. The unique fragrance of the cucumbers entered his nose and was very comfortable. Song Jinggong saw the county magistrate's actions and was not in a hurry to answer. He just looked at them. Cheng Lingxiang looked at them for a while and stretched out his hand to touch them. The cucumbers were kept warm and were not cold or hot. At this time, the 6 cucumbers were no longer cucumbers in Cheng Lingxiang's eyes, but silver. 6 silver ingots were neatly placed there. They were green and almost the same thickness. The silver ingots were very beautiful. Sir, how is it? Is it comfortable to eat this kind of cucumbers in the winter? Song Jinggong found the right time to ask. Cheng Lingxiang nodded his head vigorously. Good stuff. Zijin, you've put in a lot of effort. I didn't expect to be able to eat fresh cucumbers, even when it's snowing. I wonder if Zijin only found these 6? In an instant, County Magistrate Chung thought of many things. If he gave this cucumber to the higher-ups would definitely think well of him. He just didn't know how many cucumbers there were. I don't know if you would like to eat it, so I've brought 6 sticks this time. If you think it's okay, I'll bring you more when I get back. It'll be enough for you to eat for a whole winter. Song Jingong had actually brought a lot this time and was preparing to sell it, so he deliberately said this. Where did the cucumber come from? Is there a way to keep the cucumbers in summer until now? County Magistrate Chung was most curious about this. Song Jingong shook his head in Weiwei and replied, There's no way. The cucumbers in summer can only be kept for 20 days at most, and they can't have thorns on them. Cucumbers are grown. 2 months ago, they were planted by a person on Zhuangzi. They can be eaten today. County Magistrate Chung was sitting there calmly at first, but when he heard that the cucumbers were grown, he immediately stood up and stared into Song Jingong's eyes, wanting to know if he was lying. Seeing that Song Jingong's eyes were clear and did not evade at all, he knew that it was probably true. Zijin, tell me quickly, how did the cucumbers grow? Was it that expert? Good ability. If he taught the method to the people of Tang, wouldn't they be able to eat fresh cucumbers in the winter? Moreover, the cucumbers are in the north and won't occupy other lands in the winter. The people will have another source of income, for no reason. Great merit. This is a great merit. Zijin, that person on Zhuangzi will definitely be praised and rewarded. How about this? Zijin will go back tomorrow and bring that person here. I want to submit a memorial. County Magistrate Chung stood up and did not sit back down. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, talking as he walked. He did not notice Song Jingong's helpless expression at all. After a while, when he saw that Song Jingong did not speak, he stopped and looked over. Song Jingong smiled bitterly and said, Sir, people on Zhuangzi also need to earn money. There's so many people who need to be fed. That person is very good to the villagers. Today, every villager gave a lot of things for free. He was also afraid that the heavy snow would crush the houses, so he specially paid for the houses and the kong beds. Sir, you also know how much the cucumbers are worth in winter. Zhuangzi is waiting for the cucumbers to be sold for good money. Sir, if you ask me to say it, I dare not. If I offend that person, even if I run to the ends of the earth, it will be useless. Sir, you may not know what that person is capable of, but I have already experienced it. Oh, that's right. The cucumbers are not expensive even if sold for 10 copper coins. Naturally, there will be rich people who will buy them. Moreover, it's almost the New Year. To be able to eat a mouthful of refreshing cucumbers on New Year's Eve will definitely make one feel different. After County Magistrate Chung heard Song Jingong's explanation, he also understood. Who would be willing to tell others such a recipe? Since it could be grown, it would definitely be eaten continuously for several months. How much money could one make in winter? Just thinking about it was frightening. However, if he did not take it out, it would not be good if he was targeted. He knew the value of the cucumbers in winter, but others were not stupid either. What if he offended someone even more powerful? Chung Lingxiang considered this matter and slowly sat down. He looked at Song Jingong and finally warned, Zijin, these cucumbers are not easy to deal with. It could easily attract a fatal disaster. Why didn't that expert on Zhuangzi think of this? As long as you sell it, people will know. If you are not willing to give up the recipe, I will pretend that I did not see it today. Sir is indeed a good official. You can think of the people under your rule. Sir, rest assured. Before coming here, that person told me that if Sir says so, then I will tell you the solution. If Sir wants to claim credit, then I will immediately go back and uproot the cucumbers. Song Jingong only had one feeling towards the young master, which was to look up to a tall mountain. Oh, you calculated that too? What's the solution? County Magistrate Chen was also afraid. Was this still a human? He took one step at a time. In reply to Sir, The solution is not difficult. It is to transport the cucumbers here and let Sir help to sell them. Sir, don't be anxious. When the time comes, if someone asks, Sir can say that the cucumbers on Zhuangzi actually bear new fruits. At this time it is almost the Chinese New Year, so no one will investigate carefully. When the Chinese New Year is over and the money is more or less earned, the Zhuangzi will not continue to sell them. Instead, it will give some to Sir for you to give to others. If someone investigates, they will definitely ask Sir where Zhuangzi is. At that time, the cucumbers will naturally be killed. Song Jinggong told the method. In fact, there was one thing that they did not mention. It could also be said that he was lying. Zhang Xiaobao instructed him to do so. Another thing was that if the county magistrate did not warn him, he would immediately go back and harvest all the cucumbers this time. He would remove the other cucumbers and transport the collected cucumbers far away. He would use another identity to sell them elsewhere and still make a lot of money. This was not what impressed Song Jinggong the most. It was what the young master said, that the county magistrate would help him to think of things to a large extent. The other preparation was just for the unexpected. Of course, Song Jinggong did not know how much psychology the young master had studied. From his several contacts with the county magistrate, he guessed the county magistrate's character. He only thought that the young master was good at prediction. The county magistrate sighed. The person on the Zhuangzi could not make any more comments. Not only did he sell the cucumbers, but he also gave him a credit. It was an auspicious sign. With the cucumbers as evidence, he had no choice but to believe it. The county magistrate asked him to give them to others. Did he need to ask who he could give them to? He could not refuse such a good thing. Once the auspicious sign appeared, no matter what the higher-ups thought, they would want to follow suit. Then his future would be bright. Thinking of this, County Magistrate Cheng nodded and said, "Well, since it is before the Chinese New Year, I will pick more cucumbers. 2 days before the Chinese New Year, I will sell them. Zijin, you haven't eaten yet, right?" "Just right. I will use 3 cucumbers to make 2 dishes. Zijin, let's try it together." County Magistrate Cheng did not cherish it anymore. Since there were more, he would not miss a few cucumbers from his family. He ate 3 cucumbers first and sent the other 3 cucumbers later for his family to try. Song Jinggong was not in a hurry to leave this time. He gladly complied. The cold wind blew from time to time. Even so, it did not make the people on the Zhuangzi side of the Zhang family and Wang family feel anything. The old cow of Chen Hao's family was killed. One of the cows that Zhang Xiaobao had bought some time ago was also killed. This cow really had to be killed. As soon as it died in Chen Hao's family, it fell into a ditch and broke its leg. Once the 2 cows were killed, there was a lot of meat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang discussed for a while and decided to let the 2 people on the Zhuangzi side of the family have a meal together. It could also be considered as promoting the good of the main family. Naturally, they could not just eat the beef. The meat of the 2 cows was really not enough to share. Moreover, they had to leave some for the New Year. They could only add some radishes to make a few big pots of beef stewed with radishes. They asked the people on the Zhuangzi side of the family to eat together. They made cornbread with rice flour and added a few salted vegetables. Together with the light stew, it was not bad to eat hot in this winter. In this way, they did not need to kill 2 cows. 1 cow was not considered to have the tendons and other miscellaneous things. Just the meat alone was enough. They added some butter. A pot of stew did not need too much beef. The farmers were not picky. It was fine as long as there was food. The aroma in the few big pots had already drifted out long before the meat was cooked. The adults were better off and could hold it in. The children sniffed their snot and anxiously swallowed their saliva. Some of the braver ones even went to the pot to take a look. In order to not let everyone freeze, a few bonfires were built in the open space outside. The 2 farmers on the Zhuangzi side of the bonfires gathered around, chatting and laughing. They only got up to help when the meat was ready. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang also rushed over at this time. They wanted to eat with everyone. Wang Wan was holding a handful of dried coriander in her hand. Zhang Xiaobao was holding a bowl of chili sauce by himself. Chapter 56. Delicious, really delicious. Come, Xiaobao, help me tear this piece of meat open. You take that side. The beef stewed with radishes was cooked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used a bowl to eat. Pomegranate had found the kind of meat without tendons, and the pieces were relatively small. Even so, it was strenuous for the two of them to eat. They had to use their hands to tear the meat into small pieces and slowly chew them. Wang Wan found a piece that was relatively large. It was not easy for her to use her small hands, so she called Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao used both his hands, and so did Wang Wan. Only then did they manage to tear the meat open. The meat is obviously not completely rotten, but they actually said it was ready to eat. Why didn't they think about the two of us? Zhang Xiaobao dipped the half piece of meat into the spicy sauce, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed vigorously as he complained. People eat meat like this. Why are you biting it when it is already rotten? I don't want to eat meat. It is too strenuous. Drink some soup and eat some radishes. Wang Wan swallowed the meat with difficulty and decided to change her taste. Pomegranate was not willing to eat with so many people at once, so she only served the two little ancestors at the side. When she heard Wang Wan's words, she went to the pot and scooped some radishes and soup. She sprinkled some chopped coriander on top. It tasted good to drink a mouthful of the soup. When a child in the village saw that the two most precious people in Zhuangzi only ate radishes and did not eat meat, he was immediately moved. He said to his parents beside him, "Dad, Mom, the little master only ate radishes and left the meat for us." The little dog of Guzhuang definitely did not believe what I said, but it is true. His parents were also moved, but it was not because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan drinking soup and eating carrots. They also knew that such a big child would not be able to eat beef at all. What moved them was that the young master and young lady didn't act high and mighty, but ate with them. It was cold outside, and this meal was specially prepared for them. For them to be able to do this at such a young age, it could only mean one thing, and that was that the masters of the main family usually told the children this. With such a master, what was there for him to be dissatisfied with? The two of them had rushed back from outside. When they arrived, Guzhuang's people had also encountered them and asked them about it. When they said that the owner of the house was treating them to beef, the look in Guzhuang's eyes could never be forgotten. "Xiao Bao, look at how happy the villagers are eating. In the future, it would be great if I could often bring the villagers to eat a meal." Unfortunately, there was too little beef. This time, we were fined 12 taels of silver. Why didn't these officials think of us? Wang Wan drank a few mouthfuls of soup and ate too much. She sat there to rest for a while and complained to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to say, "Indeed, there are no good people in the officials, and it's the same in every dynasty." When the words came to his mouth, he changed his mind. He didn't want Wang Wan to think about the past. Everyone was happy, so there was no need to evoke memories. He could only say, "After all, cattle are precious. They are used to farm, which shows that they value agriculture. In fact, horses are also good, but they are used to equip troops and pull carriages. I don't know if there are curved plows now. I will ask later. If there are, then forget it. If there aren't, we can make it ourselves. I remember that there are a few beef bones in the pot. Let's eat them. I don't want to eat them. Let's give that to the children. There are still a lot of them at home. Why should we snatch their things? Do you know how to breed cattle? It's the kind that can keep every child and can even have one child every year." When Wang Wan heard that to eat bone marrow, her eyes lit up and dimmed. She wanted to do animal husbandry. Zhang Xiaobao scooped up a piece of butter floating on top of the soup and put it in front of Wang Wan's mouth. "No, I didn't learn it at that time. There was a person in prison who was an expert in this field, a real expert. He wrote a paper that was stolen by someone. He wanted to prove that he wrote it, but the other party was powerful and locked him up. At that time, he saw that I was eager to learn and really wanted to teach me. Unfortunately, I didn't have any intention to learn at that time. I just listened to him talk about agriculture and animal husbandry. He talked about the curved plows a lot, so I remembered it. He always praised this kind of plows. I remember that at that time, I was learning things from a burglar next to me. I learned how to pick locks from that person. Not only do you know the principle, you also need to train your ears and feel. Later on, I carried some iron wires of different thicknesses and magnets of different sizes. Magnets? What's the use of magnets? It doesn't seem to be necessary to pick a safe, right? Wang Wan was gradually attracted by Zhang Xiaobao's words. As someone who specialized in catching burglars, she was interested in this field. What safe? It's a door lock. Some door locks need magnets. The key itself is magnetic. Some magnets attract and some separate. The magnets I carry not only have to be of different sizes, but also have to have both magnets. It's a technical job. I feel that if I can give a degree, it'll be a master's degree, and the one who teaches me will definitely be a doctor. Zhang Xiaobao poured away the cold soup and let Pomegranate continue to scoop it. He said to Wang Wan as if he was telling a joke. So you know the principle of unlocking? Can you make locks? Wang Wan asked curiously. Of course, if you want to pick locks, you have to know how. Then you can sell locks. Wang Wan suggested. If I don't do it, how can I do it without a spring? Hurry up and eat, then go back to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao directly refused. Wang Wan was just casually asking. Seeing that it was impossible, she didn't say much. She finished the soup and radish and patted her stomach. She was full. After the two of them left, the people here ate faster. Just now, they were all controlling themselves. After the meal, the remaining bones were brought back to the families of the children who were breastfeeding. They could cook the bones twice when they went back. The bone marrow inside could be directly fed to the children or the mother. In Zhuangzi, County Magistrate Cheng Lingshan was also eating. There were a total of 6 dishes, 1 soup for meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. One of the vegetarian dishes was cold, shredded cucumber with mashed garlic. The other dish was scrambled cucumber with eggs, which had a pleasant fragrance. The soup was cucumber and garlic sprout soup, which was salty and mild. Song Jinggong chatted with the county magistrate while drinking wine. The dishes he ate were basically the 4 meat dishes. He basically didn't touch the cucumber. He could eat whatever he wanted when he went back and wouldn't fight with the county magistrate. 1.5 cucumber was cold shredded cucumber. 1 was scrambled eggs, and the other half was boiled in soup. Seeing that the county magistrate was so calculating, how could he dare to eat? County Magistrate Cheng Lingshan didn't think too much about it. With a smile on his face, he said some words about knowledge and made a poem that he thought was quite good on the spot. After receiving Song Jinggong's flattery, he picked up 2 cucumbers and put them in his mouth to taste carefully. Finally, he got to the point. Zijin, your Zhuangzi isn't far from here, right? Yes, sir's right. It's not far. I can go back and forth in a day. Song Jinggong toasted and replied, It's good that it's not far. Since it's not far, ask the expert on your Zhuangzi to come here. I want to meet this person. County Magistrate Cheng actually wanted to get an advisor. If he could really recruit that person to his side, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Song Jinggong was so scared that he trembled. Bringing the young master and young lady here on such a cold day, what if they caught a cold? Moreover, they were so young. If he really pushed them out, wouldn't that be harming others? No matter what, he couldn't agree to this. Sir, this won't do. That person has a weird temper. It's only because that Zhuangzi saved his life that he went there. I haven't seen him before. Every time we talk, there's a screen between us. How about this? If you have any instructions, I'll help you pass them on. Song Jinggong, of course, knew what the county magistrate wanted to do. The meaning of his words was also clear. If you, the county magistrate, need help with something, I'll help you ask. When the other party comes up with an idea, I'll come back and tell you. There was a trace of regret on County Magistrate Chang's face. He nodded and scooped some soup into his bowl. After drinking it in one gulp, he said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble Zijin. Is Zhou Shihu still doing well?" "Young Master Zhou is a good person. It's just that there's a shortage of brown sugar in the surrounding areas recently. Sir, why don't you persuade him? It's not easy to sell too much white sugar. After all, the price is high. Oh, I just thought of something. That person said that during the new year you can bring some grain and oil to the poor people in the county to take a look. After all, you love the people like your own children. You should let the people under your rule feel the favor of the imperial court. Zhuangzi can take out 1,000 dan of grain and 100 dan of oil for you." Song Jingong followed up with another matter. This was also something that had been instructed beforehand. County Magistrate Cheng's eyes lit up. Of course, he understood the meaning of these words. This was to give him political achievements. If he really did this and sent the cucumbers over, his evaluation this year would definitely be excellent. That expert was really reasonable. It was a pity that he couldn't come over to help. He immediately said, "All right, I understand. The people don't have it easy, especially those who have illnesses in their families. I will remember what your Zhuangzi did. I believe that the people will also be very grateful. Come, Zijin, eat." After waiting until they were almost done eating, Song Jingong said goodbye. He promised that after 2 days a large amount of cucumbers would be sent over, so that County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang could rest assured. The sky gradually darkened. Every household began to prepare for dinner. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy again. They stood in the kitchen and gave instructions. Tonight's staple food had to be prepared according to their wishes. The noodles were rolled into thin slices and then cut into strips to make noodles. There was already something here, so the beef was also cut into slices. The chili sauce and eggs were fried together, and then the beef slices were put into the beef bone soup. A layer of shredded cucumber and coriander was placed on top of the beef fried noodles. A bowl of beef fried noodles was ready. This time the beef was not so hard. The two of them could eat some of it. Before it was served, they sprinkled sesame oil on it. They could eat comfortably without the need for vegetables. Wang Wan was eating with Zhang Xiaobao's family. She ate a mouthful of noodles and asked with her lips, "Xiaobao, do we need to prepare anything for the Lunar New Year?" "Make some firecrackers. Make something simple. Make it with a ratio of 1 niter, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. Just listen to the sound. Don't make those 75%, 10%, or 15% firecrackers." Zhang Xiaobao hesitated before saying this idea. Today he was delayed by some matters and only had 2 chapters left. He would make up for it tomorrow. For every chapter he made up, he would punish himself with 1 chapter. He would update 3 chapters normally and 5 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 57. The sky was dark, the clouds were dark, the snow was flying and the wind was blowing. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month of the 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era, just 3 days after the Lunar New Year, the 4th snowfall of winter began to fall. This snowfall was heavier than the previous ones, falling like pieces of paper. The county magistrate Cheng Lingxiang was the busiest today. He not only had to arrange the affairs of the yamen, but he also had to help sell the cucumbers. The accumulated 5,000 kilograms of cucumbers would be sold in the next few days. These were all delivered by Song Jingong these days. In addition to these cucumbers to be sold, there were 200 kilograms of cucumbers left for County Magistrate Cheng. As for who he gave them to, it was not someone else's business. At noon, Cheng Lingxiang put on his official uniform and took a group of people to a warehouse in the county. These people in the yamen still did not know what the county magistrate was going to do. It was the holidays, but he still called them out. As the door of the warehouse opened, countless baskets made of bamboo appeared in front of them. Cheng Lingxiang knew that these were cucumbers that were processed with some methods to keep them fresh. The older ones were more than 10 days old, and the fresh ones were just delivered this morning. Sir, you called us here just to see these baskets. The deputy county magistrate of Sanshui County, Zhang Mingxing, asked what others were thinking. Chang Lingxiang shook his head mysteriously and pointed to one of the baskets. Someone come and open the basket. Naturally, someone came forward and carefully opened the basket in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a layer of silk. He looked back at the county magistrate, and under the county magistrate's signal, he lifted the silk and suddenly couldn't help but scream. Under the silk were neatly stacked cucumbers with thorns on the top. Looking back at the snow that was still falling, this person felt that he was not mistaken about the season. It was really winter, but the cucumbers in front of him were not fake. Sir, cucumbers, these are all cucumbers. This person looked back at the county magistrate and stuttered a little. It seemed that he wanted to get confirmation from the county magistrate. Yes, they are cucumbers. These are all cucumbers, more than 5,000 kilograms in total. It is an auspicious sign. There is a farm, and there are cucumbers on the vine that should have died. Last night, I have written a memorial, and I will ask someone to send it out later. This was exactly what Chang Lingxiang wanted. When he saw cucumbers for the first time, it was also the same when he was clear about the season. It seemed that his surprise back then was not excessive, and it was the same for others. The other people in the yamen also came forward to take a look. They all wanted to touch the cucumber with their hands, but they were afraid that they would remove the thorns and flowers on the cucumber. They all took deep breaths to savor the taste of the cucumber. The deputy district magistrate carefully pinched the end of a cucumber and held it in front of him to take a closer look. He then moved his nose closer to smell it and nodded. Auspicious sign, it's indeed auspicious sign. I just don't know which zhuangzi is the auspicious sign. Which zhuangzi? There's no need to rush now. You'll know when the time comes. For now, help this official carry the cucumbers out. We'll sell them on the streets. 30 copper coins per caddy. You can buy at most 5 caddies at a time. If you want to buy more, line up at the back. County Magistrate Cheng did not want others to know about the location of Zhangjia Zhuangzi now. There were still cucumbers there. If someone went to investigate now, all the cucumbers would be killed immediately. What a pity. What they had to do now was to help sell the cucumbers. 30 copper coins per caddy was the price set by the expert over there. It was agreed at the beginning that people without money would not enjoy this thing. Even if you sold it for 10 copper coins per caddy, no one would be willing to buy it. The rich people did not care whether it was 10 copper coins or 30 copper coins. This was the price for today. Some people were allowed to buy and try it first. Today, they would only sell the earliest 2,000 caddies. If they did not sell out, the next day it would be 50 copper coins, the day after tomorrow it would be 80 copper coins, and the day after that it would be 100 copper coins. The closer it was to the new year, the higher the price. Sir, it doesn't seem right to do this. We are all officials of the imperial court. If we sell vegetables, we will be impeached. When the deputy district magistrate heard that they had to sell the cucumbers personally, he felt embarrassed and tried to persuade them. How is this selling vegetables? We are selling auspicious signs. Quickly go and get a weight. I want those that can weigh up to 1 copper coin. Carry 2,000 caddies of cucumbers to the entrance of the yamen. I want to promote auspiciousness for the imperial court there. Chang Lingxiang had thought of this and did not mention anything about selling vegetables. But sir, the price is too high. The deputy district magistrate was still a little hesitant. Chang Lingxiang stared at him. What do you mean by selling? To you I am selling. To others I am not selling. I am giving auspicious signs. Those who pay money are asking for auspicious signs. They can get it for 30 copper coins per caddy. Understood. Everyone else understood. The county magistrate played it beautifully. He had a reputation and money. The deputy district magistrate had to admit that this was indeed a good excuse. He thought of selling, oh no, giving away money again. Sir, I wonder how the money after giving away money. Is it enough to give some to Zhuangzi? When Chang Lingxiang heard what the deputy district magistrate said, he instinctively took a step back. He was afraid that he would be implicated by the deputy district magistrate. How would he dare to touch the money? He was not afraid of Zhuangzi. He was worried about the master. The money added up to only a few hundred taels. The master was still waiting for the new year. If he really took the money, the consequences would be. When he thought of this, he stared at the deputy district magistrate again and said, "This money has to be given to that Zhuangzi. We are officials. We just want to promote the imperial court's benevolence and have auspicious signs. On the 30th day, all of you still have to follow me out. That Zhuangzi is benevolent and righteous. He will take out 1,000 dan of grain and 100 caddies of vegetable oil for us to help the poor people in the county." "Sir, we understand." The deputy district magistrate finally understood. The district magistrate had already made an agreement with that Zhuangzi. He would help the district magistrate create auspicious signs and give him a chance to gain political achievements. After the matter was settled, the people in the yamen started to move. They moved the baskets of cucumbers out and put them on the carriages outside. Each basket weighed about 50 caddies. A total of 40 baskets were moved out. They did not need to be reminded and consciously became more careful. It was 30 copper coins. One cucumber could be exchanged for a few caddies of rice. The snow outside did not have any signs of stopping. It made the weather less cold. For big carriages brought the cucumbers back to the entrance of the yamen. Someone had already taken the cucumbers and was ready to sell them. The people were not worried that they would not be able to sell them. Although the price was scary, eating cucumbers in the winter was unique. There were many rich people. Why would they be afraid that they would not be able to afford it? However, these people were all thinking that since cucumbers were so expensive, they would not be able to bear to buy one caddy of cucumbers. They really wanted to eat them. "Well, the people on Zhuangzi said that you have worked hard to manage the people in the county with me. After the sale on the 29th of the 12th lunar month, everyone can bring back 5 caddies of cucumbers home. It's the new year and you can try something new." Chang Lingxiang seemed to know what his subordinates were thinking and said slowly. At the same time, he was impressed that Zhang Zhuangzi knew how to conduct himself. The last time he gave him money, he was like this. This time he did the same. When the people heard this, they were happy. At the same time, they were surprised by the Zhuangzi's generosity. There were more than 100 people in the yamen, and he gave them so many cucumbers. When they knew which Zhuangzi he was in the future, they would help when they needed help. Chang Lingxiang looked at the expressions of his subordinates with satisfaction and continued that Zhuangzi also said that it is not enough to just have the vegetables. Everyone should bring back 3 caddies of vegetable oil and 5 caddies of carrots. The carrots have to be fried in oil when we go back. He said that it is good for the body. Don't eat it with other carrots and don't drink it. Everyone nodded. Of course, they knew about the carrots and vegetable oil, especially how to eat carrots. Someone had already told them when they were selling them. Drinking and eating carrots was not a big deal, but they could get sick. Similarly, the price of these 2 things was not cheap, especially the carrots. They cost 20 copper coins per caddy and were sold to the restaurant every day. It seemed that the vegetable oil, cucumber, chili sauce, and carrots were all from the same family, Zhang Zhuangzi. This time they had guessed it, but when they looked at the county magistrate's eyes and the benefits they received this time, they all chose to forget. They were not stupid. They knew that once this matter was spread, Zhang Zhuangzi would not have a good time. If Zhuangzi was in trouble, would they still want to get anything in the future? County Magistrate Chang regretted his words as soon as he finished speaking. He had already told them that he would talk about the carrots and vegetable oil on the last day. In the end, he could not hold it in. When he saw that his subordinates seemed to understand, he could only add, "The people of Zhuangzi don't have it easy either. On the 29th, I will send you the things. When you go home, Take them out for your family to try. Friends and relatives can also eat a variety of dishes during meals. His words were very clear. When they went home, they could show off. They could not mention Zhuangzi to their friends and relatives. Naturally, everyone nodded in agreement. After dealing with this, a basket of cucumbers was opened. The yamen runners did not need to be told and directly shouted, "Auspicious, auspicious, auspicious! Cucumbers in winter. Villagers, come and see. You can buy them at home for 30 copper coins per caddy." The yamen runners were buying cucumbers in the middle of winter. This was a new thing. As soon as they shouted, a lot of people gathered around to watch. Chapter 58. Little girl, what are we making now? It's so dark. Why can't we light a lamp? Pomegranate put some powder into the paper and put in the small strips made by the two young masters. She rolled the paper according to the method taught by Wang Wan. She had made nearly 1,000 strips in the morning, and she was still doing it, which made Pomegranate puzzled. It's used to replace firecrackers during the spring festival. You don't need to throw it into the fire. Just light it, and it will make a crackling sound. Pomegranate, you buy these things. Don't tell others. These things will burn in an instant when they come into contact with a little fire. If we light a lamp, we will all be burned to death. Wang Wan made another strip and gently put it aside. She explained to Pomegranate. She knew more about the fire powder than Zhang Xiaobao. If she wanted, she could make a powerful bomb. Pomegranate knew something, but she still didn't fully understand it. She had never touched it before. She nodded and promised, "Little girl, don't worry. I will never tell others, not even my family. This thing is louder than a firecracker." Louder than a firecracker with salt thrown into the fire. If this thing is big enough, it can kill people. Zhang Xiaobao also made a strip and put it together with Wang Wan's. His face, head, and clothes were stained with the fire powder, but he didn't dare to reach out to pat it, let alone scratch his head with his hand. "Xiaobao, do all the farmers send cucumbers? Will they tell others?" Wang Wan also felt that this work was too boring. Only she and Zhang Xiaobao would do it. If it were other children, they wouldn't do the same thing for the whole morning. Of course, they have to send it. They already know what is planted there. It's the spring festival, and they all want to eat something fresh. If they really tell others, how can they wait until now? I think they are all good people. We can use the hearts of the people. Next year, we will work hard together to make their lives better. Zhang Xiaobao was now very envious of the people of this era. Those farmers were really too honest. If they were given a little benefit, they would remember it. If there was a little hope in life, they would do their best to do it. The two Zhuangzi's households did not lock their doors. He really did not know how the two Zhuangzi's people chose before coming here. When Wang Wan saw that she was almost done with the twists, she also stopped to rest. Thinking that there were so many people in the two families, but there was no disagreement, she felt that this was a blessing. "Xiaobao, we've already confirmed that the curved plow hasn't been found yet. Are you counting on this thing to increase production efficiency? Think about it some more. Do you have a better idea?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and finally spat out a word. Then he said, "We can ask them to keep the seeds of the single plants that have good yields. This way, after a few generations, there will be high-yielding varieties which are not stable. Another way is to wait until after the Spring Festival and ask Erniu to take 2 people to Shandong, which is the Henan province, to buy some stones and put them in the fields. We can also use them for drinking water and bathing. We can also use them for livestock, such as cows and horses. I just don't know if Erniu can find them." "What stones?" "They can be put in the fields and eaten." Wang Wan really did not know what stones had so many functions. "I remember 3 places where my fan stone came from, but I can't remember the other places. They are Shandong, Liaoning, and Mongolia. This thing is like normal saline. Don't underestimate the small proportion, but the effect is not small. I know this. So it's this kind of stone. In the past, we used to have this kind of stone for bathing. Also, there are mineral water places. Don't go to Mongolia, it's too dangerous. The Turks occupy it. Let's go to Shandong. What is it called? Hunan province. What's the specific location? Wang Wan heard this name and found it familiar. It was indeed used in many places, so she agreed. I don't know who knows the specific location. I didn't think of this at first, but I occasionally learned about it. When I was outside, I drank natural soda water, but it didn't taste good. It was not as good as the water in the river behind the orphanage before it was polluted. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly curled his lips. Thinking of that river, he felt a little uncomfortable. It was polluted, and later the factory was closed. Well, it's fine if you don't know. Pomegranate, stop for a while and eat. Today, make more cucumbers, dip them in sauce, and don't forget the meat soup. Wang Wan did not want to continue thinking about these things. After giving the order, she walked out with Zhang Xiaobao. Pomegranate put down the work in her hands and went out last. She locked the door and arranged for people to wash the two young masters. Then she went to the kitchen to arrange things. Cucumbers, cucumbers in winter. I'm auspicious. Everyone come quickly and go back to eat. It's the new year. Eat some fresh cucumbers. In Sanshui County, at the entrance of the yamen runners were still taking turns to shout. At first, no one bought it. The people who came to watch the fun were not rich. When they heard that it was 30 copper coins for a kilogram of cucumbers, they were scared. It was too expensive. In summer, 1 copper coin could buy 3 kilograms of cucumbers. 1 egg could be exchanged for a lot. County Magistrate Chung and the others were not in a hurry. They did not expect the people to buy it. They just wanted to gather around. When the time came, some servants would naturally know the news. Sure enough, after shouting for an hour, 2 people came over. From their clothes, it could be seen that they were servants of a rich family. The 2 squeezed closer and looked at the cucumbers. They nodded and shook their heads. One of them said, "It's okay. The flowers and thorns are not missing. It's just that it doesn't look so green. 30 copper coins for a kilogram is a bit expensive." As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at the yamen runner who bought the cucumbers. There was something different in his eyes. The yamen runner understood at once. He wanted him to lower the price so that he could keep the money. The yamen runner also had this kind of gaze. Without turning back to ask the county magistrate, the yamen runner said directly, 30 copper coins. You can only buy 5 kilograms at a time. It's auspicious. How can you bargain? The yamen runner did not care about this person's arrogance at all. The others around him were the same. Another yamen runner chimed in. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can afford. It's auspicious. Can ordinary people bear it? These words were deliberately belittling the identity of the 2 people. Sure enough, when the 2 people heard these words, their faces changed. It was as if they were being scolded. The person who had not spoken until now spoke. Don't think that you are the yamen. Do you know who we are? Who are you? If he couldn't afford auspicious sign, who else could he be? This county magistrate has already sent a list of auspicious signs. Not to mention you, anyone can pay the same price. You can only buy 5 kilograms at a time. If you want more, line up. If it was a normal day, the yamen runner would be a little worried. However, there was no need to think about it today. Who would dare to cause trouble at this time? Not to mention other things, the higher-ups would eventually find out. In the 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era, the current emperor was waiting for good news. County Magistrate Chung did not go in. He just stood outside. It was not that it was not cold outside. Since it was auspicious, he had to set an example. At this time he also spoke. How can you bargain with such auspicious signs? It's really obscene. Today, no matter how much money you pay, it won't work. Seeing that the county magistrate did not even ask about their identity, the 2 people were completely discouraged. They originally wanted to get some benefits, but they did not expect it to turn out like this. The 2 of them were not people who specially came out to buy. They just happened to encounter it. When the people in the manor came and bought it back, the master in the manor would definitely reward them. He couldn't let the opportunity slip by so easily. The attitude of the person who spoke first changed, and a smile appeared on his face. Auspicious, it's indeed auspicious. Just now, the two of us were just teasing everyone. How could we bargain? 30 copper coins for 5 caddies. Please, please, give us 5 caddies first. Hearing that, the yamen runner did not know whether to sell it or not. He turned back to look at the county magistrate. County magistrate Chung Lingxiang also thought about it. Just now he had already said it. It was not good to sell it directly. If he did not sell it, he would really offend people. Moreover, the 2 people were the first to buy it. After thinking for a while, he said, "Well, since the 2 of you sincerely want to buy it, then stand aside and wait for others to buy it. I'll see if the 2 of you are sincere under the snow. We'll talk about it then." When the 2 men heard this, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They also understood that since they had already made up their minds, they naturally couldn't change it immediately. Letting the 2 of them stand in the snow was the best way for them, an auspicious sign to deal with this matter. They did not dare to say anything more. It was better to be the second to buy it than to give the opportunity to others. They stood aside obediently and let the snow fall on them. Now that someone wanted to buy it, the surrounding people were unwilling to leave. They wanted to see how many people would buy such expensive things. Or, in other words, please. Just now, there were 2 people who wanted to buy it. Later, someone came to ask for the price. It should be a servant girl. She was actually wearing satin clothes. When she squeezed in, she saw that there was a cucumber for sale. When she heard the price, she threw 1 tael of silver without saying anything. "Okay, auspicious signs are good. I'll buy 20 kilograms first. That's all." The surrounding people were amazed. She was really too rich. She actually bought 20 kilograms with 1 tael of silver. The yamen runner hesitated again. He did not know whether to sell it or not. The county magistrate, Chung Lingxiang, had a way. "Miss, this auspicious sign can only be bought 5 kilograms at a time. Miss, you can buy 5 kilograms first. After the others in line have bought it, you can buy it." As he spoke, the yamen runner had already weighed 5 kilograms. He also weighed 5 kilograms for the 2 people. When the 2 people left, he weighed 5 kilograms for the girl. He also asked if there was anyone else who wanted to buy it. The surrounding people did not answer. This was easy. He continuously weighed 5 kilograms for the girl. She was considered to be in line. After taking the cucumber, the girl Weiwei smiled. "Thank you. There are still cucumbers in winter. The county magistrate is really capable. I'll go back and tell Master you." At this time, the surrounding people no longer said that the price was too high. There were really people who wanted to buy it. There were even people who paid more. The county magistrate, Chung Lingxiang, gave the yamen runner a look. The yamen runner shouted again, auspicious signs in winter, auspicious signs in summer." Chapter 59. It was the night of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying on the Kong bed. Pomegranate was lying next to them. All 3 of them had their eyes open and were wide awake. "Xiaobao, tomorrow is the New Year. We are 1 year older. Do you have any thoughts about the New Year?" Wang Wan couldn't sleep. She looked at the ceiling with the help of the light in the room. "Nothing. Let's just celebrate the New Year. I'm used to it. Come closer to me. Don't touch the wall. It's burning." Zhang Xiaobao didn't sleep either. He was thinking about other things. At noon, the county yamen in Sanshui County sent news that the last batch of cucumbers had been sold for 150 copper coins per caddy. It was estimated that all of them would be sold in the afternoon. They had made a profit. Tomorrow, they would get about 300 taels of silver. They didn't plant the cucumbers in vain. Including the money they invested in the grass curtain, they only got 27 to 28 taels of silver, 10 times the profit. The people in Zhuangzi also sent some cucumbers to other places. It wasn't a small amount. Wang Wan also felt the heat beside her. She moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and said, I didn't ask you to think about the new year. I asked you to think about Zhuangzi next year. You should at least make a conclusion. Yes, I do. This year is a special year. It's a harmonious year. With the efforts of everyone in Zhuangzi, Zhang family, and Wang family have achieved good results in the construction of spiritual and material civilization. Following the tradition of Zhuangzi, to be honest, Wang Wan impatiently interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. She had heard too much and was numb to it. It's really too difficult. Without money, how can we survive next year? I have to think of something. Zhang Xiaobao calculated his own money. There were still some carrots that could be sold for 1,008 taels of silver. The soybean oil was almost sold out in the past few days. The chili sauce just happened to be sold out yesterday. It was all bought out by people who wanted to have a good new year. Generally speaking, it was not a small amount to have 1,600 to 700 taels of silver on hand. Many people would not be able to earn that much in their lifetime. However, this was not enough to satisfy him. Next year, he would need to repair the roads, plan the land, and buy a lot of things. Furthermore, he would need to bribe the officials. He heard that someone would be inspecting the land next year. Then have you thought of one? Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao remove the wound on his neck. Zhang Xiaobao also moved a little. This was the bad thing about the northwest. In the winter, there was a Kong bed below, and it was hot and scalding. Above, there was a chilly wind, and both sides were suffering. Fortunately, there was a stove in the house, which raised the temperature a little, but he could still feel a gust of wind blowing around him. Tell me, have you thought of a good idea? Wang Wan urged. There is no other way. When everyone is done with their work at the beginning of spring, I plan to set up a market at the small bridge. We have a lot of things in our warehouse. At that time, we will take out some of them every day and put them there for the two people of Zhuangzi to exchange. The things we exchanged can continue to be exchanged. Everything has to be set by the people in our courtyard and exchanged for the same value. Otherwise, we will use other money to make up for it. At that time, there will be people from the nearby Zhuangzi. At that time, you're going to collect taxes? That won't work, right? Wang suddenly interrupted as she listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words. What taxes? As long as the market is set up, we will have the right to set the price. Then, we will be able to get a lot of benefits. We can build a few small warehouses and rent them to store their things. We will provide protection. We can also set up a few small tea stalls or snack bars there. We can earn some money and don't have to worry too much. Zhang Xiaobao's voice gradually weakened. It seemed that he was sleepy. That was enough. Wang Wan seemed to be infected by him. She yawned, tilted her head, and fell asleep while leaning on Xiaobao. The topic was settled. Pomegranate laid there with her clothes on. When she saw that the two young masters had finally fallen asleep, she got up and checked that the stove outside was not smoking. She sprayed some water at the place where it was connected. When she saw that there were no bubbles, she was relieved and turned to leave the room. She went outside to check on the two young masters who were still sitting there reading. She told them to pay more attention to the stove at night. Then, she went back to lie down and slowly fell asleep. Sanshui County, where the county magistrate lived behind the yamen. Chung Lingxiang hugged the concubine in his arms. He couldn't sleep for a while. He was estimating how much help the cucumbers would get this time. After selling cucumbers for a few days, the news had already spread to the ears of those who wanted to know. However, no one sent anyone to inquire about it. The document that was submitted had also not been replied. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Master, those cucumbers are so delicious. Don't give them to others. Keep them. The concubine in Chung Lingxiang's arms still had a rosy face after the passion just now. She stretched out one arm and kept moving it on Chung Lingxiang's body. Chung Lingxiang frowned. What do women know? If I don't give them, where can I find a future? If you want to eat them, it's easy. Tomorrow I will send someone to deliver money to them. Then I will ask for some cucumbers back." The concubine became honest and no longer asked about this. "Master is still the best. You can sell the cucumbers that are usually worthless at such a price. Yes, master is also good at other things." With this praise, Chung Lingxiang touched the concubine's smooth body and was a little restless. He turned over, and the passion appeared again. Early the next morning, the people sent by County Magistrate Chung set off with the heavy silver. There were a lot of people on the streets today. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the morning to buy some things that had not been prepared at home. There were also people who had not prepared the couplet at home and were anxious to ask someone to write it for them. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up, the people at home were all busy, especially the cucumbers in the back. The people in the courtyard picked the cucumbers that were still wet with dew and piled them aside. They were ready to send them to the farmers on Zhuangzi later. It's the new year. It's still lively here. I don't know if I should go back or stay at your house. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao no longer drank milk. They could eat porridge and pickled vegetables made with tofu. The nutrients their bodies needed were enough. Thinking of the new year, Wang Wan did not know what to do. According to common sense, you should go back, but there are exceptions to common sense. Didn't they say that we can't be separated from each other when we can open our eyes? Once we are separated, we will cry. You can spend the new year at my house. If you can't, we can go back and forth on the eve of the new year. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan meant. She wanted to spend the new year with him at the same time. It was as if they had completely abandoned the past. He also thought so. Since they came here, they were destined to work hard together. Okay, it's settled. When will Ernie be sent out? It's also grand on the 15th of the new year here. Wang Wan put a piece of bone marrow into her mouth and nodded in agreement. Not on the 15th, it's too late. Let's do it on the 6th of the new year. It's more tiring now, but it will be better in the future. Find a place and bring back the Maifan stone. Let's put it in earlier while the ground is still open and see how the yield is. Zhang Xiaobao decided after finishing the last mouthful of porridge. The new year was naturally different from usual. Jiang Wang clan was busy with work with the housekeeper. They did not have time to come and see their children. Those who still had family in the manor had gone back, so there was obviously less manpower. They were all ordered around in the courtyard. They were so tired that they did not want to leave, but their faces were full of joy. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had eaten, they did not exercise today. They divided the 10 bundles of firecrackers that they had made over the past few days into 5 bundles and asked someone to send them to the Wang family. They also brought pomegranate along with them. Time passed slowly under the anticipation of countless people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan washed their hands that were covered with noodles in the basin. Even if the dumplings were made in advance, they would go to sleep for a while in order to keep watch at night. They had the willpower, but the children's bodies could not bear it. As the night came, every family lit a fire outside their house. They took out the prepared bamboo poles and threw them into the fire, making a crackling sound. The wealthier families even put in some salt to make the sound louder. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also prepared a lot of bamboo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to the Wang family first, and then came back. Seeing that someone was throwing bamboo into the fire, they also took out the 5 bundles of firecrackers. They would set off 3 bundles tonight, and 1 at noon and 1 at night tomorrow. They still had to do it then. They would set off 5 bundles of firecrackers on the 5th and 15th day of the new year. Jiang Wang clan, Zhang Xiaobao's father, Old Madam and Old Master Zhang also stood in the courtyard to listen to the sound. They hugged the 2 children in their arms and enjoyed this kind of family affection. When Pomegranate lit the firecrackers and covered her ears to avoid them, the whole family was surprised when there was an even louder sound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not tell anyone that they were making firecrackers because they wanted to give everyone a surprise. In the end, not only was there a surprise, but there was also a shock. It was so loud that everyone was stunned. They only reacted when Pomegranate went to light the second bundle of firecrackers. "Xiao Bao, what is this? It sounds like there is a lot of noise. Make more of it and sell it." Jiang Wang clan was still quite business-minded. When she saw the firecrackers being lit, she thought of business. "Mom, this thing is called firecrackers. It is not easy to make, and there may be accidents. If too many people know about it, the recipe will be leaked. There are many businesses that can make money. Let's not do this first." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not want to make firecrackers known to everyone now. They thought that the Wang family's reaction would be the same at this time. "My son is right. Let's go. It's time to eat dumplings." Jiang Wang clan thought about it and agreed. She did not think about it anymore and went into the house with her family. The dumplings were already in the pot. There was also a hot pot on the table. The younger generation kowtowed to the older generation to wish them a happy new year. After receiving red packets, they began to eat. Seeing the adults eating in full swing, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only choose some things that could be bitten, such as duck blood, tofu, and small mutton. After a few bites, the two put down their chopsticks at almost the same time and said to each other, "It's been 3 years since the Kaiyuan era. Happy New Year." Yesterday they had said that they would update 5 chapters, but they did not. They did not plan to celebrate their birthday, but their friends came over at night. They drank 3 bottles of beer, and then half a liter of white wine and a few bottles of beer. They were drunk and wanted to make up for it today. Chapter 60. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not sleep the entire night. Zhang Xiaobao even went with his family to worship their ancestors. On the morning of the first day of the new year, several villagers from Zhuangzi came over to pay their respects to the main family. Last night, everyone was burning firecrackers. They all heard a different sound coming from the main family's courtyard, so they all casually asked around during their New Year greetings. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao discussed for a while and decided to take out a string of firecrackers for everyone to see. Last night, Pomegranate was the one who lit the firecrackers. Today, she was still the one in charge. Pomegranate finally had a chance to show her face in front of the villagers, so she hurriedly went to get the string of firecrackers. After a while, she came back and hung the string of firecrackers under a tree in the courtyard. She pinched an incense stick and lit the string that was about a foot long. Before anyone else knew what was going on, the crackling sound echoed throughout the entire courtyard. This was incredible. Last night, everyone was also burning bamboo sticks at home. When they heard the sound coming from the main family, it was only consistent and louder. Now that they were standing in front of the firecrackers, they saw one thing after another suddenly fall to the ground and turn into scraps of paper. Their ears were buzzing. Until the string of firecrackers was gone, everyone was still in shock. What exactly were those things? They were so small, but each one was like thunder. The main family was really amazing. Madame Zhang had been frightened once last night. At this time, when she saw the respectful expressions on the faces of the villagers, it was as if these firecrackers were made by him. Hearing the voices of the crowd, and then looking at her son and future daughter-in-law, who were facing each other indifferently, she nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Wang Wan's parents came over together. When they heard the sound coming from outside the courtyard, they knew that it was the firecrackers that were sent to their house yesterday. Today, the two of them also came because of this. When they lit the firecrackers yesterday, the whole family was frightened, but then they were happy. With such a big noise, they thought that the evil spirits would not dare to harm them. As soon as they entered the yard, they greeted each other. After a while, Wang Wan's mother held Jiang Wang clan's hand and said, "Miss Wang Wan, elder sister, last night, when we lit up these firecrackers in my house, the noise was very loud. This morning, when the farmer came to pay his New Year's greetings, he asked about it. After knowing that it was made by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he hurried over to take a look. Queen Mother of the West sighed at the magic of the firecrackers and was also a little worried. Yesterday, a person who lit the firecrackers did not know the power of the firecrackers. Even though he was told to avoid the firecrackers when they were delivered, He still stood by the side. When the firecrackers crackled, the person who lit the firecrackers was scared silly and stood there in a daze. A firecracker that was blown out flew to his hand and exploded, causing his hand to swell immediately. Early in the morning, the Wang family's housekeeper saw that this person was not very good at his work. After asking, he quickly told the master. Queen Mother of the West was scared. If one of the firecrackers was so powerful, then they made a bunch of them. If there was a spark, then the two children would be blown to bits. At first, Jiang Wang clan was smiling as she listened to her future in-laws. But as she listened, she was also scared. She hurriedly pulled her in-laws to the two children. Without saying anything, she carefully looked at them, touched their faces and pinched their hands, afraid that something was missing. "Mother, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled by her pinching, so he looked up and asked, "Xiaobao, tell your mother, can those firecrackers kill people or not? Tell me the truth." Jiang Wang clan asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and thought for a while before replying, "Yes, it can. Not only can it kill people, but it can also destroy mountains and split the earth. The ones we made don't have that much power, so we just have to be careful." "What do you mean by be careful?" "Yesterday, someone in the Wang family was injured by the firecrackers. What if something went wrong when you were making those 10 firecrackers? In the future, you are not allowed to fight with cuckoo." When she heard this, Jiang Wang clan was scared. Her son and daughter-in-law were indeed not ordinary people. Destroying mountains and splitting the earth, wasn't that the work of a god? Both sides lectured the two children and made them promise not to do such dangerous things in the future. Then they started to chat about their daily lives. As they were chatting, Queen Mother of the West suddenly said to Jiang Wang clan, "Sister, these firecrackers make a lot of noise. If someone is holding a wedding or holding a big event, it will be very lively. Why don't we get people to make more of them and sell them? This is another way to make money." "Sister, I don't think we can do this. What if someone learns how to make it and uses it to harm people?" Jiang Wang clan had thought about this yesterday and was a little worried. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also listening at the side. When they saw that people would want to make money from it, they sighed and wondered if they should give the recipe away. "Xiaobao, it seems that my mother is anxious to see your family's life getting better and better. What do you think we should do?" Wang Wan couldn't make up her mind. Zhang Xiaobao was also hesitating. He wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Wang Wan's mother would be unhappy. He wanted to agree, but was also worried that the recipe would be leaked. "Sister, I have a way to prevent the recipe from leaking out. Sister, you can prepare the ingredients here, and I will find people to transport them back. When the time comes, we will make them at the Wang family's zhuangzi. It will be divided into 2 parts, and the person making it won't even know the recipe." Madame Wang was eager to earn money, so she came up with this idea on a whim. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes lit up. At first, the two of them were thinking about the consequences of leaking the information, so they didn't think about this. Madame Zhang also agreed in her heart. She called Shirlu, who was at the side, to the front and instructed Shirlu to specially prepare the contents of the firecrackers in the future and send them to the Wang family's farmstead. This matter was settled. The Wang family would send people over to learn how to make firecrackers, and Pomegranate would be in charge of the ingredients alone. On the same day, the people from the Wang family came. The process of making firecrackers was simple, but the most important thing was safety. Pomegranate emphasized the various details over and over again, and asked people to follow the requirements without any mistakes. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the Wang family's zhuangzi went from house to house to deliver firecrackers to the villagers of the 2 zhuangzi. Each one hung 100 firecrackers, unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. When they gave firecrackers to one house, they told the other house to pay attention to the place, to be careful not to hurt people, and to prevent fire. The villagers accepted the firecrackers one by one, and were happy and grateful to their masters. Their thoughts were simple. When they set off firecrackers in their own houses, it would cause a big commotion, and those bad people wouldn't dare to come to their houses. Night came while they were looking forward to it. Usually, there was no need to burn firecrackers on New Year's Day, but the people of the two Zhuangzi still lit the firecrackers. Several households set them off together, one after another. For an hour, the sounds of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi never stopped. The people of the two Zhuangzi families were happy, but the people of Gujia village were worried. When they heard the sounds from the other side of the river, they were all on tenterhooks. They didn't know what was going on, and it was as if there was heavenly thunder. The children were lying on their beds, covering their heads, and didn't dare to show their faces. On the morning of the 6th day of the new year, when Ernie led two people to leave with the young master's expectations, the people of Zhuangzi couldn't help but come over to pay their New Year's greetings. Although they said they wanted to pay their New Year's greetings, they actually wanted to ask about what happened yesterday. As a result, the villagers of Zhuangzi and Zhang Xiaobao began to talk. They said that the master of Zhuangzi gave them New Year's gifts, and even gave them these firecrackers to set off. They wanted to chase away the dirty things that were hiding in the dark. This made the people of Zhuangzi feel envious and jealous. At the same time, they were scared. If the two Zhuangzi chased away the dirty things, wouldn't that mean that they ran over to their side? No matter what, they had to get some firecrackers to get rid of the bad luck. After asking around, they finally found out that the two Zhuangzi families had set up a grocery store 2 months ago that sold firecrackers. They all rushed over there. When they arrived, they found that the store really did sell firecrackers. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao had discussed earlier. If they wanted to sell firecrackers, they had to let more people know about it. Therefore, they gave one to each family in Zhuangzi. The people of Zhuangzi asked about the price. 100 firecrackers cost 3 copper coins. 500 firecrackers cost 12 copper coins, and 1,000 firecrackers cost 22 copper coins. They could be bought with cash or exchanged with other things. When the price was set, Wang Wan's mother had a hard time breathing. Pomegranate had said that 100 firecrackers cost less than 1 copper coin. As for the wages of the workers, they were all bought from Zhuangzi. They also had to work on a daily basis. It was already good enough that they could add some oil to the food when they were eating. When the people of Zhuangzi saw the price, they hesitated. They were reluctant to spend 3 copper coins to hear such a loud sound. However, when they thought about how the firecrackers could chase away the dirty things, they felt that it wasn't expensive. Since they could make such a loud noise, they thought that the cost of making the firecrackers wasn't low. Among them, there were 2 people who lived well at home. They gritted their teeth and went home to take a few pickled eggs. They went to the grocery store to exchange for a string of firecrackers and prepared to release them at night. With someone taking the lead, the others also felt that the money was well spent. They went home to take their things. They usually came to the grocery store to exchange for things. They knew that the grocery store accepted everything and the price was fair. It made things more convenient for them. The grocery store was specially prepared for the villagers by the 2 main families. When they compared themselves to the main family in Zhuangzi, they couldn't do anything but sigh. One after another, people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi came to exchange for things. They didn't buy with money. Some exchanged with rice grains, some with bacon, some with some staples that were steamed during the New Year, and some with a large cart of rice and wheat stalks. The grocery store didn't refuse anything. The rice and wheat stalks were used as firewood, dung, or sent to the Wang family in Zhuangzi to raise earthworms. As long as the food didn't spoil, the servants in the 2 main families could eat it. There were also some handicrafts that were collected and shipped out to be sold. The prices in prosperous places were higher. The frequent movements of the Gu family in Zhuangzi attracted the attention of the main family. The head of this generation was the eldest son of the Gu family, named Guingxi. He stood at the door and saw that the villagers were carrying things to the other side of the river. He couldn't help but stop someone and ask, "Wu family's 3rd son, where are you going?" Master, I'm going to the grocery store over there to exchange for something new. It's a firecracker that can chase away the dirty things. The sound of that firecracker is like thunder. Because I want to make up for what I did yesterday. There will be at least 6 chapters today. I realized something. I'm almost on the first page of the newcomer rankings. I'm currently 13th. If I move forward, I'll be on the first page. The gap isn't big. Everyone help me recommend me. Chapter 61. Firecrackers. Gu Yingxi was puzzled. Yes, master. Didn't you hear the noises from the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi last night? It's the sound of firecrackers. Once they make a sound, those dirty things won't dare to stay there. Won't they all come to our side? I want to change some too. The Wu family's 3rd son was in a hurry to leave, but he did not dare to offend the master. He could only speak as fast as he could. Gu Yingxi nodded. They sell firecrackers in the grocery store. Yes, there are quite a few. There are 100, 500, and 1,000. They sell firecrackers, as many as 1 string. The Wu family's 3rd son continued to answer. Gu Yingxi did not say anything this time. He waved his hand and let the Wu family's 3rd son leave. He stood there and stared at the river, lost in thought. The Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi used to be about the same as his Gu family village. The Zhangjia Zhuangzi was slightly better. After all, they collected enough food for 100 people and did not need to hand it over. But in recent months, something had happened to them. There were flocks of chickens and ducks in Zhuangzi. During the autumn harvest, they even came over to help him eat the grasshoppers. Later on, chili sauce was produced. He also asked someone to buy some from the grocery store. It was really good. Later on, he brought back so many carrots. It was said that the price of carrots was now 20 copper coins per caddy. There was still demand, but no market. Then vegetable oil was produced. It was cheaper than meat oil. It was really good. With all these transactions, his life became much better. He looked at the villagers in Zhuangzi and looked at the villagers in Zhuangzi. There was no comparison at all. When the villagers in his village mentioned the Zhang family and Wang family village, they were all envious. He also wanted to make Zhuangzi better, but he did not have the ability. Look at the 2 masters. They built things called Kong beds for the villagers. It was warm to sleep on them. They also helped to repair the houses and gave gifts during the New Year. He also wanted to, but he did not have the money. There were a few Kong beds in the courtyard. It was really comfortable to sleep on. As Gu Yingxi thought about this, he felt a sense of helplessness. When he saw people walking towards the grocery store, he felt even more uncomfortable. He was a farmer in Zhuangzi, yet he had to buy the things he needed from someone else's grocery store. In the past, everyone was more or less the same, so it didn't seem like much. But now, the 2 Zhuangzi over there were very good to the other Zhuangzi. Now that there was a comparison, the Zhuangzi on his side felt uneasy. No, if this continued, the Zhuangzi would be finished. He had to think of a solution. Gu Yingxi felt a sense of urgency. He turned around and returned to the courtyard. He was going to find someone to discuss this matter. He was also preparing to come up with a new business. When the time came, he would treat the villager better. The villagers of Gujia village did not know that the main family wanted them to have a better life, so they were thinking of a way. Now they were all holding things and lining up in front of the grocery store, waiting to exchange for firecrackers. Among them, there were some who were quick-witted. They looked at the price and found that the more firecrackers they bought, the cheaper it would be. The one with 1,000 heads only cost 22 copper coins. If it was the one with 100 heads, it would cost 30 copper coins. That was 8 copper coins less. The man thought of something and nudged the person beside him. Wu family Xiao-san, which one do you want? See, go! Why do you want to buy it too? I want to buy the one with 100 heads. The Wu family Xiao-san was still complaining in his heart that he was stopped by the master of the main family just now. When he arrived at the grocery store, he would need to line up for a period of time. From time to time, there would be people from the Zhang family and Wang family entering the store. They did not need to line up. After all, this grocery store was specially open for them. Just as he was lamenting, he heard a reply from the person beside him. Yes, I also want to buy the one with 100 heads. Why don't we ask the people next to us? If there are 10 people who want to buy the one with 100 heads, we can buy the one with 1,000 heads together. It will be cheaper. When the time comes, we can split up and buy the one with 100 heads each. The man called Si Go and the Wu family's Xiao San discussed. When the Wu family's Xiao San heard this, he also felt that it was a good deal. He nodded and began to ask the people around him. In the end, after a few words, the people around him understood. The dozens of people formed groups of 10 and handed the items to the person in front of them. After that, they would divide the goods among themselves. In this way, not only was it cheaper, the lines were also shorter, and the speed was several times faster. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also strolling around accompanied by Pomegranate and a manservant. They just happened to come to the grocery store. Seeing the scene in front of them, the two of them looked at each other in surprise. These people were smart and knew how to get the biggest profit. Huzi, go and ask what's going on over there. Why do they want to buy the firecrackers like this? Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and ordered the manservant. Huzi immediately went over. After a while, he understood the situation and came back to report. Little young master, there is a man called Si Go over there. It was his idea. In this way, there will be fewer people in the line, and they can save some money. Each family can save about 1 copper coin. Now they can buy 1 egg. When the chickens lay eggs, they can save 2 eggs. Little young master, do you want to raise the price of the 500 and 1,000 firecrackers? Good, he's a talent. There's no need to raise the price. Just sell it like this. Our firecrackers are mainly sold not to the people of Gujia village, but to some big buyers. You go and call Sigo for me. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. Although it was just a simple idea, if it was him and Wang Wan, they could think of it immediately. So many villagers did not think of it, but the man called Sigo thought of it. It had to be said that it was a little special. Sigo had just bought the firecrackers and was dividing them. There were also things from each family. The value was different, so they had to be properly exchanged. After dividing the firecrackers to 2 families, Huzi came over and said to Sigo, right? My little young master wants you to come over. Who is your little young master? I'm busy. If there's something, let him come over. Sigo was patiently counting the number of firecrackers. When he heard the voice, he did not raise his head and said unhappily. The people next to him raised their heads and saw that they all knew this person. He was one of the people in Zhangjia Zhuangzi's courtyard. They pondered over his words and looked in another direction. Sure enough, Zhangjia Zhuangzi's little young master and Wang family's Zhuangzi's little young lady were there. Someone next to him quickly touched Sigo and said to him, Sigo, hurry up. The Zhang family's little young master wants you. Hurry up, don't let him wait. Everyone in Guzhuang knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family had an arranged marriage. This was not a big deal. After all, Zhangjia Zhuangzi was powerful and could not control the people in Guzhuang. However, they all heard that the benefits given to the Zhuangzi were all from these 2 children. Just by hearing the name of the grocery store, they knew that it was the Baowan grocery store. They also often heard from the 2 Zhuangzis, little young master and little young lady's good deeds. When they met people outside, they would greet them politely and kindly. This made them respect them, so they urged Sigo. When Sigo heard that it was the little young master of the Zhang family, he immediately stood up and smiled apologetically at Huzi. Without saying anything, he walked towards Zhang Xiaobao. Before he could get close, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came forward holding hands. As soon as they met, before Sigo could speak, Zhang Xiaobao spoke first. You're still busy over there, so I'll send someone over to disturb you. Please forgive me if I've offended you. As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed to the 4 dogs. Wang Wan also followed suit and bowed. Sigo, who was flattered, felt that his nose was sore. He blinked his eyes hard and felt better. He quickly wanted to kneel down, but was supported by Huzi. The corner of Sigo's mouth moved. He didn't know what to say. When had he ever been treated like this? Moreover, the two in front of him were two little ancestors on Zhuangzi. No wonder when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's farmers mentioned these two people, they were so respectful. Hearing these words and seeing them bow, Sigo actually felt warm on this cold winter day. Many people in Gezhuang were also watching. When they saw the two children acting like this, they all sighed in their hearts. Look at them. They were so sensible at such a young age. This was what Zhang Xiaobao's parents taught him. Then they looked at the little young master on Zhuangzi. He was already 6 years old this year, but when he met the farmers, he acted like he was superior and ordered them around as if they were animals. While the people in Gezhuang were sighing, Zhang Xiaobao spoke again. "Si, do you have a name?" In reply to the little young master, "This lowly Sigo has a lowly life. How could I have a name? I didn't know what my surname was since I was young." The person in charge of household registration gave this lowly one the surname Su. The little young master will call this lowly one Sigo. A lowly name is easy to raise. Sigo finally recovered a little. When he spoke, his voice was still a little shaky, like Weiwei. "Oh, then I'll call you Susi. What kind of contract did you sign in Gujia village?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. There were 2 types of contracts, and each type had 2 types of contracts. They were divided into 2 types, the adult contract and the land contract. The 2 types were the life contract and the death contract. The life contract allowed the owner to leave when the time came, but before the time came, they had to compensate the owner. The death contract lasted for a lifetime, and it was very rare for the owner to leave. In reply to the little young master, this lowly one signed a life contract to rent land for 5 years. "Today is the last year, so I have to sign a new one." Sigo replied. His attitude became more and more respectful. When he called him Susi, he had the urge to cry. "If you leave now, how much do you have to compensate? I need someone to do things for me. So I want to ask you to come over and help." Zhang Xiaobao began to rope him in. "Really? Little young master, you really want this lowly one to do things for you? If I leave now, this lowly one will have to compensate 1 tael of silver or 160 kilograms of grain." When Sigo heard that the little young master of the Zhang family wanted him to go over, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He quickly told him the amount of money he had to compensate. This amount of money was too much for him, and he couldn't afford it. "Huzi, go to the grocery store and see if there's any cash. Take 2 taels of silver and give it to Susi. Tell him to return the contract. As for the rest of the money, Susi, you can spend it on whatever you want. When you're done, come to Zhuangzi to find me." Zhang Xiaobao instructed Huzi and Susi. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he turned around and left with Wangwan. After Huzi took the money, he handed it to Sigo and left as well. Sigo was left standing there, holding the money without saying anything. Other people in Gezhuang who heard about this matter looked at him with envy. Chapter 62. It was spring, and the streets were bustling with activity. It was winter, and people were busy coming and going in a hurry. It was noisy in the middle of the day. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, Sanshui County was bustling with activity. County Magistrate Chang Lingxiang licked the corner of his mouth. He had accidentally smeared the cucumber with chili sauce when he was eating earlier. He savored the fragrance of the chili sauce for a moment before he brought along 2 yamen runners and strolled leisurely on the streets. In order to be close to the people and not disturb them, he did not wear his official uniform. He wore casual clothes and stood in front of the stalls for a while with his not-too-big belly. He did not mention his identity to show that he was a good official. He thought that if something happened, he could solve it in time. 2 fully armed yamen runners followed him and called him County Magistrate. Chang Lingxiang walked very slowly and was immersed in the spontaneous greetings of the people. He always had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was thinking that the expert's idea was really good. With a good reputation, he could show his face in the county as much as possible and let everyone know which county magistrate did not care about his rest and sent grain and oil to the poor families. 1,000 dawn of food was not a small amount. Half a dawn of food was enough for one family to eat for a month. 2,000 families had received the food, but he did not leave a single grain. It was the same for the oil. When he first sent it, each family was deeply grateful, which made him feel very comfortable. It was all thanks to Zhang Jiazhuangzi. Otherwise, how could he have such a good reputation? He heard from his subordinates that many people were praising the county magistrate. If this continued, it would not be difficult for him to be promoted. County Magistrate Cheng thought as he walked. From time to time, he would return the greetings of the people. His image of being close to the people increased greatly. As he walked, he came to the busiest street in the county. There were many shops on both sides and pedestrians on the street. Bustling. This is what I am looking forward to. County Magistrate Cheng sighed. The 2 yamen runners behind him immediately came up to flatter him. The 3 of them complimented each other. While they were walking, there was a sudden deafening, crackling sound in front of them, which startled County Magistrate Cheng and the people on the street. Once the sound started, it seemed to go on, making people's ears ring nonstop. Let's go. Follow me to the front to see who is causing such a commotion. County Magistrate Cheng was really bold. He didn't go back to the yamen to ask for help when he heard the sound. Instead, he walked quickly with 2 yamen runners. When they arrived at their destination, the noise had not yet stopped. There were already many people who had stopped to watch. Some people were still shouting something, trying to compete with the continuous noise. Where is this? Tell me. County Magistrate Cheng pointed to a 3-story building in front of him and asked the 2 yamen runners beside him, Sir, what did you say? The yamen runner didn't hear him clearly. I'm asking you, what is this place? County Magistrate Cheng shouted. It should be the opening of a restaurant. Yesterday, I heard that someone bought a piece of land and is going to open a restaurant called 1,000 Taste Towns Water Residence. The yamen runner heard clearly this time and replied loudly, What's going on? I don't know. Sir, I saw young Master Song standing there as well. I'll bring him here. The yamen runner didn't know either. He shouted and saw Song Jingong standing at the entrance. He hurriedly ran over and pulled Song Jingong to the side of the county magistrate. At this time, the noise finally stopped. Although it was gone, it caused quite a stir. Many people were talking about what made the noise. It was so loud that it was really shocking. Zijin is also here. Is this restaurant opened by Zijin? County Magistrate Cheng's ears were still ringing, so he still shouted when he spoke. Sir, this restaurant is not opened by a student. It's owned by someone from elsewhere. You can tell from the name that it's 1,000 Taste Towns Water Residence. They want to suppress the Byway Pavilion and the Waterview Tower. Song Jingong also pressed his ears. He was close to that place just now, so his ears were still ringing. Oh, Zijin, do you know what that noise was? County Magistrate Cheng saw that someone was opening a restaurant and nothing had happened. He didn't want to find trouble with them. Instead, he was interested in the noise. Song Jingong nodded and said, Yes, that's firecrackers. A student gave them 100,000 times to open a restaurant. What's a firecracker? County Magistrate Cheng felt that the surroundings were noisy now. He pulled Song Jingong to a place where there were fewer people and asked. His voice was not as loud as before. Zhang Jiazhuangzi made something for some festive occasion. It's lively and can help to spread a little. Song Jingong was also more comfortable than before. The ringing in his ears was not as loud as before. Oh, Zhang Jiazhuangzi again? Zijin, this 100,000 times firecracker was given by you. How much did it cost? Originally, County Magistrate Cheng was curious. When he heard that it was Zhang Zhuangzi, he first thought of a person. With that person, everything was reasonable. He was a little surprised by that person's generosity. So many firecrackers. How much did it cost? Sir, it's not much. It's only 2 taels of silver. This thing is cheap. It's a good deal to spend 2 taels of silver on opening a restaurant. This time, a student gave it to you for free. This way, others will know about it, and it will be easier to buy it. Song Jinggong explained. This was the idea of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If they sold it directly, others might not buy it. First, they would give out some of it. When the effect was seen, others would buy it. The selling price was 2 taels of silver. The cost was not much. After explaining this, Song Jinggong saw County Magistrate Cheng nodding in agreement. He continued, also, this thing can ward off evil spirits. It's like the firecrackers used during the New Year. This year, Zhang Zhuangzi used this. Oh, there's such a use? That's right, firecrackers. These things are even louder than firecrackers and can ward off evil spirits. Indeed, it can ward off evil spirits. There are auspicious signs in the front and evil spirits in the back. That person is really amazing. Since that's the case, Zijin, sell some to the yamen as well. County Magistrate Cheng thought that this way it would be more lively. 200,000 times. 5 taels of silver would be enough. It was worth it to make such a big noise. Sir, you don't have to pay for it. Zhuangzi has asked many people to work on it. They will send it to you the day after tomorrow. Song Jinggong did not need to ask the little child about this kind of thing. He knew what to do. A few taels of silver from the yamen were not worth it. It was good to use this thing as a gift. County Magistrate Cheng thought for a while and did not continue to rush to pay. The farmstead had given them a lot of things, so they did not lack this little bit of money. Just the 1,000 dan of grain alone cost more than 100 taels of silver. The farmstead was really generous in doing things. With the firecrackers, County Magistrate Cheng was in a better mood. He did not continue to shop. After a few words with Song Jinggong, he went back with 2 yamen runners. He wanted to arrange how to spend the New Year's Eve. This year, it was not just a matter of a lantern. County Magistrate Cheng returned to the yamen in a good mood. He thought that there was nothing to do. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, the Deputy County Magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng, hurried to find him. Sir, we sent an urgent document saying that we have reported the auspicious signs. In order to find out whether it is true or not, we will send an army officer to Sanshui County on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Today is already the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, and they just sent someone here. It will be 5 days later. The cucumbers are all gone, and they remember the auspicious signs. Come just in time. In 2 days, Song Jinggong will come to the yamen to send the firecrackers. I will tell him and let him handle it. The cucumbers should have grown a lot. Eat as much as you can, and when they come, they will be gone. After hearing what the Deputy County Magistrate said, County Magistrate Cheng took the document and read it again. He was a little dissatisfied with the people above. At this time, they thought of using the urgent document. What did they do earlier? He did not know whether the cucumbers sent to them were eaten by them or given to others. Sir, do you have to kill those cucumbers? Can you transfer some of them away? It is just the beginning of spring, and there is still a long time before there are any cucumbers. The Deputy County Magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng, was a little reluctant. He had an old mother at home, and her body was not very good. She liked to eat light food. He gave all the cucumbers he got to his mother. Seeing that his mother could eat more rice, he was happy. If the cucumbers were suddenly gone, what would his mother eat? If there was no other way, he could ask Song Jinggong for some carrots. Those things were good to eat. County Magistrate Cheng also thought so, but he had no other choice. He could not sell the Zhang family's farmstead. With Zhang Wuji's ability, he might be able to produce better things in the future. Besides, with the help of the 2 masters, he might have to ask Zhang Wuji for help. At this time, When he heard what the deputy county magistrate said, he had an idea. He felt that it was possible. When people came, he would get some fresh cucumbers for them to see. When they went to see the cucumbers, he would move some of them away. Some of them should be able to survive, and he could eat them by then. Thinking of this, he did not wait for Song Jingong to come. He asked someone to go to Zhongjia Zhuangzi to report. In order to make people believe, he even asked someone to bring the documents that were passed down from the higher-ups and told them his idea. The person who went to Zhongjia Zhuangzi was the Yamen runner who went there before. When he heard that he was going to Zhongjia Zhuangzi, he immediately became happy. The last time he went there, they treated him well. When he came back, he even got some money. This time he had another chance. Without any delay, he rode a horse and rushed there. The speed of the horse was very fast. Usually it would take half a day to get there, but on a fast horse he arrived at the destination in less than 4 hours. People who did not know saw such a fast horse and thought that it was an urgent report from 600 miles away. When the bailiffs arrived at the manor, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were studying with their father. The two of them really admired their father. When it came to learning, he would take out a sentence, and within it, there would be a story. Within the story, there would be a sentence, and within the sentence, there would be a story. This was because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If it were other children, they would have been scared to tears by so many things. Father Zhang was very satisfied. If he could teach students so easily, then he would have become a teacher long ago. These two children only needed to be taught once. After a few days, they would ask a few questions. When he told them, then they would know what to teach.